Holy heck. Holy heck. I'm gonna heck, because it's holy heck. Sorry about that. I had some stuff to do that I forgot to do before I started the stream. Gotta get that self-care chores done, you know. Hey DP, hey Hydra, Lich, Sanok, B, Koid, Yixtris, EJ. Holy heck. I haven't started the poll yet, okay? Alright? Have you considered not being so needy? Like, seriously? What is wrong with you? Okay, Lich, why is that step 1? Like, I feel as though that's step at least 4 or 5. But hello, everyone. Yes. Hi, Bran. Wow, I see multiple new names. Ahoy! Apparently, bots do not recognize ahoy as a greeting. So if you answer the phone and it's a bot caller and you go ahoy, they won't pick up on the fact that you greeted and they'll be confused. Smiles. Hello, Wumpus. Wumpus, you're no longer a member. I've been betrayed. Okay, listen, my community... Oh, so if my model freaks out, I'm so sorry. I don't know what it is. My app and my tracking software has been pretty on the fritz recently. And I don't know why that is. So I'm just gonna be sad. Your card declined? Yo, me too. Oh, fun fact. I wasn't gonna talk about this yet, but I might as well mention it because we're talking about credit cards. I don't have a credit card anymore because my card got stolen in the mail because I was waiting on a new card and then someone literally stole my package, opened it, and then I got the empty package that had nothing in it. So, I have to deal with credit card nonsense now. Yay! Well, Wumpus, my date declined. Okay, are we all just like taking L's? Is that what this is? Although I will say, what I really don't like is that different places accept different credit cards. So you'll go to one place and you'll be like, okay, I have, I don't know, like a Visa card. They accept it here. Go to a different place, it doesn't accept. I go to this place, they accept Discover. This other place does not accept Discover. So you have to go cash anyway, despite the fact that you have a card. Unless you like use an app. Because I know different location, like different countries usually have like app functionality built in. I know that I think China is super into, I think it's WeChat is a simultaneously messaging app as well as payment app, and people will not accept payment in anything other than WeChat. American Express and Discover are the worst for compatibility. Ugh. You took a really big L this weekend? I'm sorry. I also took a very big L this weekend. Fritz, so you're tracking... Okay, we're not going to bring up the German. We're going to talk Fritz. This is Disco Elysium, which Disco Elysium transition into what I want to talk about. Today, I did not have a plan. I was thinking like spooky season, let's talk horror, you know? But that was as far as I got. But a dev reached out and said, hey, we think that you would like our game. A demo's out. And it is... Let me grab it. It is Aether and Iron, which was... It's a story-driven tactical RPG that was recently featured in one of Critical Role's videos. It's a retro-futuristic 1930s New York, and it apparently has car-based combat, where I think that you're like drag racing and like you're mobsters and you're trying to slam into other people's car during chases. So it has a Disco Elysium style narrative in terms of like roll 2d6 in dialogue. I believe that's how it works. So Mad Max, but it's the 30s in New York City. So like it has retrofuturism, it has New York City, it's a story-driven tactical RPG, it's like mobsters. So this is all like, they really hit the nail on the head with their target demographic when they hit me up. It was featured on Critical Role, but I have to make the choice. Do I play it today on YouTube? Because generally I don't play games on my YouTube streams. I just kind of chat and I leave that open for TTRPGs. Or do I play it on Saturday, but we're trying to play Hollow Knight Saturday? So now this seems, it's currently only a demo, and they're like, hey, like, we can get you the full game when it releases if you want. But I need to know, do I play it here now, which is not what I normally do? Or do I save it for Saturday, which is normally my gaming streams without eat into Hollow Knight time? And another consideration is that if you recall, this is a like mobsters, gangsters story, I think, maybe? We are the mafia. You're the goons over on Twitch, and you can shoot each other. So I need to today or Saturday. Today, Saturday. Play the game today or Saturday. So again, this is Aether and Iron, is a game that the devs hit me up. It is a tactical story-driven RPG that was actually featured on Critical Role. It's a 1930s retro-futuristic New York where you're a smuggler navigating moral dilemmas, building relationships with companions, and making choices that genuinely shape the story. There's a demo out right now that they hit me up about, and they're like, hey, do you want to play this? And I just need to know, do I play it today or Saturday? You like I like the app streams too. You don't usually watch Twitch to play now? Ooh, that's kind of selfish of you. Where's the third option? There is no third option. I'm gonna play it one of these days. The cult still exists? Yes, so the cult exists on YouTube. The goons exist over on Saturday. Wow. Also, if it does change your option, I doubt this will take longer than an hour. So if I play it today, I will still yap after. If I play it on Saturday, I will still play Hollow Knight after. It's just a matter of, it will probably take an hour, maybe 2 hours. Which should probably account for the possibility that you might actually go for it. Oh, you lost a dog? I'm sorry to hear that. Losing animals is never easy. I heard there was cult propaganda posters, but I didn't see any when I checked the Discord. I haven't seen any either. Listen, apparently the cult is pushing for today, and like, listen, one vote can push it one way or the other. Boop. Let's grab this. Oh, apparently it's similar to Persona. Interesting. But yeah, so I also need to set up, if you don't know, here on YouTube, we set up a Q&A spooky, scary skeleton time. There's a Q&A set up that at any time you can add a question to, where just on the backdrop later in the stream, I will be able to answer your questions. It is a separate chat. Please just throw your questions there if they're not relevant to what we're talking about right now. I try my best to get through both, but obviously I'm going to prioritize what is relevant to the current conversation over a random thing that gets brought up that you want questions about. You had a question, but you forgore. Listen, I forgore regularly. I forgore basically everything. So I'm not going to judge you, but I am going to make fun of you. This is absolutely throwing stones in glass houses, and I'm going to cut myself on the broken glass. Be not corrupted by the false prophet's words. Arrow may be adorable. Arrow may be sponsored by TTRPGs, but they aren't the end times. Their metamorphosis is coming soon. Prepare for the end of table roleplay. Okay. I'm not the end of table roleplay. However, I'm a weirdo, and you can call me on this. Also, it looks like we're doing today. So I guess we're doing today. I'm a weirdo where I am totally fine and sometimes even prefer playing TTRPGs online. You may now scream in chat. I give you permission. I am someone who, when I play a TTRPG game, my preference is in person, but I have had so many experiences playing online and playing positively online that I don't have the stigma against it that I feel so many others do. Also, it seems as though we got a vote for play the demo today. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably yap for another 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then play the demo. I doubt that will take longer than an hour and a half, and then we'll go back to yapping. So you will not miss yapping. Do not worry. Online is more comfortable. I wouldn't even say, at least for me, it's a comfort thing. I think online TTRPGs is simply convenient in multiple facets because 1, location, 2, timing, 3, everything's accessible. When you're playing online, you have everything in front of you when you're in your Discord call, right? When you're on Roll20, when you're on a VTT, you have everything accessible right in front of you. You have dice, you have character sheets, you probably have the rules with you on the VTT. So it's just more consolidated information-wise, which tends to make things smoother because then instead of, oh, we have to take a break because I need to grab my Werewolf the Apocalypse book so I can flip through the pages so I can find the ruling of how does penumbral senses work. Like, I understand it's a willpower cost, but you can see through the Umbra, but it doesn't let you communicate through the, or no, it does let you communicate through the Umbra. Okay, I'll let you do that, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, if it's online, you can just like Control F, or you can just like search through your little like stack of werewolf gifts or whatever, or look through the PDF or whatever. Generally, I feel as though it streamlines the process. Hey, Cam. IRL is cool, but also online has its spark. I wouldn't even say it has its spark. I would just say that they each have their own strengths. They are different mediums of presenting a TTRPG. And I think a lot of people just blanketly say, hey, in-person is better. Like day, night, midnight. But I feel as though there is merit to both. I prefer online with people that can't be near. Physical friends need to be at my house. I mean, like, I have played dozens of hours in person, and I've probably played hundreds of hours. I honestly, at this point, I've probably played hundreds of hours, both online and in person. And I will say there have been times where online was distracted and disconnected and no one was engaged. And there's been times in person where everyone was distracted and disengaged and disconnected. So I don't think that that's a online issue. I think a lot of people, when they think, oh, when it's online, people are going to get distracted by other games, or they're going to not pay attention to the game, or they're going to not have that physical like space with you. Something I will say, online calls consistently, not just me, but everyone I know, multiple people bring up, it's way harder to not talk over people. Because if I'm playing a game with Wumpus, Sanok, and Koid, and Wumpus wants to say something, and I want to say something, I don't see the fact that Wumpus looks at the table and then opens their mouth before they start speaking. I only know that Wumpus is trying to talk once their like little green Discord light pops up. So we start talking at the same time. And maybe like Wumpus is the sort of personality who, oh, no, I don't want to be rude. I want to let you talk. And then I'm the sort of personality where I want to be heard. So I talk over Wumpus. And then people respond to me, and then we move on because no one realized Wumpus was talking. And then Wumpus doesn't feel comfortable speaking up because no one knows Wumpus was talking. And that happens all the time. And that's something where that will happen in person as well, but it's easier to have Koid say, hey, what did Wumpus want to say? Because Koid saw that Wumpus was opening their mouth, right? So I feel like that is probably the single largest strength that in-person has over online. And even video calls, like with the latency, with the lag, with the small screen size and the not being in the physical space, that is something where I feel that is not a substitute. Because even stuff like being able to physically touch someone while role-playing, obviously don't be weird about it, but like be and can. If y'all are having a really emotional moment in character and then you end it with a hug, like a real life actual hug, that adds a level of believability and immersion to the scene that kind of doesn't take it to the next level, but it adds a lot. Or the ability to, like, Kemdari is talking with a shopkeep and bows and extends their hand. So I take their hand and I give it a shake. That sets the tone much better than I bow and I shake their hand, right? That is another strength of in-person physical that online can't replicate. But I would say that is more of a nice to have, whereas the constantly speaking over each other, not being able to interact properly, is a legitimately detracts from the game. Also, hello Kimdari, hey account. Online play is harder to manage with many people, best for small groups. Honestly, larger groups are just harder to manage in general, personally. I have run, so whenever I've run for larger groups, it has always been online. I think the largest group I've run for in person was 5 people, not including myself. Yeah, that sounds about right. 5. And I do think that the kind of stereotypical, 4 players, 1 GM, or 4 to 5 players, 1 GM. Honestly, I've talked about this before. I feel like there's different like group sizes. Okay. We're gonna baby steps this. All right. We're gonna baby steps this. I'm gonna slowly move over to the main screen, but I'm gonna open MS Paint. So we're not playing the game yet. You're not being jump scared by video gaming yet. I feel as though a 1-on-1 game is different from a 1-on-2 game, is different from a 3 to 5 player game, and then it's like a 6+. I feel like these are the different levels, right? These are the different levels of what's it called? Group size. Because a 1-on-1 game feels very different from a 1-on-2 game, feels very different from a 3-person game, but a 3-person game feels very similar to a 4-person game, to a 5-person game, maybe even a 6-person game, potentially. But like, once you hit 6+, once you put 7 and up, that's where it's a completely different vibe than 3 to 5, right? And I think most people, from what I've heard, I think most people aim for 3 to 5, but end up with 6+ pretty consistently, just based on what I've heard. And I think that might be just an availability thing. Oh, hey, I'm running a D&D group for Hydra and Coyd and Can and Sanak and Claret. Hey, DP, do you want to join? Sure. Suddenly we have 1 more person. That is not bad by any means, but it changes that dynamic the more people you add, because suddenly it's not, oh, we're a small group working together. It is, we're a sprawling unit where there are multiple sub-factions within the larger group. Coyd and DP, your characters get along really well. Sanak, Wumpus, and Claret, you basically are your own squad going off and doing your own stuff all the time. Shadow is an edgy loner, but luckily, B is making the effort to actually communicate with you, but no one else is. So you only have a relationship with 1 other character. It's really interesting, and it has its own strengths, but it feels very different than a smaller group. And I feel like a lot of people haven't had the chance to experience what it's like to be a player or a GM with 2 players or in a one-on-one game. And I feel like these are very different experiences, more so than you would think. You did 12 players. We didn't have enough DMs in the club. Lasted 1 session. That sounds like it would last one session. I have run for... I think it was okay, so I ran like an actual proper game with... I think it was like 7 to 10 players consistently, because it was online. It was with a group of friends. It was supposed to be a West Marches, and then ended up being everyone who was free just always joined. You're sorry about Lancer posting. You're just too Lancer filled. Well, welcome on in, Claret. Or Claret. EP always wants to join if there's 2 other people. Exactly. So I ran for like 7 to 10 people consistently, but there have been sessions where one time on a West Marches server, I was with someone who, or basically there's a group of like 10 people and everyone's like, hey, we want to play a game. And one of the other GMs and me was like, I mean, I'm down. And they were like, I mean, I can run. And I was like, oh, I can run too. And then we decided we'd split the party up in a last minute, like spur of the moment twofer session where that person took half the group. I took the other half the group. And what we did is that we made it Shadow of the Colossus, where I ran a massive 3 battle map sized giant. There was a separate map for the ground where there was character tokens for its legs. There was a different map for its torso and a third map for its head and shoulders. You were moving battle maps because this thing was so massive it was closer to terrain. And the other group, I don't even know what they did, but I know that they had to go and like destroy some crystals. And every time they destroyed a crystal, the other GM would DM me and say, hey, they destroyed a crystal. And much like Shadow of the Colossus, once they destroyed a crystal, there would be this glowing hardpoint somewhere on the Colossus's body that the players in my fight, if they went to, got an automatic critical hit by targeting it. So the idea is that we had a massive group, we split it up in half, had 2 separate concurrent games that were happening at the same time, and then their actions in their game impacted our game. And then they actually wrapped up first. So we were just like, sure, they can just join my game. So then I suddenly had like 5 extra players join fighting this Colossus after it had been like 3 hours of fighting it, right? Or not 3 hours of fighting it, but it had been like a 3-hour long session at that point. Suddenly 5 more players join in, and then they all fight the Colossus, which honestly, it was really fun. And something that I thought was really, really interesting that I did, where, so it has multiple battle maps, right? So it's got legs. And remember, this was last minute. This was not prepped. This was not, I planned for this. This was like, as it was happening, I was making up notes. So what I did is that, so the legs are here and you have like PC there, PC, or probably closer to PC there, PC there, PC there, PC there, right? What I did is I said, okay, on its turn, for its action, the giant is going to rear back its giant sword. That is its turn. And all the players were like, what? And then I said, this area doesn't seem safe. And then they go, oh! So then they scatter like rats or like roaches. And then on the giant's next turn, I described the follow through as it... And anyone who was in this area, I think they had to make like a dex save. And it was like 10d12 damage. It was something stupid. Because it's a giant, like, skyscraper-sized sword that is just swinging through an entire area. 11 players is slow. If one stops for a bit, bam, everyone disconnects. See, here's the thing. I don't think that you should be running 11 players. But what I'm saying is that I have. And what I learned from that is that it's, like, You don't let people stop. That's a situation where I think you're totally within your right as a GM, where Sanok, listen, 30-second turns. If you don't think you're going to beat your turn, if you don't think you're going to do your turn in 30 seconds, I can skip you, come back to you, but I'm not waiting on you. Look up stuff between people's turns. I have 10 other people to go through. And if you're just like, do I Cone of Cold or do I Fireball? I'm going to say, I need an answer. And you're like, no, I need to think. And I'll say, okay, I'll let you think. At the end of the turn, we're moving over to DP. And if you get pissed off at me, I'm going to say, tough, we have 10 other people. So that's a situation where I think that's where you just kind of have to put your foot down as a GM. No, I see, that's the thing. I wouldn't even default to dodge. I think that is kind of mean, personally. I think that is kind of rude, personally. Because if I'm a player and I'm waiting for 10 characters worth of turns plus enemies, and then I need time to think, and then you make me dodge, I'm going to legitimately get upset at you. Because I just spent an hour waiting for my turn, and you did not give me the time to think, and then because I didn't have the time to think, you said, okay, you dodge, your turn is skipped. That I think is unreasonable. However, if you say, like, listen, I need more time, I can skip you, I can let 1-2 other people go, and then you can decide, okay, I'm casting Spiritual Weapon, I'm making an attack, and with my main action, I'm going to cast, I don't know, like, Sacred Flame. You're a cleric, whatever. So I definitely think it's something where you need to be more forceful as a GM when you have that many players, because otherwise it will not move forward. But not as severe as if you don't have an action in 30 seconds, you're skipped. D&D 5e plays better with Lancer's Initiative. I mean, most games would. Why? Because Lancer's Initiative is really good. For those of you who don't know, Lancer, the mech TTRPG, is a very tactical game, and the way it handles initiative is that the players always go first, so most of the time, then an enemy always goes, then a player goes, then an enemy goes, back and forth until one side is up and then the other side just finishes out. But it's always a choice of who goes. So it's a player, then it's an enemy, then another player chooses. So if it's Can and Shadow and Sanok, Shadow can go first, or Can go first, or Sanok can go first, and then an enemy. Let's say Sanok went first. Now Shadow or Can go second, and then an enemy, and then let's say Can goes third, and then back up to initiative. Now, despite the fact Can just wins, because it was the end of the turn, can go again, because Lancer is all about flexibility. I would say that despite how granular it can feel, the greatest strength of Lancer's system is that it's flexible. You can mix and match whatever systems you want. You can have licenses mixed and match however you want. You can have different turn orders however you want. All of that is kosher. Which is why, even though it's complex, it still feels kind of accessible. It isn't the sort of deal where it is annoying to deal with. It is exciting to deal with, assuming you can get over that first learning curve, which a lot of people don't. It is a lot to learn. That's why in my TTRPG, I have parties act together that allows slower players to act later. I mean, that's the thing. Personally, I really want to see a system, and I think that there are some systems that do this, but a system where everyone acts at the same time. So everyone declares what they want to do. And then you resolve all of it at the same time, which gets kind of funky when you have, okay, Coid wants to stab the devil. So Coid declares they're going to stab the devil. The devil on their turn wants to fly away. So how do we resolve Coid stabbing something that is trying to get away from them? Who goes first? I think that's where like a micro initiative would make sense. But I think it would be interesting to have a system where turn order is non-existent. Because in combat, you don't wait your turn. You don't make it live action. That doesn't work for a TTRPG. But you can make it simulating live action by having everyone act in accordance with the same turn. Literally just use Lancer's Popcorn Initiative. It plays like declared actions if you give the players a couple minutes at the top of each round. But unlike declared, you don't have hanging actions. See, that's the thing. I think it would be really interesting. Depending on how the system is set up, I think that if you have declared actions, saying, I cast Fireball, and one of the enemies grabbing a hostage and like using them as a human shield, I think that's interesting. That you would then have to reckon with the fact that there are hostages here. I shouldn't cast Fireball because what if they grab one? Suddenly, you have to plan around what the enemies might be doing. Which is more interesting than just saying, okay, Fireball is my most powerful ability, and I go before them on my turn, I'm just going to cast Fireball. It makes it more active. It makes it more of a back and forth. It makes it... And it makes enemies that are tactical scarier. Because they're allowed to be scary. It doesn't matter how smart your Lich is. Your Lich is Cone of Cold, Cloud Kill, and Phantasmal Killer with a power word kill thrown in there for spice, right? All wrapped up in like 180 hit points with immunity to non-magical weapon damage and necrotic damage. That's all it is at the end of the day. It doesn't matter that it has like a 26 intelligence or whatever, like a 20 intelligence. What matters is that the Lich is a series of spells, damage resistances, and hit points. Because on its turn, it's just going to maximize damage or control. At least, that's how most folks run it. But in a declared action system, suddenly, the fact that you have to consider what spell will the Lich cast and how will that impact what I'm casting on my turn will alter radically how you deal with it. And the fact a Lich is more inclined to cast an Ice Wall when it knows you're going to Fireball not only makes it feel like a really cool wizard duel, but it also makes it feel smarter than the 16 intelligence level 1 wizard that they fought at the beginning of the adventure as a warm-up. Right? I mean, like a Pokemon speed stat could work, but I think that narratively, there's something fun about the slow character being fast, and there's something tragic about the fast character being slow, so long as it is not all the time. And I think what it should be is that it should be like 70-80% of the time, if you have a +5 initiative, you go before the person with +3 initiative. But there are chances where that doesn't happen. And that's where, and this is kind of just like spitballing a new system, but that's where averages like 2d6 are very helpful. If we have a contested roll, we both roll 2d6, and I have a +5 and you have a +4, I'm going to overwhelmingly beat you. Because on average, we're going to both be rolling 7. That is the most common result on 2d6. And I have +1 more than you, so I'm likely to win. But it's not guaranteed. There's actually quite a few possibilities where that doesn't happen. But this is much more in my favor than if we both rolled 1d20. Because there's no mathematical difference between a 20 and a 1 on a d20. There is a mathematical difference between rolling a 7 and a 6 on 2d6. Probability curves. Which means modifiers are much more powerful in a set probability curve. 2d6, 3d6, whatever combination of dice. As soon as you have a combination of multiple dice. That's why I love D20 fantasy. I love D20 systems, but I do like me some 3d6. I think 3d6 is one of the best. I think 3d6 is one of the best means of random number generation. Probably even better than 2d6, because 3d6 allows you to get triples, which is crazy. But 2d6 is my go-to when I think, hey, let me design a system, because it's a very accessible means, because 2d6 is very simple to put together and also have 2 dice. And it's also much more probabilistically sound than a d20. They put a stake through all the tactical crunch you get out of pre-planning turns, like what I've seen from running Lancer over a year at this point. I mean, to be fair, I don't have much experience running Lancer, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in it. I'm mostly speaking from a this would be cool perspective, as someone who has more experience jamming other systems, primarily narrative systems. Like, I think a tactical system like Lancer should probably not have declared actions. I think that the popcorn style current initiative system is good for Lancer. I think Vampire the Masquerade, the World of Darkness suite, City of Mist, all would benefit from a declared action style system. Because if I'm a vampire and I decide I want to grapple you and stake you through the heart, and you're a vampire and you decide you want to leap onto a building and then shoot at me with a gun, it's much more interesting to have that tussle, that conflict of me attempting to grab you before you can leap, instead of, oh, well, I rolled better initiative, so I grab you. You rolled better initiative, so you're gone and I can't do anything. For a narrative-oriented system, I think that's the main benefit. Yeah, exactly. You're still testing, you're still test playing the Alexander, just waiting for the campaign to start. I'm so embarrassed, I hope you know. 2d6, I remember doing math for this when I played Disco Elysium. It's really cool. Yeah, so the 2d6 probability curve. So with a 2d6, there is a... Huh? Is there really only a 16% chance to get a 7? Weird. So I suppose that makes sense. But yeah, so there is a defined curve in a 2d6 system where, like, a 1 plus a 5, or a 1 plus a 6, a 2 plus a 5, a 3 plus a 4, a 4 plus a 3, a 5 plus a 1, or 5 plus a 2, and a 6 plus a 1 each give you 7. So each individual number that you can roll is most likely, like, each individual die roll is most likely to grant you a 7. That's not guaranteed. It's only a 16% chance. I thought it would be higher. I actually forgot about that. But that's why multiple dice rolling together makes the average more consistent, right? A D20 has an average technically of 10.5, but there is no probabilistic difference unless you're using a weighted die of rolling a 1 versus a 20. Meanwhile, there is not a probabilistic difference on 2d6 of rolling a 2 versus a 12, but there is a probabilistic difference of rolling a 2 or a 12 versus a 7. You are more likely to get the average result, 2d6, 3.5 times 2, 7, of 2d6 than you are to get either extreme. Which means those extremes are much more impactful than a 20 or a 1. I'm gonna say it. Natural 20s are very fun, very cool. They are unearned. Natural ones, similarly, very funny, very sad, unearned, personally. If you roll a 12 on 2d6, that feels crazy. If you play Disco Elysium, you know. Same thing with Snake Eyes. Pull up the 3d6 curve. We do love 3d6 curve. Which this will be even steeper, no? Oh, that's tiny. Why are you tiny? Yeah, so this is... It's actually less steep. But yeah, no, what am I talking about? It would be less steep. Of course it would, because there's more options to get closer to the average. So suddenly, whereas with the 2d6 curve, there's a 16% chance to get the average. This, which 10 and 11, 10.5 is 3d6. Yeah, 10.5 is the average, which is the same average as a d20, let me remind you. If we're assuming these together, because average, that would be a 25% chance. There's a 1 in 4 chance of you rolling the average with a plus or minus 0.5. Compare that to 16% for the average of 2d6. And compare that with, again, we'll do added together for the sake of fairness, 10% for a d20. It's got more breadth, but it sticks closer to the average much harder than 2d6. That's the thing. That's why with 3d6 systems, often, the special thing is not rolling an 18. Or even like a 16, 17. The special thing is almost always getting doubles or triples. How many of you like Dragon Age? There's a Dragon Age TTRPG that has a special dragon die. It is a 3d6 system. And if you ever roll doubles, you get an amount of points. I don't remember what they're called. They might be like feat points. They might be like trick points. Equal to whatever is on the dragon die. So if I roll a 2, and on the dragon die, I get 5, I would get 5 special points that I can use to do maneuvers in combat. I can do to get rerolls. I can do to like do cool stuff. So it's not even that rolling doubles made my roll better. Rolling doubles gave me a resource that in the future allows me to do more cool things. Feat points, oh my gosh. I want to try 2d8. So for those of you who don't know, I got overtaken by the urge to make a TTRPG the other week. And I kind of, to be completely honest, I got busy and I had stuff happening in my life that distracted me from this, but I started working on it. It is a Stone Age system where you are creatures in a world with magic. So you don't have to worry about things like reality and or like biological evolution, but magic is fading from the world. So evolution is trying to catch up really quickly. So you're trying to evolve your creature and your species to adapt to a world where magic can no longer sustain them with Stone Age technology. And the system that it uses is that whenever you try to do something, the first thing you ask yourself is, do any of my traits, does having wings or does having tentacles or does having a mouth allow me to do this thing easily? If yes, you just do it. If no, you then have to roll. And if you roll 1d12. But you have a role in your species, in your society, in your culture that you embody. Think of it like your D&D backstory. Think of it like your Lancer backstory. And if whatever you're trying to do falls within the purview of your role. Maybe you're a warrior, so you're focused on defense, combat, protecting others. Maybe you're a diplomat, so you're focused on interfacing with other species, learning about them, communicating with them, negotiating and de-escalating. Instead, you roll 2d6. And you can get bonuses to this based on your traits. So maybe having wings won't help you negotiate with this other species, but they have wings and they believe in the prowess of flight extremely highly. They prioritize that. So the fact you also have wings will give you a +1 bonus to your roll to negotiate with them better. And I believe it's that you need a 7+. A 7+ is a success. So, as you might have noticed, after all these probability curves that we just talked about, literally just doing something that falls under the purview of what is effectively your job, what is effectively the thing that you have devoted your life to doing, already way better chance than if you are untrained. Because with no bonuses, 2d6 to roll 7+ is very easy. It's not guaranteed by any means. It still is like a 40% failure rate, but you have an over 50% chance. I think it's like a 2/3 chance even of just getting it without any bonuses. And if you're untrained, if this is something that you don't have any experience with, you still have a 50-50 chance before any bonuses. So it's actually a very forgiving system. And on top of that, because failure is boring, but setbacks are interesting, I made it that anytime you fail, you get under 7, you get 6 or lower, you have to pay in blood, sweat, or tears, but you still succeed. The way this works is that the GM will look at you and choose 2 of blood, sweat, and or tears. Blood is damage, sweat is time, tears is narrative consequences. So, Coid, you want to climb this mountain. You roll a 4. Oof. I look at you and I say, okay, you're gonna have to pay in blood because in climbing up the mountain, you fall down multiple times, or you pay in sweat because you managed to do it, but it was way more difficult than you thought it was going to be. It took you way longer. You had to take more breaks. You were more exhausted up at the top. You still make it no matter what, but do you want to take damage on the way up? Or do you want to take longer than you expected? And you might say, well, I don't want to take damage. I'm gonna pay by sweat. So suddenly, any clocks, or as we call them in the game, trees, because it's like evolutionary trees, progress faster than you thought they would. Time progresses, and there's a day-night cycle in the game, which has relevance to like the magic and the setting and the enemies that you might face. So sweat is not a guaranteed like, oh, that doesn't matter, but it is separate from damage. Meanwhile, maybe if you're trying to fight someone, you might have to pay in blood because they might hurt you, or tears because they tear the ceremonial sash that you wear. When they're trying to strike at your internal organs, they accidentally catch your sign of status within your culture, and now if you return to your culture, you will be shamed. So do you want to take damage, or do you want to deal with social repercussions when you return back home? And that's a choice that you have. I don't know. I thought that was a interesting consequence system. I would have to playtest it. But that's what I have a community for, is to force you to playtest my nonsense for me. I think what we do now is, now that we've kind of wrapped up this dice probability conversation, I'm going to hop on, because we've been yapping for an hour, I'm going to hop on Aether and Iron. I imagine it's going to take like an hour. Then I'm going to run through Q&A, as we're wont to do. So I'm going to... Let me grab... Oh. If this TTRPG gets out for playtesting, I will be Echo the Dolphin. You can certainly try. Let me grab you. Let's turn off the music. grab our chat. Sounds good. What is Aether and Iron? It is a game. Let me just check this real quick. Aether and Iron is, oh my gosh, that's kind of loud. Aether and Iron is a game that the devs reached out to me, where it is a 1930s retrofuturism tactical RPG, where it was apparently featured on like an ad spot in Critical Role. It is narrative oriented. It is with tactical combat as well. So like the new change to YouTube. Oh my gosh. So it is limited voiceover recorded. So some stuff may be missing VOs, and there's going to be performance options. This is a demo. The game is not out yet, but we're going to see what this is. So you got a sponsor, but they don't pay you? I mean, it's less a sponsor because they didn't send me a free game. They told me about the demo. So it's not quite a sponsor. But yes, there have been a couple other, like when I have done sponsored streams before, where it is a actual studio saying, hey, here's a game for free. We want you to play it. I have done that before, and I just have to disclose I'm doing that. In this is just a demo that they were like, hey, we think you would like this. And I'm like, hey, I think I will like this. Listen, if Raid Shadow Legends pays me, I will absolutely do an ad spot for them. Why? Because I think no matter what I say, you have your opinions on Raid Shadow Legends, and it doesn't matter what I say or how I say it. You will not change your mind on it, positive or negative. Meaning, at that point, I'm just getting a paycheck, right? It might be like a $5 paycheck, but like the video game selling client, bonking mafia gambling game. So that was one where, was that a sponsor? I don't know. So with the Game Stonks, the game that I played on Saturday where I was like bonking people with gambling, that was one where they sent me an updated demo. They sent me a demo that had more functionality than the standard demo. I could play longer because the full release of early access was a couple days later. So I kind of got it. Like I got a demo, but I think that their plan is to update it as time progresses. So I did say this is a sponsor. This is like I'm being given this for free. I did disclose that. But with this, I got a demo for free, but you can get a demo for free too. I was given a key. That is true. That is true. Get that bag. I already tried it. Okay. Story, balance, challenge. I gotta go challenge. Single death wait, whoa. The optional modifiers limits you to a single save throughout your campaign. You can save and quit, but cannot reload. All right, no saves coming. 1 life, no second chances. If Gia dies, your campaign ends permanently. Your save file is locked. I mean, I gotta. Oh, I can only do one. I gotta do permadeath. I gotta show off how much of a pro gamer I am. I legit tried Raid Shadow Legends, deleted after a day.
The day that Aether first captured their imagination.
Pog!
And gravity became nothing more than an inconvenience. Prepare yourselves, fair citizens
Can you hear
of New York, to feel such wonder again. The Helicline Institute of Avionics is announcing an early Aether Tech showcase ahead of the 1939 World's Fair. So come one and come all, and be inspired. Gaze upon new skyward frontiers and see that there is no alternative to a future amongst the heavens.
I love retrofuturism. It's so funny.
There's no thriving in this city, not in the lower.
It's noir and gritty. I love it.
Lost in the shadow of the uppers. But with a job like today,
we have flying cars.
And hope to finally catch your breath. Just a transport. No guns, no complications, no room for another screw up.
That's like a that's like a
from a hard case like
Warhammer.
Mr. Blanc doesn't come around often. I just hope he's not setting me up.
Yeah, apparently no one wants to watch adverts about the state of the world.
Mr. Blanc doesn't give second chances to anyone. After that last job went south, he could have tossed me into the well. and watch me get torn apart 6 ways to Sunday.
Now leaving the station.
Someday, I can leave the smuggling business behind.
Oh, girl, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. I'm not gonna rain on your parade, but the smuggling business has a way of keeping you in it.
Maybe I could even find a place in the uppers to thrive. Too bad I'm only welcome up here on business. For now.
Okay, but that is a beautiful car. Can we talk about this real quick?
Someday, I'll have a whole
Like, flying
place to myself
aside,
up here.
we have some
Something
car enthusiasts in the community. That just
Nothing
looks
and
really
nobody's
nice.
Holding me down. Just me and the open sky. Finally free.
Title drop. That car is really gorgeous, I will say. I'm not even a car person.
I slip into one of the ritziest hideaways in the uppers.
Riz?
Long after the rich and soft
Riz?
have sauntered off to bed. The glass cage cleans up nice after hours, but no amount of soap will wash away the stink of high-class gin and imported cologne.
Okay, already love the vibes. I don't know. Okay, how many of you know about back when I was playing Circus Electrique? This was unironically like a year ago. I was playing a game where it's set in 99, where you are a circus carny group that is fighting against an evil megacorporation that is brainwashing the population of London. It was so much fun. It was just so long, and eventually it was not worth it to stream because folks didn't seem interested in it. But it was basically Darkest Dungeon, but 1899 retrofuturism, steampunk. I love this setting and genre.
The glass floor a wary tap.
I know
as
Ritzy is a
scan
bit
room.
different. It's like
I
the
ignore
Ritz.
The booze hound glued to the table and turn to the stern-faced bartender.
Okay, we got to examine the
The
glass
regulars
floor.
flock here to take in the view over a bottle of something expensive and bubbly. Every now and then, a soul gets grounded. And this is the best seat in the house.
Sorry, a soul gets grounded? Like beef? Is that what happens when you go on the wall? So I have a +1 here. Hero talents. Complete missions and encounters that earn XP. When you level up, each of your heroes gains a different talent point. Each hero has access to different talents. Increasing talents to unlock skills. Skills are new abilities. Oh. Each member has different access to different talents. Access your talents by selecting the portrait. Okay, so brass seems to be like physical. Hustle is my dexterity. Ooh, smooth talker. I'm so sorry. I don't know why there's a truck outside. And smarts is dumb. Why would I ever want that? I mean, I gotta be a hustler. Oh, that would make sense if grounded is that they get thrown off the edge of the flying city onto the... I see. Okay, so from what I saw, I looked at the trailers for like 30 seconds just to kind of get a vibe of what this is. I think it's a 2d6 system like Disco Elysium. So instead of encyclopedia, logic, rhetoric, all of the different granular stats, it looks closer to smooth talking is my persuasion. Oh yeah, so it even says here. Oh, it improves your success with smooth talker checks and unlocks upgrades that let your light weapons deal powerful debuffs. Enable risky stunts and agile maneuvers. Evasion. I mean, I gotta go smooth talker. I'm nothing if not a smooth talker. Be the smooth operator, exactly. What is a smuggler if not a smooth talker? You ever seen Han Solo?
As good a mouthwash as any. Might come in handy later, too. Currency in my line of work isn't always green.
I can bribe
The
people.
bartender gives me a look as I grab the long-necked top-shelf swill and take a drink.
Wait, why'd I take... I thought I was gonna sell it.
The booze hound's a whistling faucet, and his drool-spattered watch is worth more than my whole outfit.
Bro, I don't know. There's something so vibesy about entering a flying city's bar, talking to, like, looking at someone who's drunk and being like, yeah, this booze hound's drool-covered watch is more expensive than my entire outfit. I love it. I don't know why.
My eyes dart to the back door. If things go sideways, I'm a quick sprint from the exit.
Question, is it defenestration if I throw someone through a glass floor? is a glass floor or a glass ceiling even a window? Because I feel like it is. Like, windows do not necessitate glass, and glass does not equate to window. But I feel like a glass floor looking down is a window. This bird. Hi, bird.
The bartender's eyes follow my hands, making sure I don't get too familiar with a patron's belongings. I approach the counter.
I mean, okay. With all due respect, I can't blame him. I very clearly am not from the... Actually, that's a lie. I was going to say I'm very clearly am not from the uppers. Look at my drip. If this is what poor people wear in this city, I don't know what to tell you.
Morgan?
Oh, he knows me.
I give a curt nod without response. Any other gift of familiarity would be wasted. Wilson out?
It's so vibesy.
A deep sullenness passes over the man.
What can I do for you, Miss Randazzo?
Certain dialogue options contain talent checks. These checks add an element of chance. Each has a different rating. When you perform a talent check, roll 2 6-sided die. Talent and attribute bonuses are added. Oh, this is a gumshoe roll. Okay. I assumed it was going to be a smooth talking roll. So it's not just every persuasion check is smooth talking, which makes sense. Oh, so that's just, okay, got it. Yo, I need 200 experience to level up. Holy heck. It's a window only if they can find the body. Well, thank you for the confirmation, Meckle.
Morgan's eyes are gray, his knuckles raw, and the scent of 2-day-old body odor breaks through his strong cologne.
King, have you ever considered showering?
Wilson never misses a shift.
You're a front-facing, like, service worker. You should consider showering.
Word, Miss Randazzo, especially in this line of work.
I think Wilson is grounding some beef.
It's been
They're
a while.
using weird fancy
How's
words.
business, Morgan?
Listen, they don't have esprit de corps and savoir-faire, but business carries on as usual. Mr. Blanc's morning is full, and in the evening we host Kit Holiday.
I know that name from the radio. Shame I'll have to miss hearing her live. The glass cage might tolerate my presence during after hours, but its patience runs dry whenever respectable clientele's on the floor.
A glass floor looking down is a bird skylight.
I got a meeting.
It's a
with
poor
Mr.
people
Blanc.
skylight.
Let him know
Because
I'm
apparently
here.
we're literally above them. I do love when you have a fantasy civilization with a class divide and the rich people are literally looking down on the poor people. It's not just it's a simple thing, but thematically it makes sense.
I'm surprised. And without your uncle.
His eyes meet mine, challenging me to say anything, to reach for my piece, to balk.
Oh,
maybe
I think
even
my uncle's
cry.
dead.
I slowly inhale. It's too early to let some high-nosed stiff get his kicks in. So I smile.
Well, hello there, Midmush.
I'm missing an Apollo Diamond picture to be here, Morgan. Help a
We're
girl
trying out a new game that the devs reached out to me and
The
was like,
bartender
hey,
frowns
it's an
while he
RPG
polishes
that your
a small
community might really
tumbler.
like. And just vibes alone, 1930s steampunk retrofuturism,
He's expecting me.
I love it, personally.
I don't intend to make him wait. Do you? That did the trick.
Ooh.
He reaches his hand under the counter, slowly. A part of me waits for a fiery roar of buckshot. to
Imagine
tear
if
through
I just
mahogany.
got buckshot
Instead,
5 minutes
I hear a
in.
click and muted bell.
He'll be with you shortly, Miss Randazzo. I assume you can show yourself out afterwards.
Oh, he don't like me. He doesn't like the smell of poor. Too bad I don't like the smell of body odor, mister.
Of my eye, drawing my attention to a darkened.
Oh, mysterious.
The table's already set. A narrow beam of light splits.
Wait,
the
so,
booth.
sir,
On my
were you
side,
just
a
chilling
glass of
in
my
the
favorite
darkness,
whiskey.
looking
On the
mysterious for no
other,
other
an
reason
ember
other than
held
to
in
have a
the
cool
hands of
reveal?
man more shadow than
Sir,
flesh.
I've been playing this game for 15 minutes.
Drink.
I mean, I kind of want to play nice, but also what I've learned is that in most games, if they offer you the chance to succeed something, most often it is going to be a positive. But I'm not going to do this, even though it's the tutorial, because I'm going to appreciate a drink. I probably don't get a chance to drink very good, even though it's 100% poison.
I down the high-class poison. Might as well enjoy it while I can. A
That's my thought.
burn sits on my tongue and melts clean through the jelly.
I think he thinks because he's not been home for days because his coworker is dead or missing. Yeah, and it's like the second person. This is like a second person game. You're playing the character, but the character narrates what you're doing. Apparently. Although I don't think it's a second person game. I think it's more third person limited. She is in first person speaking. It's almost like a... I would say it's third person limited, but she is speaking to us her story. It's almost like it's classic noir, right? It's the framing device is very likely that afterwards she is telling us about all of this. So it is, strictly speaking, a first person story from her perspective, but a third person from ours.
The shadow sighs around the cigarette, as though he'd sipped from the glass himself.
Manners. Good.
He stubs out the pleasantries with his dying cigarette. Onto a new smoke. Onto business.
A young woman from the heights.
I gotta play
requests
nice with the rich
transport to
people.
lowers. Nowhere in particular.
The heights? What's some girl from upstairs want in the slums?
Okay, girl, you should know by now. This is a business where you do not ask questions.
I don't care. She
There you go.
requested discretion.
Well, I need to know about the client.
She seem like the type to cause trouble? If she's getting into my car, I need to know what to expect.
She is young, naive, harmless.
Ooh, I got that smooth talker bonus.
You're the one who knows things, and that's all you know?
Nice.
The girl's hiding. I found her buying passage from an unsavory sort, and I offered her an alternative.
Oh, maybe I should
She's
have
desperate.
avoided
and she had
the
money.
drink because then I would have gotten experience. Listen, if you know one thing about me, if I have a means of getting experience, I'm gonna do it. For better or for worse. You saw me in Disco Elysium.
That was nothing, but more than I could have hoped from a man who charges a premium on information. Sounds too easy.
For you, Randazzo, too easy is all you get. For now.
Great.
And if she brings in heat from the heights?
Wow, he trusts I will adapt. Mr. Blanc, how dare you?
Where's Wilson? Morgan looks worse for wear out there. The yellow flame flashes on caught breath.
Mr. Wilson is no longer under my
Oh no.
employ.
I guess he found other employment on the ground.
Shame. He owes me money. Know where I can find him?
6 feet under.
The booth darkens to a silent gloom. Even the embers quiet their dull murmurings as Mr. Blanc leans forward.
This game is
again.
so vibesy. Like, so what this needs is like a sepia filter over it, right? This needs a black and white grainy overlay. Simply to add to the ambiance and gloominess of the
You
narration.
do best to forget Mr. Wilson.
Ooh, second
Him
pose.
and those he associated with. Or you too will find yourself.
I think it's less 6 feet and more 6,000 feet under.
struck
That's
me
what happens when you fall
one
from
that
6,000
ran
feet
deep.
up.
Too deep for me to feel comfortable going any further. Mr. Blanc is a monster in his own right. I don't want to know
Ooh,
what
do you see-
ghosts haunt his closet.
Wait, did you see the smoke effect here? That's actually so cool.
I'll get it done in a few hours. And maybe next time we talk.
Yeah, look at
the
that,
work
look at
will
that.
require more than my babysitting skills.
Your reputation is mud, Randazzo. This is charity.
I need to start saying that. Your reputation is mud.
Half your usual.
Daredevil. I'm gonna ask politely. Listen, I took the drink. I'm working with him. See, it's fine. I'm a smooth talker.
Half my usual? You called me up here to insult me?
You are not the same smuggler you were a year ago.
So I assume that like my
think
uncle
we
died a
are
year
now.
ago, and that's why I was being clowned on by
It's a
Morgan.
conversation I'd had several times already with too many clients. Conversations I'd lost. Turns out one bad day wipes out a lifetime of reliability. I had to try again. I'm every bit the same person I was. That's why you want me on this job. Why you need me.
A sky...
You
So,
can't risk
is
your
a
little
sky
hood
burial
socialite giving
just
you a
the
bad
avian
name with the
equivalent
fat
of
cats
a
upstairs?
Viking funeral? Like, imagine you have someone, and you put them in a casket, and you light the casket on fire, and then you throw them off the side of a flying ship, or a flying city. Do you think they would be like a meteor by the time they hit the ground? Okay, unironically, imagine you have a flying city in a setting where people live on the ground and have never been to that flying city. And then you have a system of like body removal where you put them in like a casket, you light the casket on fire, you throw it off the edge. It falls to the ground, this streak of fire coursing, it hits the ground with a big crater impact, boom. Suddenly, all of the people on the surface form a religion about these entities sent from the sky. And potentially it's like a doomsday cult because they think that their gods or angels or higher beings are dying. So then they do all of these things where, like, when an eclipse would happen back in medieval times, they'd freak out. Anytime someone dies on the upper city, people on the surface freak out. So then, like, I don't know, gang warfare breaks out on the flying city. So then a bunch of people are dying and being thrown over. So the people on the surface are thinking it's the apocalypse. The people on the surface are like freaking out. When in reality, it's just petty politicking and mob violence up there.
If she held any influence, she wouldn't be running away.
Bruh.
So she's running away. And he didn't dispute the first part. You could have called anyone, but you called me because I am the same person. No one else will protect her like I will. That,
So,
you know.
I know from a
And
meta
that's worth a
perspective,
little
this
respect.
one job is probably going to have a lot of plot importance. Otherwise, we wouldn't start here. But I do like the idea that, no, this is just some random rich girl who wants to go to the lowers. She's running from something. Once I transport her down, she's never going to feature again. And I'm making a big stink over this for no reason. That'd just be very silly to me.
Extinguishes itself, obscuring what little of his face I could see in pure black. He did need this girl protected. Question was, from whom?
Your usual, then. And Randazzo, I expect your usual?
Also, can I just talk about how, had you told me one of these characters is from the upper, one of them is from the lower, I would assume that Randazzo was from the upper, just because of how snazzy she looks. Whereas I'd assume Mr. Blanc is from the lower, because he has a very neutral, non-obstructive outfit. It's not very flashy. Maybe that's because it's in darkness, but like the sash and these weird like wrist puffs are the fanciest part about his outfit. Like he also has this thing on the neck, it looks like, but it almost gives me the vibes of like a falconer. I don't know why. The idea of the padded arms that like a falcon could rest on, which makes me think he's more of like a working class dude, which is just kind of silly to me.
Outside, being obvious.
Yo,
Good luck, Randazzo.
$30 whole. If they fell with weapons on them, the surface might think that a war was happening in heaven. Oh my gosh. So with the idea of a flying city that would burn its dead and send them down to the surface like meteors, maybe a cultural thing is that only happens if you're poor. Because if you're rich, maybe there's something where you can stay alive, you can be brought back from the dead, which is why it doesn't happen very frequently. Or potentially it's a societal shaming thing. We burn our dead and get rid of them if they were not worthy of remaining up here. There's very limited space up in the sky. So to be buried is an extremely high honor. And everyone who cannot afford that honor or is not allowed that honor is burned and cast out, their bodies, which would add credence. Or maybe even, wanna know what would be interesting? If it was like a technological divide where the flying people had tech and the people on the surface had magic, and then the people like in this like gang warfare or this like civil war, this unrest up in the up on the flying city, stopped burning their dead because they were just like, oh, we killed this guy, toss the body over. Don't even bother burning it. Just toss it. So then the body hits the ground, but then magic brings them back to life. And then suddenly you have people on the lower who are being influenced by the losers of the upper and being told technology that can reach the sky. And then suddenly the climax of the story and setting is that the lower people who have magic and now also technology are reaching the sky cities. That'd be pretty pog. I should write my own version of the setting. Well, so I could do that, but I'm busy streaming. I mean, maybe he's a falconer as a hobby. Falconry is a very rich people thing to do. I don't know a single person that has a 5-digit or lower net worth that is also a falconer. To be fair, I don't know any falconers. So that's a little bit misleading. Speak with Dead must also be a fun spell to use. Exactly! Those gloves are there, so it's harder to grab onto him as he's throwing you down from the window. True. Being obvious, good luck. The mission log. Okay. Conversations, locations, and other points of interest are tracked to progress a tracked mission. Tracked or not, all available missions can be progressed. Use track mission. Okay, so track is just which one I'm prioritizing. If I do this. Make contact with the girl. Well, back to taxi platform. Show highlights. Huh. Sounds like a Patreon article. Okay, I mean, it could be a Patreon article.
At the curb. They're vultures walking at a young woman standing on
That's
the
the thing.
sidewalk.
If I was to release it on Patreon, I would
She's a
want
bird
it
of
to be more
paradise,
robust.
Too colorful for the drab concrete jungle around her.
I suppose this is probably her. Although, if I was to release a Patreon article, I would want it to be more in-depth, which is why I haven't released the TTRPG system that I was working on, the Stone Age one, which this would be perfect for the Stone Age TTRPG. Random people, like random creatures falling from the sky.
Obvious was right. That's the one.
What if I just leave her? What if I just simply do not perceive her?
Bet these platforms don't see many folks from the lowers. Zio always liked cabbies. Said they were useful. This is where he and I disagreed. One of the buzzards has her cornered. The girl's smile is a mask. She's being polite, but she doesn't realize how ugly this could get.
I mean, this feels very like it makes sense. Although I am a smooth talker. Hey,
excuse me, pal. This
excuse
one
me,
isn't
pal.
worth your time.
Oh, yeah?
This is why I'm a
How's
smooth
that?
tacker.
I just passed 5th. Looked to me like last night's crowd at the Cockatoo are finally coming up for air. You know the place?
Sure. I know it.
I'd hustle if I were you. There's fares to spare, and I'd wager they're in a tipping mood.
This is why I pick smooth talker.
Yeah, I might just do that. Thanks, girlie.
See? I made his day better. I made my day better. I made Nellie's day better.
The cabbie
We all
drives
win.
off, and the girl shuffles over to me.
Thank you.
No worry, girly.
You can thank me when we get where we're going.
Also, is it just me, or is this like your average lesbian couple? Like, I can't be the only one that sees it.
So, you're my driver. I'm Nellie. Well, Dr. Eleanor Reinhardt, technically. but
You're a
I guess
doctor.
Nellie's fine.
Oh,
Name's Gia. So, doctor, huh?
That's right. My degree is in theoretical athonics. I did my dissertation on Cherenkov radiation's impact on aether particulate flux. Columbia, then NYU for postgrad. Such a
oh right, I
gorgeous
forgot.
time.
This is set
Have
in
you
like
been?
New York City. So I'm talking all of this nonsense about freaking other societies and settings and whatever, and then I get hit like a truck with Columbia and NYU for postgrad. Also, interestingly, you go Columbia and then NYU. I would have assumed it would have been NYU and then Columbia postgrad. Although Columbia postgrad would be stupid expensive. which like obviously Columbia itself is super expensive, but Columbia being an Ivy League, very well regarded. So to go undergrad Columbia and then postgrad NYU strikes me as a financial decision, personally. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Also, such a gorgeous campus, NYU or Columbia. Because like Columbia has really nice buildings because it's New York City. It has really old, like Greco-Roman styled interiors on a lot of its public buildings. NYU, I'm actually not familiar. Like I know the campus, but I don't know the buildings as well. So I'm not sure which one you're saying is a gorgeous campus. My first thought would be that Columbia, but you just said NYU for postgrad, so I'm assuming...
Can't say I have.
Your uncle did psych at Columbia? Well, my uncle died, apparently, in a smuggling accident 1 year ago that ruined my reputation, so we are not the same. It does have the forbidden romance vibes because the upper-lower class. Like, we have the lower class butch and the upper class femme? What the hecky heck? Canon lesbian. Exactly,
It's
BN.
pretty close to the Helicline Institute of Athonics. Olympus Park is what most people call it. Where I work. Or worked, anyway.
She fidgets with her big, overstuffed briefcase. Something about it bothers me. This isn't your average rich socialite.
She's got
clutching her
some
purse in a
kind
rough part
of
town.
future
She's claimed
tech
to have lived a
nonsense
life on-
prototype that she has to deliver to someone,
I
don't she?
hope you don't mind me saying so, but you make quite a striking impression.
The Yuri is real.
The girl's eyes sparkle with curiosity. She's a bright little thing. Smart, switched
Oh, she's
on,
switched on all right.
and she's doing an admirable job of hiding how scared she really is. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper.
Are you really a smuggler?
I mean, why would I not tell the truth? I mean, it would be funny to screw with her. But nah, like,
Depends who's asking.
yeah.
Well, I am silly. How does one become
She
a
called me
smuggler
silly.
anyways?
Just like me for real. Wait, no. Man, I want to be like Nelly. I think Gia's way cooler.
Usually not by choice.
Wowzers.
Why do I have the same speech patterns as Nelly? Do I not give off the vibes of someone that would unironically go, wowzers?
Uh-huh. My car's this way. Come on. I get an itchy feeling. Like we're being watched. This whole thing has me off kilter. Like walking into a room without turning
I
on
should
the
message the
lights.
devs to ask when the Yuri happens. What I'll do is that after the stream, I will message them and be like, hey, thank you so much for letting me know. I had such a fun time playing this. When does the Yuri happen? Take Dr. Reinhardt to the lowers, so I have to go to the ferry station, buy tickets, stow away. Crew members share group inventory. This is your crew pockets. That's kind of funny. Information items have information. Vehicles each have an inventory. Oh, right, I forgot. Apparently this game is like car vehicle combat. That's so funny. So I'm gonna save my liquor. New York, this looks New York, this looks European.
It's really something. Someday, I'll wake up to this every morning.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
We step into my ride. I twist the ignition, and we set off. I catch the girl scanning the interior. Her eyes taking...
I wonder why the
everything in.
devs picked you. Okay, I'm sure the devs picked me because I'm in the TTRPG space and I also do gaming, right? I'm sure it's because I'm on a list somewhere of like RPG gamers. It has nothing to do with the yaoi or the retrofuturism or the New York or the wowzers and the silly. It has nothing to do with any of that.
So, where am I dropping you off? The lowers is pretty big.
Oh, anywhere, really? I'm sure I'll...
Girl, that is
find my
not
way where I
what you
need
say.
to.
Hun, that is not how you navigate the lowers. I ain't even been there, and I know
There's
that.
only sincerity in that voice. Mr. Blanc wasn't kidding.
Even
This
before the
really
dev is a
a
regular.
babysitting
That would be
job.
so funny. I know I have a couple Also, hey, Hexagonal Chaos. I have a couple, probably more than a couple, TTRPG devs in the community, and I try my best to support them as I can without letting it like overtake the channel. And there's one that there's a dev who I was in conversation with like a month ago, and then I was just like, hey, I'm so sorry, I'm busy right now, let me get back to you soon. And they're like, okay. And then I haven't gotten back to them, and I feel so bad. I need to reach out to them. But I don't think we have many video game devs in the community. I try my best to recognize everyone who's a chatter. And if you're not a chatter, if you're a lurker or you're watching the VOD, I appreciate you nonetheless, because this is a YouTube stream. Over on Twitch, you will be shot on site. But here on YouTube, you're fine.
Ooh, what's that button do?
No, girl.
Yeah, don't press that.
No.
Ah, so it must be some type of modification. I bet it's a supercharger.
You're a comics nerd?
Oh, I know.
This really is going to be Yuri, isn't it?
It's not for the passenger side, is it?
Hey, Alza.
She's not even really talking to me. Her motor mouth is just spinning
She is
out of
so
control.
autistic. She is so
I don't know
autistic.
What's going on with this easy transport?
Ask about her plans.
So, first time in the lowers, huh? Doing some sightseeing?
I'd rather not talk about it.
The kid glances away and grips the case tighter. So, you and Mr. Blanc are old friends? The girl gives me a confused look, like I was using a jar of rotten eggs as face cream.
The descriptions, the narrative, the dialogue is so silly. It's so noir. I love it.
He helped me out of a difficult situation. He's a very kind man, you know. Quite like him, though I think he smokes too much.
Kind? I've never heard it put that way.
He talked about you before you showed up. I think
I
he
yawn
likes you.
silently.
Such red grit that I could trust you. Not much else, though. After that, he just smoked and smoked.
Based.
Don't
I can't tell if she's being serious.
Are those two
Sunshine doesn't seem
lesbians?
like the type to
Listen,
lie.
I
Getting
see
Mr.
these
Blanc
two,
to share
and I think
personal
Grumpy
details isn't
Sunshine
scenario
Yuri.
I could see playing out.
I think lower class butch, upper class femme Yuri. However, I also understand that that's like probably not what's going to happen, but it might be what happens. You desire to be shoosted? Well, listen, if you go over to Twitch right now, other people will follow you over to Twitch chat, the empty Twitch chat, and you can shoot each other if you really are so inclined. So I can do Gumshoe, or I can ask about her work. I want to hear about the nerdy doctor rant about like aeronomics, but also I feel like it's more in character for Gia to give her the whole like, how you doing? You know? Oof! That's a 4.
Her shoes are well polished, her hands clean, and the letters ER adorn her briefcase. She's an open book, but I can't get a read on anything.
Black cat golden retriever. Yeah.
Is there something you want?
Don't tell me you is going to be an option.
I want to know what I'm getting myself into, kid.
That would be so funny.
Something's off.
Although the fact that Gia keeps calling her kid does make it a weird dynamic. Like, I understand it's grizzled detective and naive. If you're a doctor, you're probably minimum early 20s. Because if you, assuming that you had a standard American education, because this is New York, you would go like 18, 19. You graduate high school at like 18, assuming you don't take a gap year. That's 19, 20, 21, 22, undergrad, and then a master's. Well, if you're a doctor, that wouldn't be a master's, that would be doctorate. So it'd be another 4 years. So you're like 28. You're like late 20s. Why am I calling you kid? Even if I'm freaking like in my 30s or my 40s, you are not a child. Doctor's got to be like 26 plus. Oh, what is this? Hey, Alexander. This is Aether and Iron. I'm playing a demo that the devs reached out to me to check out because it is an RPG that they said my community might enjoy. And it is 1930s retrofuturism New York City, where we're a smuggler.
Exactly what Mr. Blanc told you. I need transport to the lowers. That is all.
It's never that easy.
Maybe this time it is.
Sorry, I
While
had
we're
to sneeze.
talking, my eyes keep getting pulled to the rear view like it's a
Okay, wait.
I can't shake the feeling we're not alone.
Why did I just see someone in chat say, maybe if you're a good boy, you can get on Twitch and start firing rounds off and it will still show up in Arrow's set? I just heard a gunshot. But why are we calling chatters good boys? To be fair, it's probably based more on how she acts and less on age. Well, yeah. I absolutely have called people that are my age or similar age to me kid, even though I am a legal adult. But it's still like, it makes the dynamic kind of weird.
Paths and hop across an access junction. Sure enough, when we pop.
Yeah, I heard a gunshot. Yeah, the gunshots are still active. I don't have that muted. You can perform gunshots on Twitch and it will come up here. But if you do that, I will turn it off and I will ban you because we don't want spamming that during a RPG. Maybe some of us are good boys. What about the good girl chatters? Like, okay, so I have like unironically considered doing affirmations, but I don't want to do like GFE, like parasocial weird stuff. And I feel like a lot of people, when they're told that they're like a good boy or a good girl, like make it weird. So I'm just gonna like stay away from that. I'm gonna say that you're a good person. Smiles.
Hang on to something, kid. This might get bumpy. I pop open the hidden compartment under the dash and point to it. The girl catches on almost instantly, and there's only a moment of hesitation before she shoves her briefcase inside.
Are we gonna have like a race? Moving around the island, select a location. You can also right-click to travel instantly. You may encounter unexpected events. After an event, you will return to the map. You can continue your journey by pressing space or clicking again. Okay, so I only have 2 locations, so I'm going to choose here, and I assume an event is going to happen. Yep.
I catch a glimpse of the man tailing us.
Yeah, we got a tail.
He's got the easy posture and the liquid metal smile of a seasoned killer. In the rear view, his eyes burn like ice above a jagged scar.
Okay, like, again, just, it's so tropey. It's so noir. He's got the easy posture and the liquid metal smile of a seasoned killer. Like, I just love that. I eat it up.
Oh, how did he find me?
Who?
Gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. Tonight I'll fight.
Nellie? Who is that?
Time you came home, darling. Looks like you found a little tour guide, Eleanor. Got no quarrel with you, smuggler. Pull over and you can drive away clean. He's reasonable. All I'm gonna say, he's being reasonable. I love that. I love that for him.
We can't, Gia. Please, we can't.
Listen. The fact that he's saying, listen, smuggler, you're doing a job, I'm doing a job. I got no quarrel with you.
Don't worry, kid.
I respect that. I appreciate that.
This will
He gave me he gave me an out. I appreciate that. Enemy vehicles can be damaged by selecting a weapon and then an enemy vehicle to shoot. Each weapon can only be used once per round. Hover over locations to... Oh! So I understand functionally that, like, this is a static battle map. But the fact that the background is moving because it's a high-speed chase is so cool. Moving forward costs more than moving backwards. Wait. You can combine attacks and movement by selecting an ability and then choosing a location. Combat is dynamic. Look out for obstacles and lane changes. Wait. Okay. No. So civilian. So I can ram. I have a Gatling gun. I have a shotgun. What the hecky heck? Direction back. Direction right. Wait. So if I go like... Wait, so shotgun is AP 4, projectile damage 6. So it costs 4 energy action points. It deals 6 damage. This costs 6 action points, deals 5. So I want to shotgun you. Oh, but it's an area attack. Got it. So I want to go, I assume, here. I want to shotgun you. Slightly damaging myself. Oh, I can keep moving, so I could do this. Wow. Okay. We're gonna do ram me? Wait, I kind of love this. It doesn't have to go like this. See, he's being reasonable. Oh, it pushes. That's good to know. Man's just shot me. Ooh, but it takes more actions. Okay, so... Wait, I kind of love this. So he has the advantage now because I'm behind him. So if I fall back, even if I go all the way back here, he is much more likely to be able to catch up with me. So if I go there, so I have a 1-turn cooldown on that. So if I go there, and I shotgun you, and I can ram you. Oh, wow, this takes 2. So if I just... Wow, you can move really far backwards. I don't know why, but this car combat reminds me of those old flash drive games. I see that. Gatling gun car, Gatling gun car. No. Okay. This really is just like hitting my brain the right way. Oh, a road change. Eep. Oh, how smart I would have gone there because then he wouldn't have been able to shotgun me. But you spend a bunch of your movement getting back here. You fool. Oh, I can't Gatling gun you. Oh well. So I want to move there. I think, yeah, because then you can't effectively shotgun me. Okay. We have a road change coming. I assume you would. Listen. Oh. Yes, so now because of the road change, I'm protected from a shotgun. Never mind. I lied. He has a shotgun on both sides. Well, time to use my Gatling gun. Another notch on the dash? I just killed a man.
That was too easy. We need to get off this island, now.
Wait. I love this. This combat system, unironic... Okay, and that's like 1/4 of the XP I need. Scrap metal can be used to repair damaged vehicles. Wait, I kind of love that. Arrowcast gun? My favorite. How'd you know? That's my favorite weapon. That's my favorite spell.
I got my papers. Verified this morning by...
All exit permits from before noon today are considered void. You'll have to acquire a new permit inside the terminal.
Look, maybe there is some other arrangement we can reach. I flash a clip of greenbacks underneath my outstretched expired permit. The guard looks unimpressed.
Too good for me. Would you like some whiskey?
For money.
Ma'am, this might fly where you're from, but not up here. You'll have to get a permit like everyone else. Now move.
He waves me on, and I drive towards an open...
Oh.
People mill about, laughing in the sun, but something's off. The world feels grainy and sluggish, like I'm wading through sand.
Oh, is this a 3D model in the back?
The girl close.
Oh, that's a nice integration of 2D and 3D. Okay. So that's my vehicle. There's not a dark cloud in the sky or a black hat in the crowd, but my shoulders remain tense. Huh.
We're killing time in a sea of hard limbs, well-used pocket watches.
Did I just kill him or just his car? I'm assuming I killed him. She said another notch on the dash, which, like, notching on the dash, notching on the bed, all those things, is for people, usually.
Gia, are you sure we can't take my briefcase? It's very important.
Probably better to leave it in the car, no?
Better off out of sight than
Yeah.
getting swiped in a pickpocket's hunting ground. See that? I nod and put a spotlight on an act I've played myself. A
Yep.
gal trips into a gentleman. The gentleman goes to help
Yep.
her. And the bag he's briefly forgotten about glides away in the hands of her partner.
That's how it works?
Jeepers.
Not the
Poor
jeepers.
man. We should.
Okay, Nelly, absolute cutie. I will say. Certified cutie.
We
That being
should
said,
do nothing.
Girl,
Right now,
you
we
gotta
keep
have a
our
better
heads
plan
down
than
and
I'm gonna
avoid
go to the
bringing attention
slums.
to ourselves.
I'm gonna go to the slums and just figure it out.
Oh.
Look, no one's prying my stash open, and I've got an eye on the car. Besides, we'll be back in the Chimera in no
Ooh.
time.
Is my car called the Chimera? Or is that just the model?
Right. We're. What's the phrase? Staying low.
Jinkies.
I'm just
Jeepers
worried.
creepers.
Oh,
Where'd you get
gee,
those
look,
peepers?
Cotton clouds. Oh, I haven't had uppers.
Well, to be
maybe
fair,
in
she's probably like
years.
just got a doctorate. That is fair. Oh, wanna know what? Maybe that bag she has is her doctorate. Maybe that's her diploma. Look, if he survived a Gatling gun going full blast on his car, I'm going to be very impressed. Hey, I survived like 4 shotgun shells to my temple, which means she's very book smart, but also spent all of her life in education, and so was like 0 street smart. I don't know. I've met some people who, despite being very book smart, were also street smart. Broadly speaking, that is not the case, though.
The girl runs off.
Oh, that was another instance of the game just kind of skipping ahead. Listen, I'm gonna let her enjoy herself. I'm babysitting her. That does not mean I have to put her on a leash. I mean, if she wants to be put on a leash, let her enjoy herself.
She's like a bird from a cage. Bright eyes sparkle as she flits at every vendor between her and the cotton cloud stand.
Like, my goal is not to keep her in arm's reach. My goal is to keep her safe. So if I can just keep an eye on her from 10, 15, 20 paces away, that will be easier for me. Also, I have permadeath on. Can I heal my car, please?
My
Crowds.
neck itches at every careless shoulder bump and lingering eye. Nobody unusual.
Need to get the collar first
The
before you
itch
can. Oh my
doesn't quit.
gosh. Wasn't expecting the leash joke, and honestly, that's my bad. Okay. I ain't a freak. I more meant a like one of those kindergarten leashes, you know, like where it's a bunch of kids all tied together like around their waist. Skycar burial. Meckel. You just brought it all together. It's not that people are burned in coffins and thrown off the side of the ledge. It's that people are getting into drag races and they're being pushed off the ledge in burning vehicles. Their cars are their burning coffins that are being sent to the ground that crash like meteors, and people think it is signs of the end times because their gods are dying in fiery coffins. Not a free yeah, what of it?
The speakers call out names with far more cheer than they deserved. Dreamland, Nation's Crusade, and so
The
on.
backpack leash. This is the
None
internet
were
should have led with
honest.
that. Of course that's what I meant. Why would I mean anything else?
The girl seems determined to stay obvious. We've still got time before the ferry leaves, but I growl as I give up my spot in line and beat feet after her. The girl's busy drilling the vendor about sugar to syrup ratios.
Bro.
I throw a look and she focuses on picking out
Okay, to be fair to Nelly, to be fair to the doctor, sugar to syrup ratios is pretty important if you're trying to watch your sugar intake. But also, I have been told by literally everyone who I talk to about my sugar intake that they're like, you do not need to be that strict about it. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I need to keep myself healthy, right? I need to build up good habits. And they're like, no, it's okay. You don't need to worry about that. So maybe I'm the weird one for not instantly dismissing Nelly out of hand.
A stick of cotton later, I heard her back in line. Unfortunately, it hasn't moved. I let her get in a few sweet bites before I feed her something bitter.
Something bitter.
What did that scarred up black
Ah.
do with you?
It's metaphorical bitterness. I should have seen that one coming.
Her face falls mid-bite. The pink cloud sags like a lead balloon.
It's so
I've thought of at
vibesy.
least 5 different ways to explain it, but it's complicated. Usually I'd ask someone for advice, but he's not here.
Come on, let's flex at her and impress her. Boom. Flex those big guns. All right, we're halfway to a level up. So that's what the briefcase has. I've known a few children who probably should have been kept on leashes. A wild thing to say. No, I'm not scared of sugar. I'm just very particular about how much sugar I'm going to intake because I am very concerned about building up good habits. And that has led to me having some issues where I did not eat enough in a day. And people get mad at me, up to and including my doctor. So it's really just maladapted strategies of taking care of myself.
You knew who that
It's
was.
nothing special.
You'd seen him before. Who is he?
Reminder, I killed a man. Which, to be fair, he was a hitman. He was a killer. I killed him. He literally said, hey, I don't have any business with you. Pull over, give me the girl, and I'll just let you go. Like, I don't mind. And I killed him with a Gatling gun to the throat.
I don't know.
Wow. To be fair, also a man so worth... Wild thing to say, Mexi. Also, hey, Mexi Dan. Something bitter metaphorically, not tapioca. I don't think I've ever had tapioca. The main thing I know tapioca from... Did anyone here watch... This is a deep cut. Did anyone here watch the Codename Kids Next Door movie where grandfather makes everyone old so that he can make them work in tapioca factories? So they can make him tapioca porridge or like tapioca pudding because he's an old man and that's all he can eat. Does anyone remember that? This must have been like mid to late 2000s. Codename Kids Next Door was peak. Codename Kids Next Door was very fun. And we love you for it. Keep up the murdering. Oh no. Speaking of, have you eaten today? Yes. I had a croissant and I had some rice and some fruit. And that is how... Oh, I also had a protein shake because what I've started doing, what I've tried to start doing is that when I stream, I try to take a protein shake beforehand because I know if I don't, I won't get enough protein in the day because I don't eat during stream. Let's be real, a person who has a Gatling gun in the back of their car wired to some control in the front seat probably has little to no problem with murder. I mean, it's not murder if it's self-defense. Then it's a slaying. Hiya, glad to catch you streaming. Yes, it was a wild time for Gramps. Goodness gracious. I've heard that the texture of lava is like tapioca. Huh? Isn't lava rock? No, Rory's flying. I'm gonna DM him anyway. Hey, is lava... Hey, does lava have the texture of tapioca? I love having friends who have competencies that I don't have. Because, like, Rory, fellow streamer Rorston VT, is an archaeologist. I can ask him rock questions. The AE is a furry. Like, fellow streamer Archivist is a furry. I can ask him furry questions. Anytime I have a question, I normally have someone that I can just DM and be like, hey, answer my question, fool. Tapioca's bitter? You're mostly used to it from vanilla pudding, which is sweet. What? Okay, what is tapioca? Because I feel like tapioca... Was it tapioca pearls and like boba? Is something I'm familiar with? But when I think tapioca porridge pudding from Codename Kids Next Door. Geo the Manslayer. I joined and heard the word murder. Listen, well, hey, welcome on in, Andy. That's just typical for my streams. Let's be real. Tapioca's a starch? I thought it was like a food. My eating habits are so good, I always keep my metabolism on edge. It never knows if it'll be 10,000 calories or -5. I would say just like me for real, though I don't know if I could physically eat more than 3,000 calories in a day. Yeah. Yeah, my friends are super just like, you are too skinny for your own good. I get the, nobody likes a skinny Santa from my friends. Well, so they don't say that explicitly. My mother unironically will look at me and say, eat, Santa, eat. Nobody likes a skinny Santa. Because I've always been thin. Rory calls me petite, but I've always been on the thinner side, and I think that's partially because I don't eat too much. But I'm tall and skinny. I'm like a limber tree. That's so real. I'm also skinny as heck. Oh my gosh. A starchy substance from stuff like cassava? What the heck is cassava? Cassava. Is this weed? Like, what? No, this is like... I mean, I've definitely seen this before. Some sort of rooted vegetable? Wait, I can look up tapioca. Oh, I'm so smart. I can look up tapioca. Tapioca. Okay. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two images. They're the same picture. One of these is tapioca. The other one is cassava. Lucky I'm short and built and potato built. There ain't nothing wrong with being potato built. I will say, I am someone who regularly, anytime I've been hugged or a friend has leaned on me, or I've been in any situation where like I've literally like been a shoulder for someone to cry on, I consistently get people say, you're bony and painful. I have inbuilt spines into my musculature and bone structure, preventing people from touching me, which I will say, I don't mind. Because I don't know if you saw my Twitter post. I had a Twitter post where I took a love languages test. And I got like 36% quality time, which is like to be expected. I really like quality time. Like acts of service and words of affirmation were each like 20% each. And then there was like 16% was like gift giving, and I got 0% physical touch. According to a love language quiz, I 0% give or receive physical touch when it comes to my ideal love language. I do have a thorns build. I have a thorns build where if you touch me, you will take more damage than I do. Like I'm feeling my shoulder right now, and my shoulder is bony. My shoulder can probably deal piercing damage. And I think it's just because I don't got no meat on my bones. I am not even wiry. I'm in 95 pounds according to the law. That's the thing, right? I am 5'11". Or I think that's like 182 centimeters. Just about. And I don't know how much I am in kilos. But I'm like 145, right? I ain't shy about this. Because this is on the lower end of healthy. This is still considered a healthy weight for my height, but it's on the lower end. And it's something where my friend has been like, if you have one period in your life where you are food insecure, you will not be able to survive based off of fat reserves. And I'm like, yeah, and 65, thank you. So like, this is what I'm working with, right? And I will say the majority of what I do have is like lean, though I do have some muscle because I do, well, okay. So I have not been working out as much as I should be. However, I started back up my workout routine and I just need to maintain it. I have free weights that I do. I go on walks and sometimes runs consistently. So like I take care of myself. So I'm tall, I'm skinny, and I'm somewhat fit. 1 eating disorder and it's over for Arrow. What do you mean if I had one? Anyway, moving back to the game. I don't know.
That wasn't your average tracker. He was big time. Someone you hire when there's no room for error. Someone with deep pockets is after you.
What's my body fat percentage? I don't know.
Going to give up till he's finished.
Why is literally everyone bigger than me? WTF? I don't know. I had so I mentioned that I'm like 5'11" on an earlier stream, and most of my chat responded, "Oh, like I'm 6'2". I'm 6'3". I'm 6'1", and I'm just like, why are all of you so tall? The art's so good for this game. I love the art direction of this game. The style, the vibes, the Yuri. Just make sure the windows are closed so Arrow doesn't fly away. Okay. Unironically. So I'm me, right? I'm me, right? Contrary to popular belief, I am in fact me. I've had instances where the wind was blowing, and it was blowing really strong, and I'm 5'11". That's pretty tall. I have a pretty broad frame. I have fairly broad shoulders, and I'm skinny. So I'm tall, I'm wide, I'm skinny. I'm built like a kite, and there have been times where on exceptionally windy days, I've literally been blown away. I've been caught by the wind where I was moved physically by slightly above average speed winds. I am not joking. This is not a bit. I have unironically been buffeted and caught up by a slightly above average wind speed. If I jumped, I was pulled. Arrow got that 4 royal sail build. Hey, Corey. Fond memories of turning a shoulder into the wind so I didn't catch it like a sail. I will die in a windstorm. No, I will be in my natural element in a windstorm. I will be untethered from gravity in a windstorm. Do you not remember at the beginning of the stream? At the beginning of this game, it said because of Aether, gravity is little more than an inconvenience. Gravity has no pull on me, for I am too much of a kite. I am flat Stanley. I am flat Arrow. Arrow will fly.
The girl's
exactly.
whole body gives up with a single deep
Arrow would
breath.
survive a sky burial.
She seems
I
almost
can
relieved to
parachute
spill the beans.
without a parachute. I could be the best paratrooper because I would just free fall and I would stick out my arms to the sides with my backpack on me, and I would slow down enough that I could guide my flight and gently land wherever I need to go. I got that flying squirrel chinchilla build where I can leap and go farther than a bird gliding on a tailwind. I am beyond what is constrained to the mortal trappings of what you call reality, simply by virtue of the fact that I have no bone structure outside of the spines that make up my thorns build. I am barely human at this point. A creature devolved from a higher state of being insofar as that I am little more than a facsimile of what you think creativity could inhabit. I am a vessel for little more than kites to blow on the wind, like the creativity and inspiration buffeting my ideas in the empty cavern I call my brain. I am a physical representation of your creative impulses in a rainstorm, where the rain is the banality of the world and the thunder in the distance are the deadlines you're ignoring by attempting to light a fire despite the pouring rain. I got that manta ray physique. You know this. I swim when it rains. Arrow had an accident with a corkboard in my past. You've never experienced kite maxing? I would not recommend it. It's actually very inconvenient. Should I sleep on a bus? I mean, depends on how long the bus ride is. Like, if the bus ride is 20 minutes and you can take a 10-minute nap, no reason not to. Devolve, return to monkey. Arrow is a Hadazee? No. Innate Featherfall buff. I have the ability to cast Featherfall at will. How'd you know? Brennan Lee Mulligan. Listen, if you want to animate that, you can animate that. If you want, you can bring that forward into the world as if you are me flying through the winds of a creativity brainstorm. It's called a brainstorm for the reign of banality that tears it down from its beautiful golden idol state. It is up to you to combat the rust and to shine it and polish it into what is a refined idea presentable to an audience. If you can do that, I will absolutely repost it. That's the best I can offer. The best I can offer is I will be very happy. Arrow kites animation. Listen, if I get an arrow kites animation, that'd be so silly. Just don't... I did have the thought, if I am a kite, you'd need to like... I need to have a tether holding me down to the world. Don't make it a leash. We were talking about leashes earlier. That'd be so... Oh my gosh, the freaking like the tie that I had on my very first model. Can windsurf with nothing but a plank of wood. Oh my gosh.
He's the reason I ran. I saw him at Olympus Park.
Oh, you saw a murder. Got it.
And I'm guessing he didn't want any witnesses.
Gee, I don't know what he's going to do.
Oh, maybe I didn't kill him. Maybe he is alive. Maybe he didn't participate in a Viking defenestration. Maybe my Gatling gun to the throat was ineffective.
Nothing is what? Not while you're with me.
Yeah, because it sounds like we didn't kill him.
Perks up at the small glint of hope, and I give her a half-hearted
Yeah,
smile.
my kite tethers my old leash tie. Oh my gosh.
But if this guy is a
We don't talk about that. I thought it was a tie.
More careful.
I thought it was a tie. Leashing someone down so they don't fly away is an incredibly funny image. Oh my gosh. Using like one of the child leash. See, that's the thing. If it's like a child leash, if it's like a preschooler, like kindergarten leash, that's fine. That's around my waist. That is just keeping me safe from the creativity and inspiration buffeting my sad, fragile brain around. I'm gonna come back. He's gonna come back as a cyborg. That'd be wild.
Kid, I got shot
Listen,
at
it's
for you.
retrofuturism.
I was told to expect a simple transport, and now I'm stuck looking over my shoulder. You owe me a whole lot more than it's complicated. What's in the case?
I'm sorry. You're right. And I'm sorry you got shot at.
I forgive you. I get shot at regularly.
It's my research. It's very important, but I don't know why anyone else
What are
would
you
want it.
researching?
I give her a side eye. I need the whole picture, but all I'm getting is an unfinished canvas.
It's the well.
Oh.
What about it? So a bodega sign falls off and disappears every now and then. Neighborhood's already coming to pieces anyhow.
Okay, but at least around the waist is boring. Okay. I am concerned with what certain individuals will do if given liberty to draw art of me where I'm flying away and I'm being held down by a leash around my neck. That seems like it would get out of hand pretty quickly. My newest Lancer character is a collar and a leash. She also has a muzzle because she does go for the throat. I tried so hard to make a nice, wholesome, sweet community, and then this happens. I'm harnessed while harnessing the wind. I'm gonna play this video game.
Getting bigger, stronger. It's going to get bad, Gia. Really bad.
You're pulling my leg.
No, I swear, Gia, the car!
Oh! Is my car blowing up? My car got stolen.
Minutes. I'd only taken my eyes off the car for a few minutes. Time stops long enough for me to catch the tail end.
What is this, my credit card? It gets stolen?
They took my car.
Tia, my research was in the car. What are we going to do?
This is kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie.
We're going, now. Ferry's here. I know a place we can hide on board, but we gotta move.
Grand Theft Arrow.
No buts, kid.
I think being
Move.
tethered down by a leash attached to a harness would be more out of pocket. Certainly. I gotta drive, I'll have you in my ears, so have fun, yo. Well, drive safe. Don't get your car stolen, Mr. Mexidan.
We stick to the plan. Get to the lowers and hole up somewhere safe. After that, we're gonna figure out how you're getting my car back. The hole is a barrenless refuge.
Oh,
rotting
wow.
and hidden in
That's a lot of
a
XP.
corner of the city. It offers sanctuary to every soul who
Let's
finds
go,
freedom
2
at the
level
end of a
ups.
gun or the bottom of a bottle. It is the safety of the shadows.
Oh my gosh, I love the vibes of this.
Oh,
It's so dumb.
Sir
It's so
Tia?
cliche. It's so niche.
Pirate's Cove or a raider's den.
More like a sinkhole. Watch your step, kid.
It's so
You'll sooner run into a
noir.
back alley mugger than a swashbuckler out here.
So, what's next? We need to formulate a strategy.
Okay, so what is this? Light weapons apply Aether Drain. I can drain their AP? New combat action, Aether Void. Deal damage to it equal to half my missing AP once per combat. Holy heck. Light weapons apply Aether Drain -5. Okay, so the Smooth Talker path. I have a shotgun, which is a light weapon, which deals very good damage. I could go shotgun pilled. For each round that you avoid taking damage, +1 damage to all light. Oh, what if I go full like rogue build? I love rogue builds. I love rogue builds. I love glass cannon. I love not being able to take a hit but dealing out 4 times as much. Unlocks upgrades that you repair and sustain. Tune-up might be good. 1 ram action per turn. That would also be very funny. Gain 1 AP for every 3 missing health from max. At the end of a turn, adjacent enemy vehicles receive the engine failure status effect. A vehicle affected by engine failure is forced to move backwards. Ooh. Ally vehicles next to the vehicle gain the hasten stat. When you heal a vehicle, apply energize stat. I think I gotta go Aether Drain. And do I grab another Smooth Talker? Because, like, what if I go all in Smooth Talker? I could grab a Strategist. I could grab a Phantom. Like, Phantom lets me sneak past stuff. I could go full Rogue. What game is this? Yes, so this game is Aether and Iron. It is a retro-futuristic 1930s RPG that has car-based tactical combat. And it was featured in an ad spot, I think on Critical Role, or was featured on Critical Role in some capacity. The devs reached out to me and were like, hey, you might like our game, try out the demo. So I'm trying out the demo right now, and I'm really enjoying it. It is a narrative RPG, very mechanically kind of like Disco Elysium, in that you have a 2d6 dice system in checks during dialogue and narrative that you can contribute towards. I think I'm going to go all in on Smooth Talker. Because, like, why not, right?
My place. I need a drink. And you need to finish explaining what the hell got my car
So I
stolen.
don't think this setting has magic, but it does have, like, future tech. It has a substance called Aether, which allows, like, anti-grav tech. Which is why we're in a floating city. I still have the new edition of BAM to read later. Oh, we're both comic nerds. Oh my gosh. New York City's bigger than the world that holds it. A single filing cabinet couldn't contain it all, but I always found a way to keep it stocked with everything I need. Right, this also takes place in New York City. Zio always told me to have a way out. The old greenhouse has plenty of windows that offer that very service. Would hate to break one on a quick getaway, though.
Finally, the first drop of real sunshine all
Okay,
day.
ma'am, you had a drink earlier. Excuse you. I can last one more day. What would you do here, Zio? Say the job's over, cut the girl and run? Would definitely save me the headache. I have a stash? When the Joneses have their gilded wallpaper, all I have is a head full of Sundays. Unfortunately, dreams don't provide much of a view when your eyes are open. Ooh! Oh, this is my current stash. Got it. This is just my inventory. So I still have the shotgun, which is a light weapon. That's good.
Sweet, sweet poison.
Can I just keep drinking?
Ugh, empty. Ugh.
Dang it.
The way she holds herself is too bright for my apartment. Too colorful. Everything feels smaller. The space between the shrinking walls taken up by her.
Then you're taking her to your room on the first date? Yeah, and I'm getting blackout drunk with her. Listen, we just survived a dangerous encounter together. If that's not reason to go back to my apartment and get into something more comfortable, I don't know what is.
Tracking growth patterns around gravitational anomalies. The well's always been an unusual case. It goes through the occasional spike and ebb, but it's always stabilized, eventually. My colleagues and I, were supposed to meet and discuss what to do about the well.
Oh, the assassin killed your colleagues.
Would have been inside already if it hadn't been for Professor Gardner. He discovered something was wrong first. He tried to get me away.
Got it.
And because of me,
She trembles, leaving the unspoken sound.
Her
of
place is
falling
defenestration
water.
arena. You're so right. It even brings up the fact that there's a quick getaway that you can just throw people out windows. She's like a ray of sunshine in your gloomy life. Gay! I know.
there was an explosion. Everything burned so fast. I wanted to help, but Professor Gardner wasn't moving. That's when I saw him. The black hat. And then he saw me. I ran as fast
Okay,
as
so
I could.
I know that
Didn't have time to take anything
whatever
else, but
notes
the
that
notes
she
I had
has
on
is
me.
probably really plot relevant. What I think would be really funny is if she was a terrible note taker. She was just like a poor student. She barely passed her PhD. And so all of the notes that she has are not helpful. Clearly, Black Hat is bulletproof and is the main villain. I mean, Black Hat probably survived. I think we destroyed his car. I think he's going to come back and be like, I told you could have gone away from this, but now it's personal. And then he like smokes a cigarette and then like extinguishes it under the boot of his boot, like the butt of his boot. And then I'm going to be like, yeah, well, this is personal for me too, because you're after my girlfriend. And then Nellie's like, girlfriend? And Gia's like, don't worry about it. You're my friend who's a girl. Haha. And then we kiss.
That's a hell of a
That's
story.
my guess of how this is going to
So
happen.
a professional killer snuck into the Heights and blew up a building just to get his mitts on you and your research. And you have no
Listen,
idea
Black Hat is
why.
only invincible as the plot demands it. You understand. The heal, the boot. Thank you.
I truly don't.
Thank you.
Please, you have to believe me.
And by main villain, I mean main villain's Darth Vader type sidekick. We call that the Dragon. That is unironically what that role is called. The Dragon is the main physical antagonist, whereas the proper plot-wise main antagonist usually is not also encompassing the physical aspect. In situations where the main narrative antagonist is also the physical obstacle that the players have to deal with, or that the character has to deal with, oftentimes they will have a secondary villain who is more of a schemer, a logistical master. Usually, you will have two villains, one of whom is superior to the other, where one is the physical obstacle, one is the emotional or logistical or social obstacle. Because narratively, that lends a greater degree of flexibility in the challenges that you put before the characters. That's a very common writing case.
Your colleagues. Tell me
Heck
about
yeah.
them.
The fact that the Dragon is called that was taught to me by OSP. We love OSP here. would be funny if Black Hat is only after Nelly because he wanted to return a wallet. I mean, he kind of blew up her colleagues, but that would be funny. I try to be better than this, but girls with glasses make me weak. Oh. Okay. Question. I know a lot of you are attracted to women. Not all of you, but most of you are. I feel, based on how you chatters communicate. Gia or Nelly? Which one would you want to smooch? Which one are you more inclined to smooch? I'm just curious.
They were brilliant scientists, Gia. All of them. And bright and hopeful. Together, we were going to discover
both is good at the same time?
Find the answers to...
She holds back the grief by roaming the room with her eyes, latching onto every detail and yet ignoring every bit of it.
And they were kind. Alistair, Professor Gardner, especially. He always looked out for me. Even when I first showed up. A 16-year-old with a half-packed suitcase and too many questions. He always tried to help. Right to the end.
So both Gia, hat and tie, which is Gia, glasses are really versatile. First, you can have a glasses-wearing girl, take them off, and suddenly become beautiful, or have girls wearing glasses, flashing those cute grins, or have girls see them. Bruh, I will say, glasses are wild. Because what I have found is I think it's entirely novelty. But if you have someone that does not normally wear glasses, or that you don't normally see them wearing glasses, generally, they will look more attractive when they have glasses on. Similarly, if you have someone that normally wears glasses, if you see them without glasses on, they will normally look more attractive without glasses on. And maybe that's just a novelty thing. Maybe that's just I see you like this 90% of the time, so the 10% of the time where I see you different, it looks more interesting, therefore I see it as more attractive. But I feel like that is like pretty well established. Like I feel like that's a pretty common trend. I can set up polls on YouTube, but I'm not making a poll for which one you want to smooch. You can't paste the whole Fubuki rant here. Gio would talk down to you, but Nelly would go on a long, passionate rant about something. Listen, I think knowing my audience, most of them would want to be talked down to. And that's okay. Nelly would go on a long, passionate rant. See, that's the thing. In the same way that, like, Faith from Cain, the virtue, is just a cutie I want to befriend. I think Nelly would make a great friend, personally. I feel like Nelly is someone who I would want to hear her rant about, like, aethernomics and her doctorate and just, like, hang out with, you know? That just seems the ideal.
Your kind have been coming down here for years. They do some tests.
Wow, your
make a big
kind.
spectacle of themselves and conclude that it's mostly
ADHD X
harmless.
autism lesbians.
Nothing more than clouds or a bad storm.
No, I don't think this is ADHD X autism. I think this is a depression X autism. This is depression X anxiety.
That's the thing! It should be nothing more than a cloud or a storm. For crying out loud, it's not Jupiter's
Ciao.
red spot.
Hey, Luca.
Something is causing it to persist and expand.
You're sure it's expanding?
If my work is correct, quickly.
It was just a pause. A moment where I hold back a lifetime of cynicism
See?
and disappointment.
Depression.
But she hears it like I'm filling the room with air raid sirens.
You live in a flying city. A city kept alive with technology so foreign 80 years ago that we'd be like gods to our grandparents.
Oh, this is a lock symbol. Oh, presumably because I had to ask about both the colleagues and the well.
You're in the lowers, as requested and paid for. What were you planning?
What game is
once
this?
you got
This is
here?
Aether and Iron. And it is a retrofuturism RPG that I'm trying out. The demo is currently on Steam.
I thought I'd have to find a place to live, of course. I have some money.
Wait, Nelly is the one you daydream of. Gia is the one you get that you find yourself enjoying more over time. What does that mean? Are all of you sitting here daydreaming over, like, a rambly, like, Yuri GF? And then you're sad when you get a more cynical, grounded, like hurt by the world but still trying her best companion. Is that what this is? Who is in Gia's lowers? So the lowers is like the slums. It is literally a lower island below the uppers, which is where the higher class is. Gia on the left is the main character, is a smuggler from the lowers that is bringing Nellie, who is a research doctor, a doctor studying like the, not magic, but like advanced technology of the world, from the uppers to the lowers. That is the plot thus far.
The girl goes paler than the moon in a crystal bath. A moment of clarity and a possible lifetime of hopelessness.
It was in my case.
Ah.
All of it. I have nothing.
She looks up at me, eyes suddenly welling into baby blue pools.
Well,
that
I need my
flood
car back.
between
You
the
need your
moon.
case back.
I don't have anyone I can ask for a loan. Everyone's... They're dead. All
Oh,
of
sorry,
them.
Nelly. That sucks. You can sleep on the curb if you
And
want,
now
but
he's followed me here. He won't stop, will he?
quick off-topic question. How tall are you? I'm 6.5 or 195 centimeters. Yeah, we were actually just talking about this earlier. I'm 5'11 or like 162 centimeters. Or 182, sorry. I'm short? What do you mean I'm short? The Yuri was a joke before, now I'm not so sure. That's the thing. This entire time I've been like, oh, the Yuri's a joke. I don't think it's actually Yuri. But the more this progresses, the more this strikes me that that's where this is headed.
He's going to find me again.
Like,
And I
Gia's
won't
gonna
able
be
to
like,
fix the wall and
normally I'd turn my back on her, but for some reason that I can't explain, I feel responsible for her. Maybe it's because I need to find my car with her case in it anyway, but some reason makes me want to keep her safe. Okay, you can stay with me until you get your case back. And Nellie's gonna be like, really? Whoa! And then we're gonna like be best friends. We're gonna be roommates. If Arrow is short,
Hey,
you're
kid,
tiny. Yeah.
look at me.
That's the
You're
thing.
smart.
So many people
You'll
have called me
figure something
short.
out. You just...
That's so
Listen.
silly.
I'll talk to someone who could help, but I need you to focus. Those goons stole my
Goon
car and
mention!
your briefcase.
Goon
Right now,
mention!
you might be the only real lead I have.
They're so gay. Exactly,
what can I
Cellboy.
do? I told
It's
you
a
everything
goon
I know.
mention.
Not everything.
They were roommates. Okay. Traveling incognito. Girl, you got to look more depressed. That is how you will fit in down
I don't
here.
get it. You're from Olympus Park. You got money. And you just leave without talking to anyone?
I needed to disappear quickly. Apparently, I'm not all
No,
that good
you're
at
not.
it.
In fact, you kind of suck at it.
I didn't have time to pack. I took the first ferry I could find, and it left me in Astoria Bay. Fortunately, when I told a very nice officer I needed to get to the lowers, he referred me to Mr. Blanc.
Knowing Mr. Blanc,
Mm-hmm.
that referral didn't happen by chance. He's got eyes in every dark corner of the city. If a bird from the heights flew down on an air of mystery, he'd want to
Just
know
remember,
why.
Arrow can always wear heels. I can always wear heels. I do have heels. Less white colors here. Wear my dark clothes. Oh my gosh, you're so right, Andy. Short, you're non-existent at 5'5" then? Exactly. That's the thing. So many people have said I'm short at like 5'11", 182 centimeters. My buddy Rory, he's like 6'5". He's like Luca's height. Like 6'5", 195 centimeters. And he's like, ha, you're so short. And I'm like, no, I'm above average height. You are just freakishly tall.
He called you by your name. We're looking at someone who's done his research. Or someone who's got something personal on you. Got any enemies up there?
No!
You sure? You didn't piss off some other brainiac with a better showing at the
That's
science
a
fair?
pretty good reasoning. I think what it is that the well is not natural. It was caused by some sort of corporation and or organization that Mr. Blanc is probably invested in, because otherwise why would they set up Mr. Blanc in the beginning of the story? So Mr. Blanc wants the well to continue to expand for whatever reason, whether or not he was involved in its creation. So what it's going to end up being is that her research can lead to us controlling and or reducing and or removing the well. And the well being removed is going to remove the aether, and it's going to be a really big dramatic thing. We're like, oh no, do we remove the aether or not? but then we end up doing it because the well is going to destroy everything if we don't. But Mr. Blanc is going to say, no, the Aether makes me money, so I'm not going to let you close the well, which is why he tried killing all of the different people. So Mr. Blanc hired me because I'm a failure in his eyes to transport her because he thought I would fail. And he's going to be surprised when I didn't. That's what I think. Also, Rory just got back to me. No, lava is not the texture of tapioca. It is remarkably solid. That's what I said. Thank you. Well, well, well. I have the feeling these two are going to get close, but not that close. Also, I just checked. 5'11" is 100. 5'11" is not 155 centimeters. 5'11" in centimeters. Yeah, it's 180 point. Wait, what? Yeah, 5'11" is 180 centimeters. Like, where are you getting 155? This is defined as decopunk, which is a decopunk. I'm not familiar. Decopunk. Decopunk. A Tensian diesel punk is a subset of the punk sci-fi genres centered around Art Deco and streamlined modern art styles of the 1910s through 1940s. I do love it, I will say. Actually, lava is the texture of lava, not tapioca. Fair. So true. Yeah, it's molten. So Rory says it's molten, not liquid. It's closer to a really hot solid than a liquid, no? Like, much of chat lava is surprisingly solid. Oh my gosh. You're not calling chat solid. Superman, the animated series, is streamlined. Ooh, that's a good one. Hence yogurt? What in the heck does that mean? Apparently,
No.
I think he's saying that tapioca yogurt is a solid.
You running from family? Some bigwig who made a pass at you? Jilted husband?
Jilted husband? Are we going to learn that she's not interested in men?
I'm not. I've never been married. I don't have the time or the interest.
We are so in! Oh my gosh.
Even if I did, I haven't had any gentleman callers, or really met any gentlemen. Aside from Professor Gardner, of course, but he doesn't count. Not in that way.
That is so queer-coded. That is so Yuri. I'm not interested. I don't have the time or the interest, but even if I did, I haven't had any gentleman callers or really met any gentlemen. She has said nothing about the ladies. This is so happening. This is so happening.
This Professor Gardner's come up a few times. Who is he?
Oh, Professor Gardner, Alistair Gardner, was one of the first
It's
people
so
recruited
real.
to the Helicene Institute. He's one of their spokesmen, too. He even oversaw my application. The other adjudicators were reluctant. Everyone else was so much more senior and older, too. But Alistair fought for me. He called my skills and my desire for a better world a brilliant ambition.
I was not expecting the Yuri to be real. I thought it was just a joke.
It helps that he supervised the lab that I worked in.
Something doesn't add up. Most of us will never see the heights, let alone Olympus Park. How'd someone like him get inside?
Sorry, I had to stretch.
I don't know. Must have broken in.
Or
Or
maybe Mr.
stolen
Blanc
access.
let him in because
Disguised
Mr. Blanc
himself,
wants to
maybe?
kill you because
can't
Mr.
just
Blanc is
stroll
invested
through.
in continuing
I
the
had to go through an
Aether and
extensive
knows
vetting
that the
process to
well
even be allowed
has
to
something going
visit.
on with it that will stop Aether production if it stopped.
So he's found you twice. Once in the heights, and then again after hiding with Mr. Blanc.
Wait, if she's the lesbian that
Probably
opens up the
track
door
you
to
down
Doomed
here,
Yuri.
too.
Elsa, you're so right. But at the same time, okay, what is more noir? I'm taking this to be noir, right? What's more noir? Nelly dying because we failed to protect her, or Gia dying because she sacrifices herself to protect Nelly, or them barely managing to scrape away with literally just each other to rely on, and then they realize that it doesn't matter what physical objects they have or their state in the world, and Gia gives up an opportunity to go to the heights because she chooses Nelly over her dreams. I feel like that's pretty noir. That's more optimistic, but that is noir still. I believe in Chekhov's villain. We've manifested the Yuri. Listen, I didn't go into content creation thinking that I and my entire community would be obsessed with Yuri and Yaoi. But it just keeps popping up, and it keeps, like, we keep eating good, right? It's been pretty dark so far. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's been pretty dark so far. I'd say it's been pretty... I'd say it's been pretty noir. It is the word that I keep coming up with. It's been pretty noir because it's been darker themes. It's been shadowy. It hasn't been dark, though. It hasn't dealt with, like, wanton death and destruction. There's a class divide, certainly, and there's, like, a hitman that we had to deal with, but there hasn't been, I don't know, like, graphic depictions of anything nasty, right? We just watched Arrow gun someone down on the street. Okay, fair, but he deserved it. I can't even say he shot first. He literally tried de-escalating. He literally approached me and said, hey, I don't have a problem with you, smuggler. Just pull over, give me the girl, and I'm good to let you go. Which seems incredibly magnanimous and reasonable for a hitman, which would also make sense if Mr. Blanc hired him. And Mr. Blanc did genuinely have respect for me, but kind of my reputation was ruined. So Mr. Blanc didn't want me to actually see this through. I already got paid. So I think Mr. Blanc wanted me to take my money, be like, okay, bye girl, and like give her over to the hitman. I drive away, I take my money. Mr. Blanc is like, awesome. Like, she's in my pocket, Nelly is dead, all is well. It's very genre savvy. Worst ending where they break up, they both die alone. Okay, we can be mean, we can be rude, we can be evil if you want. I didn't manifest that. We already manifested the Yuri. Let's not manifest the bad end. No de-escalating on these streets, bucko. The Yuri is sailing. Listen, is it really Yuri if I don't kill a man to protect my woman? I mean, I'm just saying.
You think?
Even Nelly agrees with me.
She starts to retreat back into her shell. Damn it. I was just getting somewhere.
I really want to keep watching, but napping calls. Bye-bye. Hopefully we'll be back with the live stream is still going. We'll enjoy. The VOD will be here. It is a YouTube stream. And for anyone who is a lurker or a VOD watcher, I do appreciate you. Only on YouTube streams, though. If you are lurking or watching a VOD for Twitch stream, I do not appreciate you. You should feel bad. You will get shot. It is a hostile environment for you. I don't make the rules. The community does.
Hey, look at me.
But here you're welcome fine.
This chump isn't getting away with this. I'm going to take care of him. Going to get my car and your briefcase back.
Really?
It's a matter of personal and professional pride. I don't like when people mess with what's mine.
What's
Just
mine?
Stay here and don't touch anything.
I know you're talking about the car, but are you also talking about certain something or someone else? You can tell me, Gia. I won't share.
Wait, I'm going with you.
Yeah.
Can you keep your head down?
Listen, the Yuri must flow. I am not going to stand in the way between a woman and her woman, you know?
Before you say no. Oh, of course, yes. And I'll be extra careful while you do yours.
We need to get you a different change of clothes, though, girl.
The way
Seriously.
I see it, this pursuer of yours has a knack for finding you. If I keep you close, he'll find us.
I'll keep you real close. I'll keep one arm around you, too.
So, I'm bait? That's so exciting.
She's into it.
Promise. So you'd be the bad guy, and I might have a different dress, something more flowy, perhaps. And
Oh?
thank you, Gia. I won't let you down. I promise.
The pink is fine aesthetically. I do think she is a really tight fit. That being said, no. Change your clothing. We are in the slums. That outfit is probably more than is worth more than my entire mortgage. Honestly, I don't even have a mortgage. I have to rent. That's how poor I am. So you can't be wearing that around here and expect not to turn some heads.
Okay, but first I need to see a gal about
Oh
a
no,
car.
she's dreamed of
Until
this.
I'm back, stay put.
Oh, I'm seeing a gal about my car.
Press is already gonna be in a bad
Or about a
enough
car?
mood when she hears about the car. She doesn't need me ambushing her with this bundle of trouble too. Cress Carter is the only person in the whole who could sell me something with 4 repulsors and a steering wheel. Only one issue.
I have
I'm
$80.
broke. Fortunately, I have something more valuable to her than a wad of cash.
I have a record.
If there's anything that can soften bad news and a steep ask from Cress,
Oh, it's literally
fresh
a
vinyl
record.
with a smooth baritone.
Ooh. Ooh. The dialogue was different from the
I
text.
second guess leaving the girl idle in my room. She's the curious kind that could find trouble with her eyes closed and feet tied.
I mean, I could cover her eyes and tie her feet. Okay, that one was bad. That one was bad. Listen, there's the comics. I know what would distract her. I could give her I could give her comics. I kind of wanted to give her space, but I probably should give her comics.
I don't live like royalty, but I got a few shabby creature comforts around. Maybe it's enough
Look,
to keep the
Arrow, she
girl's
would
hands
definitely
busy.
be into it. Why do you think I said it? Why do you think I said it? Boom.
Try one of these. Cloud Captain never fails to cheer me up.
Oh, thanks,
Like, she's
Gia.
mentioned me. Both of us are into comics. We're both comics nerds, which is
She
so
starts to flip through
cute.
the pages as I leave, her eyes landing longer on the page with Cloud Captain.
Go on, Arrow, pop off. No. Why did she put so much emphasis on the word feet? Did she? Oh. All right. I must say, great time thus far. I was not sure what to expect. I was not expecting the Yuri. I was not expecting a tactical, grid-based, high-speed combat system where lane changes and passenger vehicles are obstacles you have to deal with. And the orientation of where your car is not only determines on what actions you can do, but also how far you can move. And then the skill system. Already I'm super interested in. Because Aether Drain sounds really good. I'm not gonna lie. Aether Drain, being able to drain your AP sounds really good. But obviously I'm gonna be a glass cannon. So I won't be able to like get more AP myself. Like, I don't know. I'm having a good time. She works tirelessly on that arm of hers, obsessing over it, making sure it's not useless. Sometimes I wonder if she's talking about herself more than her arm. Oof. We call that trauma. Cat. It's okay, Percy. It's okay.
Cress, the whole doesn't ask much of its residents. Stay quiet, don't draw attention, find comfort in the dark. Despite growing up in Aetherneer in the Undercity, Cress Carter refused to abide. From behind a junker made more of rust than steel, 2 faintly glowing points rise.
Is there Aether Steel down the
Cress
line?
appears,
I don't know.
pale, milky eyes already wary.
That's
and
a good
fixed
question.
To joust.
Percy, let us love you, cat.
Where's my baby, 8-Shot?
8-Shot.
The low, angry rumble of the island's Aether generators shake the floor in protest.
Oh,
of their
wait, I just realized.
mystifying feet.
Her arm isn't
I
like a
hope it
prosthetic, it's like a
stifles the sound of
hook.
My pulse. This
Interesting.
is news I don't want to break.
Disarm the situation. Oh, yo, 11.
Yeah, about that. Is
Oh
that
my
a
gosh,
combustion
that is
engine you're
such the
working on?
worst deflection you could
It's
do,
practically an
Gia.
antique.
Well, so I misspoke. It's not that it's not a prosthetic. I was expecting like an Aether Tech like robot arm. I appreciate the fact that it is closer to a legitimate prosthetic, particularly of the time, right? Because when I hear, oh, this is a city, this is a setting where there's like advanced future tech, which is basically magic, and you have someone who's super tech oriented with that Aether, presumably, working on a prosthetic for themselves, my assumption, based on most media, is that it's going to be a normal arm, but gray, right? This is not that, which I find more interesting, personally. I think that is a better representation of disability, even in a setting where you can accommodate that, than just hand-waving it away Star Wars style, for instance. Yeah, it's barely more advanced than a pirate hook, but presumably, given that it has gears, given that it has a pulley system, it is more advanced. Maybe there's the ability of the hooks to go up and down and to curl inwards, outwards, so it can be more like a vice or a grip, which is useful, particularly for a mechanic, but it is not the same functionality as a full 5-digit hand, which I think is interesting.
Mr. Thompson's been holding on to this thing since he first moved here. Left her to me when he passed. She's not much now, but a few more tons of elbow grease, and she'll sing.
She stretches.
Also,
the
I
prosthetic arm and
love
tilts her head,
Cress's delivery.
analyzing the jagged edges of this car-shaped hunk of rust like puzzle pieces.
Maybe a
She can
hot swap option for
rearrange
different
and
tools?
solve. She's
Oh.
distracted, mind somewhere free and happy.
Actually,
And I bring her back down.
you're so right. Because with this hook system, there's this like there's this notching at where the wrist would be, and there's this almost looks like a wire. So this, instead of being a hook, could theoretically be closer to like soldering or like I don't know. These could have a function that you could detach and attach something else to. That would also be interesting. That'd be really cool. From what I've heard from at least some disabled, differently abled people, is getting an aesthetic human hand or leg is a lower priority than just functionality. And if they can get better, why not? Yeah.
Cress, I got some bad news. The car's gone.
No, that's what I'm saying. Imagine being able to weld with
I let
this.
my guard down.
Imagine you can swap on a welding tool, weld with it, and then take it off.
You lost it? You here then to beg for your life?
I need help getting it back. An iceberg lugged 3,000 miles from the North Pole and thrown in the corner wouldn't have made this room any colder.
The writing in this game is so silly. I love it. It's the perfect campiness that I want from noir. Again, I need a black and white filter in this game. I need to make it feel like my character is in black and white when I'm not the one talking. My character is in black and white when I am not at the forefront. I need everything in black and white. That would just add so much
Cress,
aesthetically.
Look, I don't come empty-handed. Here, found this on one of my jobs.
Welding usually takes 2+ hands and a table. Well, yeah. Welding is a intense procedure.
You think you can bribe me with a Coleman Hawkins? Damn. Okay, I'm listening.
She's still out there. My guess is White Street. The thief was after something in a hidden compartment, and they won't get it open without help. White Street will take apart anything if they get to keep the parts.
I'm listening for an apology, Gia. That wasn't just your car. It was hours,
Fair?
days of my blood, sweat, and tears to make it work.
Listen, I might be the owner. Maybe I'm not even the owner. Maybe it's a partial ownership thing, but Cress, you're the mechanic. You are a co-parent for this car, as far as I'm concerned. Which is why I need to get back your baby as much as I need to get back my baby. For my baby, who has a bag in my car. Our car.
You think I don't feel bad enough as is? I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Chris.
Gia.
It's
That's
this
all you
job
had to
I'm
say,
on.
Gia.
This client, some hotshots after her. Same punk who took the car.
I will say her hand looks like it has monster grip strength. If that's a bike chain. Oh my gosh, you're so
Apology
right.
accepted. If you get our baby back.
See? Call it our baby. Call it our baby. You and I made this baby.
Now, this job. I thought you were taking things easy still. Honestly, surprised you found work at all. It's only been a year since your uncle died. How you holding up?
Work's dried up. Even the easy jobs that no one wants. What I can get is barely enough to get by.
I love the trope of, do you think you can bribe? Dang, you can bribe me. I love that too, particularly when it didn't work earlier. Because like I tried bribing someone earlier in the game and it didn't work narratively. It is so funny. There's so many comedic beats like that that are just so good.
Have you considered calling in that favor Needles owes you? He's working in White Street now. Pretty sure he could get you a job if you need it. Here, he's been busy lately.
Ooh.
Needles? I'm not talking to that prick, not in 100 years. Not sure who would shoot first if we saw each other again. No, Cress, not him. Wait, are you keeping tabs on him?
You're not the only smuggler that's good at what they do.
Fair.
He's also one of the few who still runs in White Street. Aetherians over there don't have many options, especially with that tyrant and his constant wars.
Wait, so split hook design, first patented by David Dorrance in 1912, allowed users to hold and squeeze objects between the split hooks. Coupled with the invention of the Bowden cable, this gave rise to body-powered prosthetics. The prosthetic hook is still an option offered to this day and continues to offer those with limb differences robust and relatively affordable body-powered functions. So you're telling me that this design is actually historically based, given that this is a setting in alternate reality, like 1930s. That's based. Well, yeah, the advancements that matter are at the bottom of the price range. What matters is what is affordable to the vast majority of people. That's what matters. That is awesome.
War in White Street wasn't new, and it wasn't worth the small talk or the bad memories that come with it. It's this client. There's something off about her.
Off? How?
I think she's a homosexual.
Can't place it yet. Too many questions.
Gia, I think she's a homosexual.
Well, there's your problem. Anyone who lives that high up has a screw loose.
True.
Not enough oxygen. Shouldn't trust any of those airheads.
I might have to if I want to get my car back.
Be careful out there, Gia.
Not right now, Cress. I just want to stay focused.
Yeah, be careful, Gia.
find
Not
my
right now,
car.
Cress.
I bet by now she's in the hands of some White Street chop shop. I need your help, Cress.
2 favors then. A car, and I assume a lead in White Street.
Her eyes go distant. She never told me who she lost when White Street's Baron executed his last purge, but she disappeared for a week afterwards. When she finally returned, someone else walked around in Cress's leather shoes. She pulls out a pencil, scribbling a symbol on an old stale coffee filter plucked from the ground.
North White Street Harbor, Pier 9. Say I sent you. You'll find some Aetherians who can help. Maybe. As for the car, got a lemon out back. Not
Woo,
much, but it's a
lemons!
start. Bring it around, and maybe I can get it working. Take these repair kits too, in case you get in a scrap.
Oh. It's Gia's car, hand-drawn Aether rat symbol. Interesting.
Thanks, Cress.
The homosexual part isn't what's off, that's a commonality. Okay, it's the 30s. The 30s. You got someone who's a confirmed bachelor, you know? You have someone who isn't interested in gentleman callers.
Yeah. Also, Gia, don't be an ass. I'll hear about it.
Don't worry, I'm a smooth talker. A hand-drawn sketch of a claw-looking symbol given to you by Cress. Ooh. Change vehicle parts. There's vehicle customization. You can change the parts equipped in your vehicle in the garage. Select any vehicle to view its parts. Holy heck. You can upgrade your parts by spending currency to improve their stats. You can also give your vehicle a whole new coat of paint. Oh my gosh. And oh, and it's the 3D model. Actually, wait, I love that. So, oh, I kind of love this. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so how much damage it can take determines how quickly it takes its turn within team combat. I assume weight is initiative. AP is how many actions it gets. Whether the vehicle appears threatening to others, affecting the likelihood of combat occurring. Okay, so light pistols. So one left, one right. RAM. Scrap engine. Oh, these are all parts that are already in it. So a basic engine that's light but not very powerful. A stock repulsor keeps your car off the ground. Understood. Okay, so I have a left attack, a right attack, and a back attack. And then I have armor and I have storage. Cool. Wait, that's actually so cool. Awesome. I don't think I can add anything. Shotgun. Ooh, I can. So, okay, so I can equip the shotgun left or right. Understood. So if I go shotgun right. Cool. So it's still discreet because it's still a light weapon. It deals more damage, but at a higher AP cost. I can only fire a weapon once in a given turn. Awesome. But both of my weapons... Oh, wait. Question. Do we think the debuff that I apply from shooting with a light weapon stacks? Because if that's the case, what if I go 2 pistols, I drive up to their left side, I shoot them once, and then I do a whip around to go to their right side, and then I shoot them a second time to reduce their actions twice? I don't know if that would work. That would be fun, though. Confirm changes? Confirm. Pristine, nothing to repair. Paint job. Dark blue, dark gray. Oh! Oh, that's awful. I mean, I could do the dark yellow for me. Okay, but like... Oh wow, it's covered in bullet holes. Wait, so if I do like dark gray and yellow, that is kind of my colors. I don't know if I have the ability to stack debuffs is my concern. I think I gotta go yellow. I gotta match my colors. Stash? Glove box storage. Why is this hidden? Pistol. Trunk storage. I'm gonna go 1 and 2. I don't know why I would have them there. Taxi! Oh, I am a taxi. Dang it. Darn. Scrap pile. Store converts vehicle parts into scrap. Okay.
Back already, huh?
Ask about place for Nelly. Got one other thing to ask.
Yeah, I'm not running a charity. If you need any more favors,
yeah, I know.
For 'em. With cash.
This girl I picked up, she's in a bad way. Needs a place to lay her head. She's short on change right now too, but
I have a place, sure. Basically an overflowing trash can, but it's something. I'll need rent.
I mean, Cress, I was really hoping that you'd say, sorry, I don't got nothing. I don't think no one else will. She's gonna have to stay with you, so I could hit her up and be like, hey, you know, sorry, I don't really have any options for you down here. You can stay with me, but we only have one bed, so sorry. And then it'll be really cute. You looking for any other jazz records?
Sure. Why? Need to butter me up again?
Yes, always. Just want to keep an eye out.
You know I love the do.
How'd you get this garage started anyway?
Saved up some pennies while I was working up in Nation's Crusade. Eventually I found this place and bought it for a song.
Yeah, let me guess. Cole Porter. Bet you got a lovely singing voice.
Very funny.
Seriously, if you had a good thing going, why give it up? Why take a big risk down here in the
I
hole?
gotta explain that to you, of all people. I wanted my own space, Gia. My own business. So what if it crashes and burns?
Pog.
I earn my own money doing what I'm good at.
Wait,
And damn anybody who tries
if
to
I'm
stop
driving
me.
a taxi, am I just taxi driver? Like the movie? Fair enough, and you are good at it.
Damn right I am. Now, is this something else you wanted?
You ever miss the 8th in your life?
Would you? I wake up and my time is my own. I get to see the stars at night.
Sure, but your family, your friends, you must have some good memories.
Oh, no. Yeah, there were happy times. Playing wrench ball with the other kids.
Wrench ball?
Listening to music with my folks. But we had to fight for every little moment like that.
Sorry, wrench ball is in like dodgeball, but you're dodging wrenches? Or wrench ball like it's baseball, but you don't have a bat, you have a wrench? Or wrench ball like you just beat another child with a wrench until they're curling up into a ball? Wrench ball could mean many different things. As she recalls her upbringing in the free homes beneath the city's islands, Cress's face takes on solemn focus, like she's holding a hand over a candle flame to protect it from the wind.
You grow up an Aether rat. You grow up hoping someday you'll make it out. And you keep that hope alive, no matter what.
Like a pilot light. That brings a little spark into her aether-stained eyes.
See you soon.
So I can't buy anything from you, even though I got $80 dues. So I guess I'm peacing out. The 4Ds of wrench ball. You can see inside the
I'd
forearm,
left
it's
the kid to get
hollow.
some
Yeah.
rest. I returned to find her stainless shoes performing a precarious balancing act on my chair while her hands twirl the wall crank. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, Gia! I'm not used to having time on my hands, and I couldn't help but notice your plant wasn't getting enough light. I adjusted the height.
Oh,
It
you're one
should
of
get up to
those.
10% more exposure. I hope that was all right.
Next time, ask.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, got transport and a lead. Let's head out.
Dodgeball, but you're dodging wrenches sounds like something children would definitely play. Listen, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. What? Bam. Have any of you seen the movie Dodgeball?
We need to
Please
move
tell me I'm not
fast if we
alone-
even want a
alone in
chance
this.
of
I
finding
found it
my
so
car
funny
and
when I was a
your
kid.
briefcase in one piece. Best bet? We start with White Street.
Why there? Is it a smuggler thing?
It's a hunch. White Street's whole business is sanitation and recycling. You need something disposed of on the down low? That's where you go.
Arrow yawn. Captain's quarters. Travel to the city? Gia's apartment. On the load? What the hecky heck? Ash? That's just my inventory. Can't talk to you. Wait, my kingdom for a car? Is that a my kingdom for a horse reference? So visit Crest marked locations, search for Aether Rats, contact the Aether Rats. Mr. Throg, the salty old ferrymaster, limps across the dock of his beloved tug with the stiff gait of a seasoned skydog. Spotting me, he raises a hand in greeting. Miss? Ask him about the ferry captain life. You enjoy captaining a ferry? It's my job. Come on, nobody does what you do for as long as you have, if they don't love it, right? The old man's eyes are roomy with time and a pain and loneliness like the open sky. Sure, miss. It's a wonder an old swab like me ever gets to fly. Oh. Same dialogue. So, what's your story anyways? Miss? Like, were you born here? How'd you get into the ferry game? No. My family came from Maine. Fishermen. That's how I learned how to pilot a tug. And what brought you to New York? Throg winces like his gammy leg is giving him pain, or like I dredged up something from some dark depths, something he didn't want to remember. Oh, well, that'll be Ella May, my wife. You salty old dog, I didn't know you were married. I'm just having fun with the old boatman, just trying to raise a smile on that dour leather mid of a face, but I can see I've wounded him, and I feel a twist of guilt. Long time ago, miss. Real long time. So what you're saying is you're single. Oh, you got a wedding ring, actually. You still wear it. Presumably you're not interested. Oh. 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 Whoa. I just realized This is the lowers is a whole network of islands. Got it. So Nations Crusade is where Crest was working. Up here in the uppers is where Astoria Bay is, where we got the work with Mr. Blanc. We're going over to White Street. White Street is an entire island. Got it. Wow, this is a much larger setting than I expected, at least gameplay-wise. Looks like home base is the whole, like home island. The uppers, we might only be able to access Astoria Bay, but the lowers has 3 different areas. I was not expecting this. Now arriving at First Point Ferry, White Street. Ah, the loading screen is like a little animation of going on the ferry.
I don't believe in vengeful spirits. If they exist,
it isn't bigger than Thalia. Okay, let's not go around comparing. So
instead,
yeah, the voice acting is incomplete. This is a demo. There are certain areas that will not have voice acting, and there are certain areas where performance will struggle. That was like one of the first things that the demo says is like, hey, we know about this stuff. We will fix it. This is a demo. So I'm not too fussed. Nelly, I want you to watch me and stay close.
Why? Is something wrong?
Where would I find the time, kid? Or the heart to fill your head with graves of ash, islands on fire in the night, the thunder of war in the skies?
Man, we are so edgy. I love it.
But not yet.
Okay, so First Point Ferry, North Straw. So I want to go to... Where is this? First Point Ferry. I want to go there. And then on the way, I might encounter danger. So what is here? Oh, no. So that's just how I leave. Got it. So I'm going here. Let's see if I encounter any. Yep. Surprise encounter. Let's see if I can smooth talk my way out of this one. Halt. The roads are closed until the demonstration is over. Exit your vehicle and line up for the parade. Oh, Gia, parade. Let's go. If you do not comply, you will be arrested. What?
Fine. I needed to stretch my legs anyhow.
Oh, I guess it's like a military parade or like a state mandated
like a dove
one.
On an updraft, the girl flutters off as soon as her heels.
If I lose my lemon, I'm gonna be so pissed.
To the nearby parade. Hey, I said stay close.
Stalia is a fantasy setting that I made. Okay, I didn't know if it was one that you made or a different reference to a different
Father
one.
took me to several, but those weren't as
Wowzers.
serious. Where are the floats? The clowns? They're just
Yep.
soldiers. Are all
Military parade
like this?
Just like this? No. Each baron has their own.
Okay, so each area is run by a different baron, and the baron of the White Street is a tyrant that has been doing purges. Understood.
Something big must be going on. Do you know what's happening?
I'm not sure what this is. White Street has been bleeding territory, money.
Yeah, oh, it's been going to war with other barons.
With the surrounding barons. This should be a funeral march, not a celebration.
Yeah, let's just look around. Ooh, barely made it. Yikes.
Through a hail of ticker tape, I swerve past a waving arm to get a better look at the line of soldiers. Spotless uniforms, polished guns, a show of strength that White Street hasn't been able to afford in years.
Yeah.
When did they fill their war chests?
Like if this is a struggling area that had just been undergoing massive losses because of ongoing wars by a like autocratic, militaristic baron, they shouldn't be able to do like this is the sort of showboating you do at the beginning of a conflict in order to rile up the populace for it.
Hey, pal, what's the occasion?
The general's unveiling his new machine. Soldiers say it's gonna save the lowers.
Save the lowers? Going to take more than some new weapon to do that.
Shh! You want us thrown in the tomb? Smile and wave.
He applies more plaster to his smile. I glance around. He's not the only face in the crowd straining to keep the corners of their mouth upright. The cries of support echo emptily. The banners flow without enthusiasm.
Right. Like this is entirely just for forcing a air of security.
Is that the Baron of White Street? He must be really popular.
That's Eli Tillinghast. Calls
himself the general.
They cheer because if they don't,
they get purged. Oh, protesters! Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. I am worried. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting the just instant laser.
One hot blast of light was all it took to disappear a crowd, stunning onlookers like a
Gia,
twisted
those are
magic
dead
trick.
people.
Instead of applause,
Gia, you shouldn't be making jokes about this. Why are you calling it a magic trick? Gia, how dare you?
Smell fills the air. My gut twists as it fights every reckless impulse to run.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine. See, I'm fine. The divine death blast of doom!
A few onlookers run from the scene. My feet are 2 steps after them before my senses yank me by the shoulders. Eli Tillinghast doesn't tolerate desertion from anyone.
Okay, but really, if you threw them... First off, Eli Tillinghast does not care that he just got Molotov'd. Second of all, if you're gonna Molotov someone, probably hit them, not the front of their
The
car.
crowd seconds from dissolving into a frenzied swarm. If I don't grab the kid and move, we're going to get trampled flat. However, we're saved by an unlikely savior.
Hold!
The Baron of White Street stands, gloved hand extended. Despite fear and panic, the crowd
That was not a very
obeys,
intimidating
frozen in
hold.
place by a gentle, assuring gesture.
Let the procession continue.
The music
'Kay.
starts back up, and the world moves on Eli's command. Coerced cheers rush to fill terrified silence.
Pog,
while
I
marching
guess.
groups blot out the scorched.
The days where White Street bled tirelessly to save a debaucherous world have come to an end.
This guy seems totally
We
reasonable.
will bleed no longer. Our enemies will tremble for a weapon they cannot resist, a weapon they cannot overcome. We will demand our rightful place in the sun and rid the shadow of chaos from the lowers. We are just. We are strong. We are unsullied.
I feel like this would have been a bit more effective prior to death lasering some people in the crowd, personally. But show of force. Gotta show off the gun works, I guess.
He pumps his fist and the crowd answers with a deafening cheer. With all eyes back on the general and his grisly procession, I look for Nellie.
Destruction like that, with weapons like these, they could reclaim everything they've lost, dragging the whole city back into war. God help us. Despite the carnage, the crowd's feet remain glued in place. They cheer harder, more desperate, refusing to tempt fate and its devastating new weapon. So I can talk to a stranger, I can talk to Nellie. These barons are no different than dictators of small countries, playing dress up and throwing their armies around like toy soldiers on the playground. The war banners of White Street once flew over much of the lowers. I dread the day it happens again. Okay, so White Street like unironically conquered other islands, other baronies, and seems to have been pushed back, is what it sounds like. Who are you?
It's only a second, but I spot a glint of metal in the curve of a black brim that resembles
He's
a
already
scarred-up
back.
bastard. I go for my gun, but he disappears like candles.
He's homophobic.
Did he spot us?
He hates
Or
gay
am I
people.
jumping at ghosts? I scan the whole street.
I can't believe it.
Not a hint of the black hat or my car. I decide not to mention it to the kid. After what happened, I'm
Fair.
jumpy enough for the both of us.
Oh, no! That weapon, Red Aether, wasn't to ever... Oh, Gia, those people... Those poor
The homophobia powers him like the Terminator.
You recognize it? What the
Oh,
hell
so
was
Red
that
Aether is
thing?
probably related to whatever's going on with Mr.
I was
Blanc.
never supposed to get out. Never. How did
Well,
it get
presumably
out?
you
How?
discovered Red Aether. You and all of your colleagues were sent to be assassinated so it could be weaponized, probably because Mr. Blanc is selling this to folks like the General to White Street in order to facilitate a lower war where Mr. Blanc wants to profit off of the cost where he will be supplying red aether to all of the sides, have the lowers fight one another while the upper stays out of it. The lowers completely deplete their resources whilst funneling all of it up to Mr. Blanc, and then Mr. Blanc, who his name is just Mr. White, tied to White Street, what do you know, profits off of all of it without ever getting his hands dirty. That's why the guy was sent to go kill Nelly, because anyone who knew about red aether needed to be taken out. And again, I think I got hired because Mr. Blanc expected me to either fail or just agree to the Black Hat hitman's demand.
She buries herself.
That's
in
my
hands,
plot
breathing
analysis.
Hard, wishing with every
Yeah, the live
strain
demonstration went
that
swimmingly.
would end. A part of me wants to join her.
I can't stay here, Chia. We have to go.
We can't. Not without attracting serious attention. You saw what happened. If we get
Listen,
caught
I
sneaking
have
out,
a shotgun.
We'll get shot.
I can just shoot the general.
Chia, please.
The kid's bloodless face moves me to glance down the procession line. The tail end's in sight, but the miserable sound from the girl has me second-guessing.
Oh, this
how
is
long her
trivial
nose will hold.
because I'm a smooth talker. Oh! I'm sorry, Nelly. I'm normally such a smooth talker, but you just get me so tongue-tied, I can't even keep track of it.
Look, kid, you knew what it was. You recognized it, so start talking.
Listen, it was trivial up until I felt my heart catch in my throat, and I got all tongue-tied seeing that beautiful face of yours.
I...
With nothing more than an empty expression, the kid clams up tighter than a 10-inch steel vise. Well, I don't got Dodger, so I'm just gonna wait it out.
We have to wait the parade out. Hold on just a while longer.
I understand.
Snake Eyes, I cannot. Listen, remember what I was talking about earlier with the 2d6 system? That is more unique than had I rolled a nat 1 on a d20.
Into the corpse-stained wind, and the crowd, released from their mandated joy, finally begins to disperse.
It's just like Metal Gear, they need to profit from the wartime economy. It's just like real life.
All at once.
I'm
poor
sorry
kid's
to
nerves
say.
crumble like a paper cup, spilling her insides all over the now vacant street. Take it easy, kid. Slow breaths, all right?
Let's get out of here. Now, please.
Yeah, we're done.
You're done. You're done.
Enough distance passes that ash and screams and a bright hot light start fading into a bad
Remember,
memory.
we're here on business, doing business things.
Is White Street always this awful?
Yeah, just about. It used to be worse.
Often enough. White Street's never shied away from putting down opposition with violence. Never heard of them using a weapon like that.
But those were their people. He's supposed to be the Baron.
Well,
Isn't he
yeah,
supposed
but
to
they were
listen to their
dissenters.
concerns?
They were
Why
working
not do
against the
process?
establishment and disrupting the peace. The general was putting down violent opposition that were threatening the security of his people. Clearly. Completely justified.
Look, kid. It might work that way upstairs, but not here. The only word that matters down here is the Barons, and in White Street, the chain of command's everything. If Eli says we're going to war, you either fall in line, or you're an enemy.
One might have been bad, but the others were simply calling for peace. Where's the harm in that?
Nelly, did you not listen to what I just said? That's not how it works.
White Street tried the whole peace thing a few years ago. Someone blew them to bits during peace talks. That's not something they'll ever forget.
Okay, that's not funny. That's not okay. Anyway, continuing on. Oh, I thought we might hit something else. I assume that the demo is pretty linear and that we're not going to hit too many random events. Like, I don't think we're going to have a random car chase this early on. Ooh, that's the thingy.
It's around here somewhere, hidden. What was that symbol?
Are we really going into the Undercity?
I don't know why I'm
Will the Aether
yawning
rats
so
let
much.
us?
I guess I
Or
went to
the
bed at like
story's
2:30,
true?
so
You don't think they'll
that
throw
would
us
explain
off
it.
the island, do you?
Which stories we talking about?
Well, the ones in the papers?
Wait, are you
I've
telling
never
me
met an Aether
that the
rat,
whole
so
story we
I
put
honestly
together
don't know how
of
much
people
of it is
being
true or
thrown
not.
off the island
However, they're supposed
actually
to be
true?
benevolent, aren't they? They keep our islands in the sky, and in exchange, they get the Undercity, but everyone knows that. I've heard they generally keep to themselves. Except when outsiders sneak into their tunnels.
Well, okay, so if I'm living my life in my house and I'm keeping to myself and someone breaks into my house, I'm still keeping to myself. You invaded my home and property.
Their eyes all turn into a unique shade of pale blue. They glow too, from what I've read. Like Aether.
Yeah, like
There are
Cress.
journals that theorize why, but nothing concrete. Or always pleasant.
Madonna, the kid's understanding is as accurate as a stained mirror. Better clear things up before we go in. Look, you can't rely on the stories you read in the papers. You want to avoid getting grounded? Don't call them Aether rats.
Yeah?
They're Aethaniers, and they're good people. I'm guessing you've never met one?
No. There were rules. We weren't really supposed to
The
interact with
dodgeball
them.
of prophecy is strong with this one.
They don't want to be seen down here either. Too many people can't stand the idea that an island floats or sinks on the whim of an Aethanier. Figure a good rat is a scared rat.
They've done it before, haven't they? I've read of islands crashing because of Aether
Wow.
repulsor failure. That could only be possible by sabotage.
And blow themselves up out of spite? No island falls without a baron behind it and a list of dead Aethaniers trying to stop it. The world down here isn't one you'll find in your books. Keep that in mind.
This is so classic noir.
Now, where's
I love
that
it.
door?
Okay. The last remaining guilds in White Street, or anything resembling a union, died out in the last purge. Or maybe it was a few purges ago. I lost track. Among the fleet of crates, I spy one out of step. Whoever had nailed this one shut done a hack job, leaving behind a wobbly lid and a crack just big enough for a finger. Nice. I stick my hand in the maw, angling past jagged slivers and crooked nails until I find a solid grip. I pull, fighting the groaning, shuddering lid, and it gives up with a pop. Contraband may be confiscated if found. Store in concealed storage. Understood. That's what this symbol is for. Cigars. Oh. Understood. That's okay. Concealed. Got it. So I have a limited amount of concealed spots. 3 manage your crew. You can change which heroes join me on a mission. I can only change my crew on the whole. Looks like Cress is going to be a hero. Select swap and choose from any of my unlocked vehicles. So I can have a whole fleet. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Okay, so this is where I need to go.
Careful strokes of paint form an innocuous symbol of a rat matching the sketch.
Okay,
Crest
how
gave
is this a rat? This looks
This
more
is
like
the
a
right
claw
place.
than anything. Oh,
Shopping
Hi.
for trouble? We're just sightseeing real close.
Jeepers!
not the jeepers.
A pauper. One of the murderous specters slithering freely through every pipe, waiting to brutalize passers-by. If you
Ripping
listen to
apart the wooden
stories,
crate with sheer strength.
scary
It
as
is
he
the strength of
he's
Yuri.
more sentinel than specter.
I have to show off Nelly how strong my feet.
Looking for you.
I'm not gonna say that.
actually. We're friends of Cress Carter. She sent us to ask about a missing car.
Cress Carter?
Strange. Cress's name should mean something. Either he's greener than he looks or he doesn't trust my word. I might need something to loosen his tongue.
I kind of want to just give him the cigars, but
Name's Gia Randazzo. Who are you if you don't know Cress Carter?
Maybe I know her. Don't know you. Neither of you.
fair.
Well, if what you need is an introduction, my name is
No.
Dr. Eleanor Reinhardt. Pleased to meet you.
Don't shake hands with strangers, let alone topsiders.
There we go.
He threatens to disappear back into the shadows and leave us without a way in. But then he pauses.
Why are you trying to
Doctor?
shake his hand?
What type of doctor?
Oh?
Oh, theoretical athonics. Now, I don't have the experience one of you Aetheniers have with the practical side, but I do know my way around an Aether core. I was actually hoping I could find out a little more about maintenance.
Is this gonna
techniques down
work?
here.
You know anything about hydraulic engineering?
No, but I'm a quick study.
Okay. We're kind of cooking.
We're not looking for trouble. Like I said, just need info.
She is such a massive nerd, but unironically, her field of study may actually be very relevant here.
Could be a couple of terriers, maybe some topsiders looking for some fun.
Just look at her. And if either of us were terriers, you and I both know this conversation would have gone very differently.
You're right, she doesn't. Too shiny. Looking to see how the other half live, eh, sweetheart?
I beg your pardon. I'm not a terrier, whatever those are, and I am not.
Okay,
Centaurus.
Nelly, fewer words. Do not reveal your own ineptitude.
A terrier, sweetheart. Are the ugly bastards who keep us Aetheniers in line. That's how I got these.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I do appreciate that even though that they aren't doing much with the actual character sprites, they have these like parchment drawings of what the characters are doing.
Every slip up and slow down adds to the contract, and I mark each one so they don't get from me a second more.
There's so many.
I'll be paying off my time till the day I die, and hopefully not a moment longer.
I'm looking for a car. 35 Chimera.
Okay, so the Chimera is a car type.
Pretty
The drawings are
fancy.
very cool.
And what would a car like that be doing in a place like this?
Some goon in a black hat stole it. Figured he'd try to dump it once he got what he wanted.
Pity.
Pity. Sure, I'll test if he knows Chris. Pog.
If he knows more about Cress than what he's saying, there's gotta be a crack in his mask. I reach back for anything to respond with. Something that Cress may have said about a relationship with White Street's Aetheniers. I find something.
What do I
Heard
find?
from Cress she helped your Undercity take apart a bus. Had to disassemble it piece by piece to fit it through the door. Nearly snapped her arm strap on the radiator.
A bus? Not wrong, it was a...
The Sentinel immediately slams down on his traitorous tongue. If it were a few words sooner, it might have kept his secret.
Right, so it wasn't actually a bus, it was some other vehicle and...
What was that you said? Cress Carter? Silence. Madonna, I wish I could see behind that mask. He could have been planning vengeance or compliance. I don't find out which until he pounds the space behind him.
Oh dang, I was hoping to bring up the hydraulic engineering route.
And watch yourself.
I mean, like, what I'm assuming is that because this is plot relevant, the hydraulic engineering route would be a less good quote-unquote option than just succeeding the test.
He melts back into the industrial decay behind him, never once taking his eyes off us. His disembodied voice echoing out one last time.
Or you'll see us again real soon.
That's cool. Just fading into the machinery.
Every cranny becomes a potential peephole while we stand there. Like walking to confession blindfolded in a packed cathedral. I can feel hundreds of unseen eyes watching, waiting for a single misstep.
He gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Not the heebie-jeebies. Girl,
You
please.
think
She's interrupted by a gush of stale air riding the echoes of
You're
countless
even
thumping
more-
Aether machines.
You're even less inclined to be harsh in your verbiage than I am. Oh.
Topsiders, why are you here? Hurry, out with it, we're busy.
Lexi, shh. If Harold let him through.
Harold's been wrong before.
Hello, I'm Maria. This is my husband, Alexander.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Nellie. This is Gia. We're not
This
here
is
to
my
bother
wife,
you,
Gia.
whatever. Is that part of an Aether substructure power converter?
Okay, Nellie,
I always wondered about
not the
older
time.
infrastructure.
But it's gonna work out because plot.
Nellie, that's not why we're...
Right. Gia's friend, Cress, she's an Aethenier also. She sent us here because we need your help to find this car of ours that has some important stuff hidden away inside.
Too desperate.
Yep.
Too vulnerable. I lob a cough towards Nellie, hoping she'd quit her rambling
Nellie,
so I could get
ma'am,
a
please,
word in.
stop.
Cress sent you? That girl. Fine, let's hear it.
How do you know
You
Chris?
and Cress close.
We're Aether rats. We're all related. One big happy family.
Yeah. Lexi, don't be an ass. They're Cress's friends. At least be nice to them for her sake.
She's around with all these topsiders causing trouble. And now she risks the three of us. She should know better.
It's a subtle movement. Alexander sends an involuntary glance towards Maria's abdomen before matching my eyes.
Got it. So that I was like three of them.
Sure if he was angrier that I thought,
Are you Pregante?
personal. These tunnels.
They're so big. Where did that go? Everywhere? Can you get
Girl,
to any part of the
not
island
time.
from here? Have you ever gotten lost?
I've known too many smugglers who've disappeared trying to find their way through Aether Rat tunnels. Success promises an unseen and untraceable smuggling route.
Listen,
Failure.
high risk, high reward. I did not put points in Daredevil yet.
No. Aether rats don't get lost. We can smell our way through miles of...
Lexi, would you cut that out? Please, it's an innocent enough question.
This tunnel can get you through most of the barony. If you know where you are going. But don't try it. You'll end up stuck in the dark or taking a one-way trip to old New York.
A 35 Chimera. Dumped recently. Have you seen anything? Alexander breaks his scowl with an impish eye and a cracked smile. He knows exactly what we want. And he is going to wring us dry for it.
Maybe. We'll need something in return, though.
Of course, Alexander.
Eli's new war means that all non-essential requisitions are delayed. That includes water filtration equipment for the Undercity. Now, our water is becoming aether-tainted.
We can't afford any more of us getting sick. Eli's Terriers are already forcing longer and longer shifts to compensate for the fewer numbers.
That's terrible. Of course we'll help.
Nelly,
We'll get you everything
shut
you need.
up.
How do we...
Please.
Hang on a sec. Before we agree to anything, I need to know what we're getting into. How much is this info going to cost me?
Water filtration parts, new ones. 1 or 2 crates should do the trick. The more the better.
Aethaniers should have priority. But Eli's leaving you without water?
Should be, but the Barony's quartermaster says the war means less for us and more for the army.
He's a good man at heart. We have leeway with him, more than with the other officers, but...
Ratsuko's a soldier, not a man. He's choked us from the supplies we need for years. Now, with the war, he has every excuse to squeeze tighter.
How'd any part of White Street lose out on clean water? I thought that's all Eli cared about, aside from his
You know
wars.
what? If your two priorities are clean water and war, I feel like maybe there's a few other things that you might want to consider.
Our water is kept separate from the rest of the Barony's supply. That way, Terriers can reward us with
Sure.
clean water if we run low.
With our own supply of fresh water becoming smaller, we have to use water tainted by aether use, or find ways to make the Terriers give us
Why
extra.
would Eli risk the lives of his Aethaniers? You keep his islands afloat. If you all start falling sick, his islands
Because
are
have
going
you
to start
ever seen an
dropping too.
autocrat properly take care of the infrastructure of their territory?
We've asked his Terriers the same question. All we get back is, get back to work.
You'll have those parts. But I'll want to know where my car is as soon as we're back.
Sure, side quest. You have a deal, thank you.
Don't trust the quartermaster. And watch yourself around the scrapyard. It's a dangerous place.
And Gia. The man leans forward, grabbing my arm and pulling me in close out of earshot of his wife. Do not bring any heat back here. If you risk the safety of my family, then you can consider your car lost for good. Here, this address used to house a friend of the rats. It's empty now. Use it to lie low if you can't help yourself from getting into trouble. Alex releases his stone grip and a slip of paper in my hand. Nelly takes his quick, hushed intercession as a desperate request for success.
We'll get everything you need. I promise.
Poor kid. She has no idea.
Cool. So, now I have to go Fallout 1 this and get water filtration as the new main quest. So I guess we just heading straight over because I can't go anywhere else. We Newman. I am expecting a fight soon. Because I do have a new car. We're stopped at a checkpoint manned by White Street officers whose sneers are tighter than their uniforms. I get the feeling that these are no shift-clocking schlubs. All white caps stink like rotten pork, but these ones seem to be wrapped in fancier dumplings.
Who are they?
Wild thing to say. If I had to guess, White Street Intelligence, General Eli's secret police.
Boy.
You said it, just keep it cool. After a moment of tense quiet, they wave us through. Alright, move along. Apparently, we're not the particular field mice these hawks are hunting for, and I'm not about to give them a second chance to swoop. As we burn Aether and leave them behind, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Okay. That is a line. There's a stock line that I have heard so many people mention their chagrin with. So many people mention their issue with letting out a breath I didn't realize I've been holding. And personally, I don't care about it. But I feel as though I am honor bound. I am required, legally speaking, to bring up the fact that so many people have mentioned their displeasure with such a line. Like a white knuckle grip, similarly. They communicate what they're trying to communicate. The issue with them is that they're so overused that a lot of people find them distracting. I don't, but I do think it's very funny to point out.
On the way back.
You jinxed it. Nelly, we already manifested Yuri. You're not allowed to manifest plot. Please. I am liking that there's a little scan of the area every time we arrive at a new location.
If the lifeblood of White Street is industrial refuse, then the scrapyard is its beating
Darn it,
heart.
Nelly. Exactly.
From his steel parapet overlooking the yard, the quartermaster governs this realm of rubble with determination.
Man, this is such like an otherworldly setting that every time I see like the American flag, the quartermaster is a decorated veteran and displays his war memorabilia with pride. Strikes me as odd. From what I've heard about the Philippines, wouldn't you want to forget? Like, I see an American flag representation of like what you get when you're a veteran, and I'm just like, oh right, we're in New York. I keep forgetting.
Not while he's here.
Ah. Like his scrapyard, the quartermaster's in a perpetual state of activity. Maybe a nice turkey club once in a while might have resulted in fewer gray hairs from the old soldier.
I spot a crate of water filter parts inside the quartermaster's office.
Nice.
Can't lift him while he's standing.
So I need to like bribe him with cigars to get him to leave for a bit. The Beanstalk, the massive cargo elevator locals call the Beanstalk, is one of the last remnants of pre-Aether tech, relying on grit, machinery, and braided steel to plunder the refuse of the old world. The main lot is in a constant, noisy motion, a cacophony of combustion engines and sparking steel. When you look past the grime, it's a place of ferocious efficiency and discipline.
The quartermaster would have a friendly, likable face if it wasn't lined with the stress and fatigue of a lifetime of devotion to Eli. It's clear as we approach he's neglecting 7 other things by talking to us. Sergeant Major Lutzko, I'm Gia Rendazzo, and this is Nelly.
Pleasure, girls. Sorry about the state of things here. I don't often host such fine company. What brings you to the scrapyard?
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. You see, we're looking for...
Nelly?
Just a few minutes of your time, then we'll get out of your hair. Sir, how do you get along with the Aethoniers in White Street?
They keep to their own, mostly, and that's fine by me. Why?
Well, they're not getting the supplies they need to survive, you see.
And you're what? They're lawyers or something? Nelly. Okay, some attractions attract heat. High heat improves brass talent checks but worsens smart checks. Low heat does the opposite. High heat also leads to more enemies and... Got it. Okay, so I'm better at snooping when I'm at low heat, but I'm better at being an action hero when I'm at high heat, but I also have higher difficulties when I'm at high heat. Interesting. Wait, I kind of dig that.
His eyelid twitches. He's getting impatient already.
I mean...
So I take it you served with General Tillinghast, is that right? Where were you posted?
Yeah, the Philippines. Tough tour. Wouldn't have made it out without the General. Saved my sorry hide more times than I can care to count. But you won't hear about all that.
You must have been very brave to do what you did. And it's plain to see you and the General are very
Nelly
close.
gets it. Nelly gets being a smooth talker.
Around, I think.
You're sweet as a Georgia peach, ain't ya? Thanks, Missy. He's an extraordinary man. Real visionary, you know?
And what's he envisioning for White Street exactly?
General's been beating back the Huns at our gates for as long as anyone can remember. You mark my words, ladies. These islands will never fall. And one day they'll be shinier than the heights.
Stars fill the old soldier's eyes. A proud stiffness.
Trophy? Do you mean proven effective?
Talking about his boss
oh my gosh.
transforms him into a younger and more
Nap was taken.
figure.
Have the Yuri girls gotten together? No.
In a
But they
strange
basically
skin
are
color
together.
type. You deal with a lot of lawyer types.
There are Aethonier lawyers? Do they go to law school? Can they go to law school? What's sort
Nelly,
of law do they
please.
practice?
Ma'am. The sneaky kind, sweetheart. Yeah, the rats have pet snakes, and thankfully, no, we don't get a lot of them up here. They're nothing but trouble.
Oh.
Burrowed into those lawberries of theirs, pouring over contracts, looking for loopholes, taking advantage of the system, making a lot of red tape and wasted time for people like me.
He scowls. I decide it's best we ease off. Well, that's just what we want to avoid. Forget I said anything.
I do like cutting to the chase, but, you know, I'm a smooth talker.
Look,
I won't roll snake
you
eyes.
Caps are all about honor, right? You understand what an oath is. We made a promise to
Exactly,
help
with
these
my
people,
+2, we
and
got this. We got this. Where you two been hiding, huh? White Street could use a couple more women like you. Excuse you? Lesbians? Look, I'm really busy. I'm gonna be in my office, stuck staring at paperwork. I assume you can show yourselves out. You follow?
It isn't permission. The old bastard would kill me if we ever ended up on opposite sides of a fight. But it's a chance. Yes, we do. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by, ladies.
With a forced smile, he picks up a clipboard and walks off, shouting orders down at machine operators, and leaving us to look
We
out
got
over
this,
the
heck
yard
yeah.
alone. The gangway behind us squeals under a heavy step, and I turn to see a black-clad stiff trying to pass us a counterfeit smile. He puts down a half-drunk carton of milk.
Carton of milk?
Steps into
And-
our path, ever so politely
Sorry.
blocking
You're
our
going
exit.
around drinking milk?
Good afternoon, Intelligence Officer Randall Pitt. And you are?
His feet are welded to the iron below.
Okay.
And the pins on his jacket identify him as one of the highest-ranking hogs in the White Street pen.
Okay.
There's no moving this one unless he wants to move. Gia Randazzo. And this is my sister, Nell.
Gia. You coulda called her your wife. We coulda had a fake dating thing going.
A pleasure, madams. And what, may I ask, is the purpose of your meeting with Quartermaster Lutzko today?
We wanted to get to know an old soldier's stories because we're just so impassioned and inflamed by the parade that we saw earlier. We're just really supportive of the general.
What's it to you, Mac? The officer's eyes flick upward, scanning my face with the practiced arrogance of a bully who's never had to throw a single punch. I return his gaze with a frosted steel stare of my own.
I feel like I shouldn't be antagonizing what is effectively like a KGB officer.
Miss Randazzo, was it? Just a few questions and you can be on your way.
Ew,
No need for
milk
you
drinker.
to
No, okay,
escape.
she's not siblings owned. She's not siblings owned. We are using that as a cover. However, I'm concerned what's gonna happen when this guy sees me kissing who he thinks is my sister. Because I'm definitely gonna be smooching Nellie by the end of this demo.
His reptilian eyes flick from me to Nellie, greedily drinking in her details. This one's the type to seek out power and authority purely as an excuse to start fires wherever he wants. And he's oily
Okay.
enough to be a hazard around any open flame.
That's good writing. That's good writing. He's the type to seek out power and authority purely as an excuse to start fires wherever he wants. So obviously he wants to cause problems. He just wants to burn stuff down. He wants to be a bully, all of that. But he's oily enough to be a hazard around open flame. That's good writing. I like that. Because, like, you can call someone oily. You can call someone gross and slimy and, like, someone that you don't want to associate with by calling them oily. But then obviously oily is super
We were
flammable.
just hoping Lutzko could help us find something.
And what is it you're hoping to find?
Excuse me, but don't you think that's a bit personal?
I feel like if I lie, he's gonna catch me on it. And I feel like if I brush him off, he's just gonna keep badgering me. But I feel like the more you lie, the more you have to account for what your lies are. And while I don't feel that it would be a significantly difficult thing to maintain a single lie, I feel as though in game, if I lie here, Gia will accidentally reveal it. Or maybe even Nellie will. So I'm gonna
It
brush
was
him
a
off.
waste of time. We changed our minds anyhow.
Ah, of course. That's too bad. Anyway, listen to me prattle on. I get flustered when faced with such ravishing beauty, you see. For sisters, You don't look that much alike.
Yeah.
Do people tell you that often?
Crazy. Different dads.
Oh, he's loving this. Savoring every second like we're a pair of potato knish, fresh out of the oven. Which means,
what
of
is
course,
potato knish?
he's about to bite.
I trust a pair of such good little New York girls would promptly report it if they were made aware.
Ah,
of any
understood.
illicit
You're not
activity
here
on
for
the
us.
part
You're
of
here for
Sergeant
him.
Lutsko.
What do you mean, illicit?
Oh, you know, illegal, wrong, things that would demand a transfer
Understood,
of
understood,
leadership
understood.
here into more capable hands.
Ick, greasy KGB man, milk drinker. Everyone point at the milk drinker. Point at the milk drinker and laugh at him. Laugh at this milk drinker for me. Laugh at him. Thank you. Thank you.
How would I know what he should or shouldn't be doing? His smile flashes in and out of existence so quick, you could argue it never happened. In an instant, his officious familiarity
Oily.
vanishes.
Gross.
Charming. Now, you and your sister can testify to what you know, or we can take this up with General Tillinghast. Your
Oh,
choice.
he knows we ain't related.
Doesn't take a genius to figure Lutz goes into something dirtier than his own soot-stained uniform. I share a
Oh.
look with Nellie, whose sparkling eyes are relying on me to navigate us out of these
Wait a second.
shark-infested waters.
Does he think that Nelly and I are like working girls and that we're being solicited by Lutsko? Is that what this is?
What's he in trouble for, anyway?
Treason, malfeasance, embezzlement. Supplies deemed vital to the war effort have disappeared, only to be found later on the black market or in the possession of degenerates.
He didn't need to specify which degenerates he was referring to. Apparently rats wasn't cruel enough.
The punishment for which is death, of course.
Of course, we have to throw you off the flying city so that you become ground beef, as we've established.
Is that...
Yeah, kid. The long drop and the sudden stop.
Listen, it ain't the fall that kills you. It's the stop.
Justice, my dear. Traitors pay their deficit in loyalty with blood.
Let us steer the conversation
I
elsewhere.
don't know. Why I've never met you before. Promoted recently? A hungry look comes over him, like a fox delighted by the rabbit who dares to fight back.
I pride myself on subtlety, my dear.
Ah, so like an Inquisitor from 40K.
Unless I want them to.
How nice for us. He's inching closer, and his military issue aftershave doesn't do much to mask the fetid milk stink of his breath. I maintain the
I
distance
hate
between
the
us.
fact
Not
that he's
rude,
drinking
but
milk.
Not too subtle either. He squints.
Which
and
again
smiles.
is an indication of very good writing. They could have had him drinking alcohol, which would be kind of, I mean, well, first off, at least in the American military, you're not supposed to drink in uniform because as a representation of the military, you were supposed to you are supposed to act as a representative of the military while in uniform, so you're not supposed to drink in uniform. So it makes sense that he wouldn't. But the fact that they chose milk as opposed to literally anything else, because milk is a beverage that, like, there have been video essays talking about milk being drunk by adults as a sign of a bastardization of childhood, is often what I hear it called. But it's just, why milk, right? It's probably lukewarm. It's not refrigerated. This is the 30s. He's out on patrol. He just has a half carton of milk that's lukewarm, and he has fetid milk stink coming out of his breath. Ugh.
Let's get back to the topic at hand, shall we?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think playing dumb is going to work, but with all due respect, I think asking for a reward implicates, like, I think if I ask for a reward, he will say, like, oh, so you do know something. Well, your reward is that you don't die because you're giving information over. I think if I play dumb, there's a chance that this just kind of blows over.
Look, pal.
The
we just met the
nefarious
guy.
milk drinker.
Do whatever you want. It's got nothing to do with us. Now, we got business to take care of, so if you don't mind... A sneer paints itself slowly across the officer's mug.
Yeah, like,
If he had an
he has
angle,
nothing
he'd
on
use
us.
it, but he
We don't
doesn't.
have anything on the quartermaster.
Very well. It was a distinct pleasure. Till we meet again.
Oh, thank you, officer. Goodbye.
He peels himself out of our path as slowly and painfully as an overglued bandage on a fresh wound.
Again,
With a
I'm very much enjoying the writing of this game.
Towards the quartermaster's office. Inside,
If you drink like maple syrup mixed with hot milk, that'd be maple syrup mixed with hot milk? Explain. To be fair, in the 20s, they had vacuum bottles and thermoses that could keep milk cold from the icebox for hours. Now, if you care, they said carton. They said carton. Wasting precious milk that could be used to make cheese. Cheese is pretty good. Oh, you're still here. Let's interact with you.
I don't think I like that Officer Pitt very much.
Was it the milk stain, or was it the fact that he was being kind of creepy weird?
That's only because you've got working eyes and ears. Stay away
Or is
from
it the
him,
fact that
alright?
he's like a KGB intelligence officer for a military dictatorship? That probably should have been first on my list, but the milk is really what gets me. I'm not gonna
You don't have
lie.
to tell me twice.
Still, seems to me we've got options.
Yeah, so I can either work with Lutko, I can report him and have him removed. Yeah, that seems to be my two options.
Well, whether we play it the quartermaster's way or throw him under Pitt's repulsors, you and I still come up with the parts for Alexander and Maria.
I see. But what'll happen to the scrapyard if the quartermaster?
I mean, the quartermaster is currently neglecting the Aetherineers. So it's not like the quartermaster is a good guy. However, the quartermaster is effectively a cog in a maladapted machine, and without him, it will suffer. Presumably, him being replaced with someone who is more loyal to the regime will make it worse for the Aetherineers. So I'm not saying that the Lutko is like a good option, but I think that working with the KGB will make it worse for the Aetherineers long term. The issue is, my assumption is I will lower my heat and have less of an opportunity to have this blow back on me if I work with KGB.
You never know. Let's go seems all right, but he's not exactly running a tight ship here.
Mixing
With
milk with
someone
maple
like
syrup,
Pitt in
blasphemy.
charge, the
Honeyed
Aetherineers
milk
might
would be
get more
nice,
reliable
but based on the smell,
supplies.
probably not that, yeah. Maple syrup and hot milk, did you just un-oat your oatmeal? Comfort drink, it's sweet and calming, plus it keeps you warm in the throes of winter. I've never had maple syrup milk. Like, call it stereotyping. Is that a Canadian thing? Let me ask my Canadians. Have you ever mixed maple syrup with hot milk? Okay.
But then the restrictions imposed on them may get even worse. Boy, there aren't any easy answers in the lowers, are there?
Nah, so it's instability versus hyper restriction, right? I imagine that Pitt, I mean, Gia seems to think that Pitt will provide more directly to the Aetherineers, but they will probably be under tighter scrutiny by the Terriers and also have higher heat on them. So Let's Go is the better option for the Aetherineers, even if I need to intermittently fetch them water filters.
You catch on fast for an academic.
No, you're from Maine? Okay, so like Maine is basically Canada. I'm from the Northeast, and I've been told by Canadians that I'm basically a cheese whiz Canadian. I've been told. I'm a Canadian light. The Northeast as a whole, like I'd say Vermont, Maine, parts of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, like all very Canada coded in their culture and their like environment because it's just so north. But maple syrup and hot milk, I guess it makes sense. Like, what is chocolate milk? It is chocolate syrup and milk. So it makes sense that if you wanted, instead of a chocolate, you wanted a more honey, you have honeyed milk, or you have maple syrup, or it's maple flavored. Like, that makes sense. Chocolate milk is hot milk, or like hot chocolate oftentimes has hot milk with cocoa powder, but it's so odd. I think of that and I'm just like, that sounds awful. Maybe it's because I don't like maple. I'm not a fan of maple. Honey and hot milk is a thing. I guess it's like that. Tea with milk, cinnamon, and a splash of maple syrup sounds really nice. Okay, what type of tea? Black tea, green tea, oolong, a floral, an herbal.
Gia, the water filtration pieces we need, where do they originate from?
Well, White Street reuses whatever they can. Old coffee makers, radiator grills.
Huh.
If you can find it down in the burrows, then you pile it onto the beanstalk and it gets carted up here.
So you're suggesting a third alternative?
Oh, of course. Well, then it's simple, isn't it? We just go there and grab
I don't
some
think we
supplies while they're in transit.
can do that.
I must be giving her a real scorcher of a look, because she blushes pinker than a spring
Oh, she
tulip.
likes it when I glare at her.
You're suggesting we raid a cargo shipment. You're suggesting we steal something?
That's pretty funny.
Well, it's a solution, isn't it? I'm trying to get
It's just
into
a
the lower
maple version of
spirit.
honeyed milk. I've never had honeyed milk. Okay, so green tea with milk, cinnamon, and a splash of maple syrup. I've had tea with cinnamon before. I've had tea with honey before. I think a ginseng honey with cinnamon might be nice. Like a green tea ginseng honey with cinnamon might be nice. But I don't like milk in my tea. I don't take my tea with milk. This is gonna shock you. This is gonna shock you. I drink tea. I used to drink tea like nightly. Now I do it less so just because it's less convenient. But I drink tea fairly regularly as like a nightly ritual. I take it straight. I will take green tea, black tea, an herbal, a fruit, a white tea, whatever it is. I will drink it straight. And the craziest I'll do is I'll add a little splash of pomegranate juice. Generally for the herbals, I'll do that, but also sometimes for black tea, it's actually very nice. Because if you have a like an Earl Grey, which is black tea, has a little bit of citrus to it, whether it's orange or lemon, depends on if it's like Earl Grey, Lady Grey, whatever. Lady Grey, actually very good tea. And then you just add a little splash of pomegranate juice, so it gets that tartness, it gets that tang to it, in addition to the citrus. It blends very nicely. That is really good. Black tea at night, but the caffeine... Okay, caffeine doesn't affect me. Just, it doesn't. Everyone needs to find a way to smuggle milk in the tea. I don't want milk in my tea. Like, that's my thing. I drink my tea straight. Okay, so one of my pocket Canadians said, no, he does not recall ever mixing maple syrup with hot milk. Someone from Maine said they do it, and I wanted to see if it was a Canadian thing. Have I had Tiaguanian oolong tea? I've had oolong tea. I don't like it. Most like root teas, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a huge fan of floral teas either. So like oolong, I'm not a huge fan of. Ginger teas, I like ginger. I'm not a huge fan of ginger tea. Chamomile might be one of my least. I actually probably like chamomile more than I like oolong, but I'm not a huge fan of chamomile. I only have milk in my tea if it's a milk. See, that's the thing. I don't like milk teas. I've had milk. I've tried milk tea before. I'm not a fan, even if it's like a boba. And that's actually why I'm not a huge fan of boba. I'm not a huge fan of tapioca, and I'm not a huge fan of milk tea. So often boba will be a tapioca milk tea. And that's why the couple times I've tried boba, I've never liked it. Tiaguanian tastes naturally sweet and doesn't taste like oolong, then I don't think I've had it. Because I've just generally avoided oolong tea.
The embarrassment and excitement fighting for real estate on her face have me this close to throwing an arm around her shoulders and tussling her hair.
No one's stopping you, Gia. No one's stopping you from, like, giving praise to your, like, hyperfemme GF who is undergoing a corruption arc.
Let's go, Principessa.
We're so back. We are so in. You know that we are so in. I mean, it is kind of a corruption arc. Oh. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a corruption arc. She is learning to do crime. Liberty Auto, Scrapyard. Investigate the first scrap island. Let's go to Auto. For a moment, I think I'm seeing things. Looks like a scrap pile is moving all by itself, until I spot dark shapes of street urchins on its surface, like flies gnawing on a steak left out in the sun. Hey, seen anything around here we could use for water filtration?
I'm not sure they'll be familiar with that sort of terminology, Gia. What about...
You mean like mechanical or the fancy carbon type? Ain't seen none today, but Spunky found a whole box of rubber flanges yesterday, no cracks or nothing. You want it? You gotta pay. I'm too busy enjoying the shock on Nellie's face to notice the white street patrol car pull around my blind spot. You ain't authorized to be here. I am not a dodger. I might invest in dodging, although I might go phantom instead. I mean, I have $80. I'll just pay. Fair's fair, kid, but if it doesn't work, I'm coming back. The urchin flashes a wide coffee brown grin as he grabs my offering and gives me the part. It'll work, promise. Ah. Oh, wait, no, these aren't... Well, these are repair kits. I thought that was water filtration. Not what the Aetherneers are looking for, but it'll come in handy. Alright, enough. All used, clear out. Cool. Liberty, 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 liberty. We can repair a vehicle here or buy some spare parts. Awesome. No, they didn't have any. Dang it. Okay, so this is just repair, paint job. Oh my gosh, wait. I just realized we're a lemon car. And we look like a lemon. That's so pog. Buy items and so... Ooh. So this is engines. This is repulsors. Armor. Ooh. Wad of grease. Huh. Caltrops. Wait, that's so funny. Wait, that's so funny. Another shotgun. I go 2 shotguns. I think. I mean, I could buy like heat-proof shielding and have no money left. But jump over a car? What the hecky heck? I yawn. A more efficient set of repulsors. Ooh. Like, I could buy a second shotgun. I could get caltrops. I don't think I have the money to afford this yet. Yeah, we're playing Speed Racer. How'd you know? Listen, caltrops on a hover car is just explosives. Let's be real.
The busted chunk of an island's underside rusts in the sun.
They float into the... Yeah, I guess they're like magnetized, probably.
Oh, this is perfect. See that? If that old aether repulsor's not damaged, the parts could easily be repurposed for water filtration.
Shoot it down? I'll help Nellie.
Once we're parked, she runs off and gets to work, untangling pieces of equipment.
Yeah, if I
reaching
shot
up
it
on
down,
her
that sounds
tippy toes
dangerous.
to pull
Oh.
down bundles of wire.
Well, start over there with the equalizer piping.
Yikes.
I can't fathom what she wants me to do, so I start tugging on pieces of scrap and hope for the best. My
Well-
clumsy efforts shake loose a metal assembly.
Listen,
and it
I'm
nearly
not the
cracks
smart
open
one.
my coconut.
She's the smart one. I'm the talker. I'm the
You
face.
don't know what you're doing. Stay out of the way. I'll do it myself.
I
Ferro
wait by
fluid.
the car till
Ooh.
Nellie comes over with an armful of useful parts. She gives me a glare, and I can't help but feeling like I'm back in primary school. At least it's only my pride that took a beating this time.
I forgot about the 30s. Water filtration parts. Awesome. Though these are contraband, so that needs to go there. Oh, wow. Cool.
There's no mistaking the throaty grumble of a scrapper rig on the prowl, all sizzling oil and sparking ozone. Many scrappers are perfectly decent people just trying to survive.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell without looking that ain't
Oh,
the
are we going to
case
get into a
with
fight over
one.
this? Couple of floaters all alone, huh? Hey, easy pickings. All right, time for a getaway drive. Hey, we staked our claim on this scrap. I'm just say nothing. Combat is dynamic. Look out for obstacles and lane changes that could damage or even destroy your vehicle or use against enemies. What the heck? Oh, wow. So this is gonna... Got it. So civilian, bottom feeder. So I have a right shotgun. So if we recall, I know what I can do. Oof, I don't have quite enough for that. So you are now aethered. And let me go there. I can't do anything more, but there's going to be... Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm hoping that they'll come up to my right to try and damage me. So I'll actually stay there. So now if they come up to damage me and don't move out of the way, they'll take falling damage. Oh! I didn't realize that they weren't going yet. Holy heck. Oh, I keep forgetting Ram can push. Maybe I need to invest more in ramming. So let's go. Oh, that was a mistake. Whoops. I just wasted that. Yeah, that was a bit of a waste. Whoops. Yeah, that was a total waste of a turn. Mobby. Oh no, the civilian's gonna crash! Don't do it! Civilian! Oh no! Okay, you're gonna ram into me? Yeah. Well, I'm in front of you, so I can back up into you. So I can shotgun you. And if I just stay, you're gonna take damage from... Yeah, because the vehicle's gonna crash into you. Civvy, you were so young. I mean, they looked like... Not fine. That's so funny that cars can just slam into you.
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you.
So I took some needless damage. That was kind of unpog on my part.
A different time, kid. A different life.
We have the water filtration. So we have some scrap engine, and... Oh, so work in progress because it's still a demo. Reroll failed enforcer check. Interesting. Trunk storage, and you. Okay, we're running out of storage. Okay, so what I can do is that when I'm in that combat, I have a shotgun for my right side, I have a pistol for my left side, and I can ram any direction. It can be repaired using repair kits or by visiting garages. Repair kits, carry them with you, heal conveniently after combat. Garages can be found on each island and at the hole. You can repair for a price. Got it. I don't think I want to spend money to repair at this point. I mean, unless it costs scrap. Let me see how this works. How do I repair? Is it just scrap? Repair? Dollars needed, scrap needed. So it costs both. I think right now I'm fine. I am playing permadeath, so this is playing dangerously, but I don't think I need to repair myself. This game is very cool, and the demo is currently live on Steam. I don't know when the fall release is happening, but I am going to chat with the devs about that. I'm going to reach out to them.
If I look off the edge, I might even be able to see where I was born. I keep my distance.
Oh, I was born, like, on the ground.
Gia, what's that?
She points out the passenger window at the dark shape of a scrapper clunker, its burnished surface glinting as it swoops down to intercept us. Its markings,
oh, another fight.
War paint across the hood to the scars and gouges of previous fights, suggest a high rank. That is who we're here to find.
Oh.
As the car pulls up alongside us, an even and untroubled voice squawks out at us.
Hello there. Looking for something, little bird?
Ooh.
He didn't open the dialogue by opening fire.
Okay.
So I take that as an encouraging sign. Nellie's looking at me expectantly. I better choose my words carefully as we pull over. You familiar with White Street's quartermaster?
Oh, can I get dirt on the quartermaster?
Let's go. Sure. He's the only man who puts food on my table.
Okay.
The scrapper leans out his window and proffers a folded piece of paper.
Uh-huh.
I can see the quartermaster's stamp even before I grab it. It's a personal letter, promising pay for extra security for the Lutzko's goods as they travel the beanstalk. That's quite the arrangement you've got yourself. Wish my family'd been that lucky.
You from the boroughs?
Siltside, long time ago. Had to find a different way out.
Siltside? Couldn't be. Nobody comes out of there in one piece.
Who says I'm in one piece? The rolling rumble of his laugh matches the cadence of his engine.
I like this guy.
Mind if I keep this? Could come in handy.
Sure, I've got more at home. The man loves his correspondence.
How are things groundside these days? It's been a while.
I do like the fact that even though there's a bunch of like scrappers and violence and all of that, there's multiple opportunities where I can just be like, I'm gonna dip, live your life, I'm gonna live mine, enjoy.
Same
She
as
does
always.
kind of sound like Shepard, actually.
The bitterness in his voice betrays no lie. The burrows are still the same as I left them. Hot in the daytime, freezing at night. Harsh winds carrying
Dude,
skin-slicing
guy loves his
dust.
pen pals.
Short on clean water, fresh food, and hope. Some things never change. I still hang my boots out the window at night.
You really are a Burroughs kid.
The scrapper and I share a sharp-toothed grin, and I savor the puzzled look on Nellie's face.
Okay, so if I could spend $15 to buy more parts. If I buy more parts, then I might get a water filtration unit, but I won't have the carrying capacity to return it to the other people. So I'm going to leave peacefully, and I can come back here and buy them later if need be.
Guess we go our separate ways then.
Fine by me. You be careful out there.
You too, King.
His engine roars as he peels away, and I hear Nellie exhale next to me.
I don't think Mr. Quartermaster is going to be happy with us.
Can't please everyone, kid.
But so, why did I have... Was I supposed to fight him? I actually have no idea. Listen, he is cool. Intelligence officers swarm every path out of the scrapyard, their black uniforms dotting the landscape like spots on a coal-black Dalmatian. There's so many, Gia. There's no getting through that without staining the dress of yours. Well, I'll have to go back to Pitt if we want out of here alive. Well.
When we pull up to the quartermaster's office,
Oh gosh.
there's a troop of secret police attending Lutzko and Pitt inside. Neither one looks pleased to be sharing the same air with the other.
Well, yeah, it smells like milk.
I suppose this is what they call the moment of truth.
So if I... Missions... so I have water filters. Let's go out of the bind, stop the quartermaster's arrest, or ensure the quartermaster's arrest. Oh gosh,
You suppose right. How do you want to play
I
it?
could just leave.
She looks surprised.
I'm not
as though she
involved
didn't
in
expect me
this.
to source an opinion.
I am not involved in this man's life, and I got the water filtration units independent of him. So I could just leave.
You want to learn how things work in the
Lukewarm
lowers,
milk and
Doctor?
despair.
There's the tough choice and the tougher choice. So choose.
Well, as I said, I'm not exactly well versed in White Street military politics, and I've only
Stop beating
gathered
around the
minimal
bush, Nelly. I
data on
asked
the
you your
relevant
opinion.
parties so far.
Tell me your opinion.
There are
I
other
keep telling you to
considerations,
stop
too, like-
talking. Now is not the time where I want you to stop talking.
No, you're overthinking it.
What does your
What
gut
does your
tell
gut
you?
tell
Exactly.
It tells me
Yeah.
we should help the quartermaster. Even if times are tough for Alexander and Maria, I can't see them improving if that pitman takes control.
I mean,
here.
that's my reaction too. But also,
She's not wrong.
I could just not get
She
involved.
doesn't know the kind of suffering a man like Lutzko can cause, even if he means
That is very
well.
true.
She's never lived a life where you can happily choose a pit, knowing at least
It
there's food
is-
on your table.
It is increased scrutiny at the cost of stability versus a motorcycle blaring down the street outside my house. How dare you?
No easy way out. There never is.
Oh, I have
I open the
to.
door to the office.
contribute.
And the Whitecaps look up expectantly.
Ladies, you're back. I was just.
Ah, the Randazzo sisters. How very good to see you again.
Smooth talker. Oh. Oh. Because I have the letter, that's considered corruption because he's working with the scrappers. Oh, that was audible? I'm so sorry. See, that's the thing. The quartermaster currently is not providing the necessary materials to the Aetherneers, the rats. In part because the regime is focused on the war effort. But also, it's just slipping through the cracks. I mean, I gotta play dumb. I am head empty. What else would I do? This is why I gave myself a +2 to Smooth Talker.
Sorry, fellas, but we couldn't dig up anything useful. Afraid we wasted your time. Just wanted to come by and apologize before we head out. Intelligence Officer Pitt regards us as one might the brown patch on their recently chomped apple.
I see. Well, that about wraps it up then.
Then suddenly, he's all smiles, acting for all the world as though we're just finishing a convivial tea luncheon.
Not that dumb.
His tone is the
Okay,
If we meet
okay.
again, Miss Randazzo,
That was less dumb than
our
I thought she was gonna play it.
conversation won't be nearly as pleasant as today's.
He gestures to his goon squad and they
The
tromp out.
goons! They're
Lutzko wipes his
back!
brow. We bought the old soldier some breathing room, for all the good it'll do. But we're also on Pitt's blacklist.
Listen,
We'll have to watch our backs in this down from now on.
I'd be on his blacklist even if I helped him out. Yo, let's go. Okay. So I can talk to you. I think first, so I could grab new combat action Aether Void, deal damage to a vehicle equal to half your missing AP. That's really good. Oh, but this costs 4. This costs 4, and I only have 7 right now, so I don't need this right now. And with a +2 Smooth Talker, I don't think I need that right now. So I think what I do... I think Daredevil does not stack with Phantom. Because Phantom benefits from not being hit. And by using light weapons. So I think, I mean, I've had some Dodger come up, so I might grab a point of Dodger, actually. Bootleg turn, spin 180 degrees so your weapons face opposite. That is so... I have to do that. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I like being sneaky. I like being a Phantom, but Dodger's come up a couple times, and to be able to just do a 180 degree turn, a bootleg turn, is so silly to me.
Once
Hey,
Kenan's
they the
power
goons,
goes,
yeah,
he
the
shuffles towards me and
goons.
Nelly. He's wringing his hands like a chicken's neck.
I don't know what to say, ladies. You saved my skin today.
Oh, it was our pleasure, sir.
The kid's sincerity flatters him, and some color comes back into his cheeks. I lean into his space, interrupting his growing self-confidence. That it was, sir. And we couldn't possibly accept any generous tokens of your gratitude. Recognition flashes in his eyes. To his credit, the old mustard-stained mutt catches on quick.
Oh no, I insist. Listen, you ever need anything, you let your old quartermaster know. I've got plenty of stuff you'd find a use for. Oh, just a crate of cigars. I guess I'm using that, moving you, and... Huh. Nice. Well, like I said, busy day. Thanks again, ladies.
White Street's scrapyard monarch scurries away.
Tokyo Drift Buckshot Edition. Literally, that's what I'm going for.
In a moment, it's just me and Nelly, and the wide expanse of White Street.
See what he has for sale. Oh, he's a salesman. Nice. Expert repair kit. These are 5 health each. Move through a checkpoint. Oh. Actually, that might be really good. Reroll a failed check. Loaded dice. Aether Sludge Thrower. Gosh. Small concealed storage. Adds inventory slots, some of which are concealed. I might need to pick that. I'm already out of room. Medium storage. I think I need to pick up the small storage container. Although I don't think I can fit it at present. Loaded dice in front of me? Exactly. I don't have an inventory, do I? Yeah, so I only have my car because I don't have a stash. So I want to leave. I would love those papers if I could grab them, but I think I need storage now more than anything. So I'm going to go back to White Street. I'm going to go through the checkpoint.
Things got a bit hot back there, didn't they?
Oh. Oh. Gosh. Your heat impacts your talent. I didn't realize it was on a scale of 1 to 6. We're at 5. We need to pull over, lie low, and let the Whitecaps move on. There's a place nearby.
I think we should visit that safe house Maria told us about. She did say we might need it.
I don't have a gun. Do you have an
She's
extra?
nervous and she doesn't know what to expect next. That doesn't make her wrong, though.
So the dialogue has changed a bit. Them GTA stars, yeah. You read my mind, kid. It's a grubby ground floor room in an abandoned tenement. The building's ghost peers out us from the woodwork. I see Nelly dodge a shattered light fixture, tiptoeing around the glass shards.
This is the place?
You were expecting the Ritz? It's a quiet, kid. That's what counts. Ah. The minutes bleed together as the light outside trace an arc across the floor. Oh, down to 0. Oh, Pog. Poke around for anything valuable? I mean, it's 16% chance. Nah, nearly. I'd say the place has been picked clean, but there's nothing clean about it. It's empty and spent.
Is it safe now? Can we leave?
Yeah, drink it in. We won't be seeing this place ever again. Yeah, I didn't know if it was a one-time use or not. So I guess I'm going... Yeah, so this is my route. I'm going through a checkpoint where my contraband is in a hidden compartment. I don't have to worry about it. It's still abuzz with angry White Street wasps. Their stingers twitching in search for some flesh. Goodness gracious. Oh. Traffic grinds to a stop. Soldiers and intelligence officers. While traveling, you will encounter checkpoints. At a checkpoint, you may be searched for contraband, right? Your heat plays a large role in how you'll be treated. The higher your heat, the more likely you are to be searched. There's a chance you'll be waved straight through when traveling with low heat. I'm at 0 heat. After a terse chit-chat with a few guards, liberally abided by Nellie's sweet smile, they wave us through. Oh. Okay, small stuff like that is so cool. Yeah, so Andy, this is in alternate world America. We are in New York City right now. That is what this setting is. So the Ritz does
Somehow
exist.
The place looks even rougher than it did only a few hours ago.
Mexi.
There's a pall in the air as thick as the smog.
I was not expecting this game to have as much content in the demo as it did. I'm very much enjoying
and
it.
Maria catch sight of us and head over, dropping the goggles from their stained faces and treating
Actually,
us to
let
some
me-
weak but earnest smiles.
Let me real quick. Aether and Iron Steam. In case any of you are interested in this game, I should be able to pin this. Yeah. So if you want the game, or let me undo. Check out the game here. Let me do this. Isn't that the mark from one of the items you have on the... Yeah. So this area is where we found a contact, where that's how we found them. And then we spoke with like the bouncer at the front. We are interacting with people who maintain the inner structure of these flying cities, and they need a water filtration unit, which we got for them, but we had to basically dodge the KGB, CIA, secret police in order to do that. And we actually sided with the current establishment instead of the KGB, which the current establishment is the reason these people don't have water filtration, but it's not as bad as the KGB is going to be. But then we just put ourselves on a black list for the KGB.
You're back. Do you have what we asked for?
Yep.
I'm happy to say we were able to retrieve some excellent parts for you. Here you are.
Her face falls as she
So
sees
typical
Maria's
tangent upon tangent
strange
just to get the
look
thing.
of gratitude and
Exactly. And this, the water filtration that we're getting from them, this is just so we can get information where our car is. This is a tangent on a tangent on a tangent on a tangent on a side quest so that we can get Nellie her bag, which is in our car. And I imagine what's going to happen is we're going to find the car, but the bag was stolen. So we're going to need to track down the guy with the black hat because he has her bag. Thank you, truly.
Something wrong?
No, honey, you did a wonderful job. It's just that, well, I'm sure these will keep out most of the contaminants.
Most? Oh.
And our deal?
We're true to our word. Poppers spotted a car matching your description by Heroes Arch, past the commercial district at the islet's edge. Should still be there. I should tell you, though.
It's all right. Thank you. Next to me, the kid is wilted like a balloon with all the air let out. Her pretty little life in the heights hasn't prepared her for this.
Yeah, so the reason that they need a water filter is because Aether, like the special substance that powers the flying cities, is leaking into their water supply. And this is a civilization built off of, I don't think it's the ruins, I think it's kind of like the upward ascension of the ground world, the surface world. So we're not really getting new water filtration units, we're just kind of using like coffee filters. So it's better than what they got. Here, we want you to have this. It's not much, but you really stuck out your necks for us, and we look after our own. Honestly, I'd appreciate it, but you clearly need it more than I do. But I did go against the KGB for you, so I will accept it. But Nellie will absolutely swoon if I decline it. What if my real reward is Yuri?
Actually, I think you folks need it more.
I think you need it more than we do.
No. Insist.
So do I. They're proud, but not too proud to push it. Alexander bites something back, tight-lipped, but his eyes say it all. Usable scrap wasn't all we gave them today. We reminded him not all outsiders are pinstriped jackals with a pen in their hand and gold in their smile.
Like, I understand that from a mechanical perspective, taking the reward is probably the better option. And maybe there's a narrative reason to not take it. Maybe it's just a being a good person thing. But, like, I am struggling in this game. I am not well off. I have $72.
Take this, at least.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
I no longer have $72, and now I have $100.
As we wave goodbye, the kid leans in. and I
Greenbacks,
see
as
a
they're called.
tiny
The real
ray
treasures of the
unusual
Yuri we made along the way.
sunshine
Literally,
filtering
the
cloudy
Yuri we manifested.
Gee, that was a really swell thing to do.
Let's get moving. I want my damn
Yeah, I just want my
back.
car back. It's not like I like these people or anything. Baka. Can I talk to you more?
Yeah.
Yeah, the quartermaster's
Just
still in
so you
charge.
know, we spotted a few vultures circling the scrapyard. Secret police types. Guess they had their eye on your quartermaster.
Figured they would catch up to him eventually. Good.
We chased him off. Only way to get what you needed.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander looks annoyed, but he softens at his wife's calming hand on his arm.
Lutsko may be a bastard, but we know how to deal with him. Thank you. Exactly, like, I mean, it's a little bit of devil you know, but it's also, he has a degree of incompetence to him. The KGB taking over would implant someone that is hyper competent and would string you even worse.
Take care out there.
I understand it's probably not the best option, but it is an option. So we're going up to, what is it, Hero's Height? Yeah, up there. It's still going. Wow. I guess we're doing the entire My Kingdom for a Car quest. Probably stops when I get back to Chimera. Oh, surprise encounter. I'm doing well, keeping a low profile, but today it's not enough. A white street guard flags me down and flashes his lights. I pull over and a young, self-important whitecap approaches my window. What seems to be the problem, officer?
Don't play coy, miss. I just saw you toss something out of your vehicle. Was that a cigarette butt? Contraband?
He hooks a thumb through the belt of his trousers, smug as a schoolyard bully.
You'll have to pay the fine on this here ticket, or we'll have a problem.
I'm just gonna read him. Now I roll the 11. I give the guard a cursory look. He rocks back on his heels absent-mindedly. Slinging tickets to fill a quota's gotta be a dull post. And if I had to guess, this guy's way behind. Slow day, huh?
What?
That's why you're stopping me. Gotta fill that quota no matter what, right?
I'm not sure I like what you're suggesting, miss.
I'm a smooth talker. Hey, I'm anonymous. I'm a smooth talker. Just ease up, bro. Like, it's not that big a deal. You got me, I got you. We got different stuff that we gotta do. I flash the officer an easy smile and give him a small shrug in response. I get you out of quota, and I don't envy you for it. But generally, Eli doesn't appreciate how hard it is to hand these out when it gets quiet out here, huh? His tough guy act melts in an instant, faster than ice on hot pavement.
Actually, you know, never mind. You're pretty sharp, and you're not wrong.
Take it from me, pal. There's still trouble over there if you're looking for it. But all the same, I'd appreciate not paying a fine for trouble I wasn't in.
That's plenty fair. Sorry about the stop, miss.
Space. Sorry. No harm done? The officer jogs back to his cruiser with his tail between his legs. Looks like I'm free to go. That was easy. I'd prefer a scumbag that isn't actually competent. That's the thing.
My whole
I'd
life
prefer
they've been
no
sick, they're
scumbag,
abandoned,
but everyone's going to be a
abused,
scumbag one way or
and
another.
torched beyond
It's a matter of, do you want a
Kept company only by
scumbag with
effigies to the long
institutional
dead.
backing
The
and the
smell of
secret
my burnt
police
future
propping
still
him up?
lingers in the cold air.
Or do you want a scumbag who just kind of isn't really working properly? Do you want a competent scumbag or do you want an incompetent scumbag? You can work around an incompetent scumbag, particularly if it's one you know, right?
Oh, Gia, your car. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault.
Dang, my chimera.
The vandal who took my car apart was more butcher than surgeon, ripping out the hidden compartments and leaving a gaping hole where Nellie's briefcase had been stored.
Charisma, once again, the best stat. Why do you think I rushed it? Why do you think I took 2 points in it? Why do you think that when I tried calming Nellie down before I rolled snake eyes and didn't matter because I failed by 1, it doesn't even matter.
Kid. She runs forward, hoping that every desperate scavenger in a 5-mile radius had somehow missed the briefcase. They hadn't.
No.
I suddenly feel like I'm outside my own body, looking
The
down
baby.
from above at this odd, tawdry sight. A scientist and a smuggler,
Sticking it to the man.
Corpse of a flashy
The current kit flows through the cracks. You don't want them sealed up. Exactly. You get it.
As strange as this. I nudged Nellie, motioning for her to follow me towards the edge of the island, overlooking the lowers.
Among the forgotten and decayed, I almost dismissed the rotting crate as another corpse until a glint of light calls me. Colored glass peeks through the gaps, and not the kind you'd usually find in White Street. Honestly, what is Gumshoe? I should probably put a point in Gumshoe. I've been having a lot of Gumshoe checks, and generally, Strategist has been popping up, but not too much. I left the crate. Waterlogged wood and molding straw fills my lungs. While fighting for air, I feel the bottom of the box open beneath my fingers and make a catcher's save. Safe. Ooh. Heavy and considered contraband on some islands. Let's party. I do not have the room for this. Yeah, I don't have that at all. So if I leave it, do I just not take it? Oh no, I can come. I seem to come back for it. Oh. Awesome. So I can just come back for it. Cool. You almost got us out of this hellhole, baby. Looks like I'm hitching the rest of the way. I can't bring our baby back, but maybe I can do the next best thing. Oof. I do appreciate that the heat, the lower the heat actually hurts my brass checks. I might want to leave it just in case my heat increases.
She somberly shuffles over before taking a seat next to me.
Are we gonna have a really emotional
over the edge like a set of old
conversation
garden chimes,
overlooking the city?
I thought it'd be beautiful up close. Is that silly?
Huh?
The city, the lowers.
The well.
Ah.
I've seen it so many times from the Institute, obviously, but
First kiss.
I thought when I came down.
Let's start with holding hands.
I don't know. I guess I expected something different.
In the lowers, kid, things rarely go the way you expect.
Yeah, like sometimes you come down here, you think you're looking for new beginning, new house to live by yourself, some work, and you realize that you meet this really cute, cool detective lady who is kind of, you know, kind of got you rizzed up a little bit, but then you realize that you got some chemistry, you both like comics, you really play off each other well, and she's experienced and can teach you things about the world, and you got optimism that will crack through her jaded personality, and like it's a very nice meet cute you got going, you know, just the ways you don't expect, you know?
We gaze out at that hateful storm cloud, and I realize I do see a sort of severe, intense beauty.
If they kiss,
like the ocean,
by the end of this
maybe,
demo,
or what I imagine the ocean.
I'll
is
do
like
something.
Close.
I'll do something.
What is it anyway?
The well? It's a unique gravitational phenomenon. I theorize it's a byproduct of excessive industrial aether production, but the data is still unclear.
Ah, yes, there's also some stuff about being tied up in feet. I forgot about that, not gonna lie.
Punishment for our sins?
Last week, I would have scoffed at that. Today, I don't even know what I know anymore. Maybe it is.
Look, you can't carry the world on your shoulders, kid. We do what we can, and when we can't anymore, well, there's always wind skipping.
Wind skipping, is that what I do when the wind carries me away?
She turns to me confused. I reach into a deep coat pocket and pull out a handful of flat stone shards, eyeing them for the proper shape and size.
We're gonna have a really cute moment where we're skipping stones on the water's edge, but instead of stones, or instead of the water's edge, we're skipping over clouds.
My Zio taught me, when days were bad or boring or too hot or too cold or too anything, we'd throw stones together. The trick is to time it with the updraft.
Is it gonna be really cute where I'm showing her how to do it and she doesn't know, and then she gets it and then she gets all excited? Shut up. A soft fragrance fights past the breeze, and I realize the girl's wearing perfume, vanilla and rose. Heights smell, as foreign down here as good dentistry or hope. I feel a weird surge of pity for the poor pampered kid, and a tiny acid kick of jealousy. We're noticing her perfume. Last time I did this, Needles and I were fighting again. Couldn't hurl a rock at his smug face, so the empty sky had to do it. Neither of them deserved it. Okay, so Needles is our ex, presumably. Which is why I'm so against speaking with him. So we have what is very likely a bi and lesbian pairing coming up. Unless I am reading too far into this and it's going to be like a romance thing with Needles. Because Needles had a bad breakup with me based on my reaction to his name. Some say that Dreamland is too big to fail. That Nation's Crusade is a new unstoppable force. Both White Street on the warpath. Both look away shyly. MC changes the subject.
The shard arcs
Teach
into the air
Nelly.
with hope, but plummets into a heavy descent. Nelly stifles a soft laugh. Small as it is, the gray skies over White Street seem grateful for that little spark of joy.
The prompt is wind skipping Teach Nelly. We're so in.
The shard plummets again. I'll run out of things to skip at this rate. Gotta wait for the gust of wind. The shard plummets again. Gotta wait for the gust of wind.
Oh, do I have to like actually time this? Because there is wind going over there. So I don't know if I have, yeah, like that.
The shard catches the wind and flies into the sky before disappearing into the noise.
I actually legitimately needed to time
Nellie's
that.
eyes
Interesting.
brighten. Nellie takes a few stones from my hand, giving them a clinical eye. She winds back for a throw, but hesitates, glancing over at me.
I gotta show her the right technique and be like, hey, baby girl, no, you have to like position your arm like this.
I mime a proper throw, flicking my wrist so she can copy me. She follows my lead, practicing a few times before tossing it into the draft. It ain't much of a throw, but
gotta show her how to do it, yeah.
She times it perfectly, and that stone flies better than any bird.
Well, what do you know? I do feel a bit better.
See? Nice throw, kid.
Okay.
Thanks. Not that difficult, once you factor in mass times force, accounting for the wind, of course.
It's so good.
All right, easy there. You ain't pitching for the Metromaniacs just yet.
Like, is this banter? Is this flirting? I think this is just banter.
We sit in silence a little longer before the wind begs me to say something. What's so special about that briefcase of yours?
No. Ignore the plot. I'm here for Yuri.
Oh, I've been tracking the growth patterns of the well for some time. Recently, the etheric charge in the storm band spiked, building in both intensity and atmospheric disturbance.
Oh, I got a teaser.
English, Professor, please.
I'm sorry, it's so stock. It's so good. Someone hasn't been a very good pupil. Skipping your homework? Well, see, my dog ate my chalkboard, and I'm not too good without my chalkboard.
Something recently made the well stronger. Much stronger. If I can stop that, I might be able to stop the well from consuming the lowers altogether.
You're serious, aren't you? You really think you can fix it?
She really said, I can fix her. And by her, I mean the well. I would never mean this woman sitting next to me teaching me how to throw rocks on a romantic evening night. What are you talking about again? That is what Nelly is saying right now.
Yes, but without my notes, I'll have to start again, collect some more data. I remember most of the model, but recreating some of the theorems will take time.
Well, that settles it. We're not done yet, kid. Those notes of yours, pretty sure they were taken. And I'm not going to soil my reputation.
Yeah, it's all about the reputation, right?
We just need to fix up our clunker to find them.
Oh, you mean it, Gia? That's so wonderful news. Thank you. But we need something better than a clunker. If she's gonna help us say the lowers, she needs a real name.
She does look like a block of cheese. Or a sponge. Honeycomb, maybe? I can see her gears spinning up again. And I decide to let her run.
Wait.
Distraction.
This would be so funny if the name selection is based off the fact that it's yellow. I don't think that's the case. I think it's because it's covered in bullet holes. What are we thinking the name should be? Honeybee, Princess, or Zapper? I like the name Honeybee. We're going yellow and black. Honeybee is very cute. And I mean, we already got one princess with us. We don't need another. You're right. Squint hard enough and she kind of looks like a honeycomb. But that's no name for a car. How about Honeybee?
I love it! You think we could find any yellow paint? Something bright? Or would that
We already
just
have yellow
change
paint, girl.
attention? The bad kind, I mean.
As we stand under the gloom of the well, the world somehow manages to look just a tiny bit brighter.
I think your uncle was right earlier. The wind skipping did help. Thanks, Principessa.
Trying out a little Italian? We'll work on it. Something easier.
But you call me that. I should be able to call you something.
Pet names.
I've already got a name, kid. But let me know if you think of anything.
Is that the end of the demo? Oh no! It keeps going! It keeps going!
Let's head home, kid.
I keep waiting on this to be like, and that is the title screen of this game that is now currently out of the demo. Crumbled remains of White Street's last purge. In the red flash burn when I shut my eyes, the ozone sing in my nostrils, I feel history repeating itself. Okay, so I have this, which I want to wait for more heat on. I have this, which I don't have room in my inventory for. No, like literally. I'm gonna hit up the devs and be like, what is your business model? This is so much content. Yeah, so let's go all the way back. Then we can come back to Heroes Arch later. Surprise encounter? Oh no. I'm getting used to Honeybee's quirks, namely compensating for her disastrous alignment, when I hear a sharp intake of breath from Nelly. My eyes dart to the rear view and I see him again, the tall, rangy shadow riding hard towards us like a bandit in the night. The shadow pulls up next to us, and I'd swear on Zio's headstone I feel the temperature drop. His gaze is flint and his smile is poison. I squeeze the wheel to steady myself. I've been awfully rude. Never introduced myself. Name's Tobias DeFrance. Didn't ask, Slim. Got about 3 seconds before I ram you into a building.
Leave us alone.
Be glad to oblige, Missy. But I'm being paid handsomely to bring you back home to Olympus Park. And I am to earn my pay. Come along now. Like hell. You there. This area is off limits to civilians. Disperse immediately. Here's your chance to run. You'd like that, wouldn't you? It was you. You torched my car. Precious to you, was it? I expect little miss was hoping to get her papers back too. Don't worry, darling. They're in good hands.
Wait, my research? Give it back! And that's doctor to you!
But not doctor to me, your princessia. Apologies, but if you won't come quietly, well... I said disperse. Final warning. Please tell me this is a three-way fight. Road gaps can be jumped to reach the other side, but moving between roads uses a lot of action points. Plan your turn carefully. What in the... Okay. So I don't have a... So I can't actually shoot you, but I can knock you back. Let's just get up here. And we'll move one over just to kind of stay safe. Of course it's Tobias. This man would be a Tobias. I'm gonna fast forward. Fast forward. Oh, every single... Oh, I got shotted. Oof. So there's a person there. You have 25 health. So this is going to be a road change and also a construction site. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop back, damage your amount of AP because I have light weapons. This is a road change. Can I ram you into the civilian? Nope. That civilian might just die. Straight up. So I'm actually... So So this road change, I don't know if this isn't a hazard line, so this might be fine. But if what I can do is I can go there. I have protection on the sides. Or not. Okay, so road change. Okay. Oh. Someone just straight died. Eep. Luckily, you're lower on ammo. Or you're lower on AP. Okay, so I have 7 AP. Gosh, I don't think I'm making it out. I can't repair, can I? I don't... Survive 3 rounds is another option. You'll deal 4 damage to me and then you'll ram me, right? So what I could do, actually, if I go 3, so I think my goal, actually, is I hop, and I take the 2 damage, and I just try to survive. I don't think I'm trying to eliminate him. Yeah, so I took damage. Yeah. That's it. You're under arrest by the order of General Tillinghast. Damn it, soldier boy. Get out of my way. Now's our chance. Oh, they're focused on him, not me. The Whitecaps jump on DeFrence's sleek Corvette like a drove of starched pigs tackling a raven. While the bullets and cuss words fly, so do we, and he clocks our escape with a furious shout. You ain't seen the last of me, you hear? I'm coming for you, Miss Doctor. Alright. I didn't realize that the survive 3 turns was because he was gonna get arrested. Ooh, Armor Buster. Auxiliary. Okay. And a shotgun. Ooh, I love me some shotguns. Nitro. Avoid optional combat. And some light armor. Okay. Goodness gracious. Use item. Use item. I'm gonna put the shotgun there. Put you there. And I don't want to use my other repair kit, but I'm kind of out of space. I think I'll lose these if I don't use them. Like, I don't care about the scrap engine, I think the scrap engine is not worth it. You haven't moved items to your vehicle inventories any less will be lost forever. Move all to... Yep. I just can't. So, bye-bye, engine. Oh my gosh. Well, now I guess we're going back to Cress. Sneak on a ferry for free.
I better let Cress know what happened to the Chimera.
Ain't looking forward to that one. Let me go here real quick. In my stash. I don't need you. You're a light weapon. You're an auxiliary. Vulnerability to target vehicle, increasing incoming project. So if I armor bust you and then I shoot you, but my issue is I don't want that. What I want is light weapons. So the armor buster actually isn't conducive to my build. Funny enough. Just hucking a full engine block out the boot like a stage hazard. Exactly. So let's change vehicle parts. Honeybee. We can get just dual shotguns. Yeah. So with that, like, I don't think that the scrap engine was the same engine. So it wouldn't have been better. It just would have sold for 9. Firm. Hello, Percy. Meow.
Cress greets us, shoulders square, arms crossed. A woman
I
bracing
thought
for impact.
the demo was going to end
something was
when we
wrong
found the
and
car,
didn't pull up
and then
with
I
her
thought it was
baby.
going to end after we had a cute moment with skipping stones, and then I thought it was going to end after the boss fight. I assume it's going to end after talking to Cress, but I've been wrong 3 times in a row now.
You find her?
She was gutted. Nothing left to salvage. Expecting the hit doesn't make it hurt any less. Her shoulders fall.
It was awful. Ugh, she was an incredible machine. I've been in Heights cars with brace staplers that weren't as well optimized.
Is this that ray of sunshine that's been following you?
Oh
around?
yeah, you haven't met my girlfriend.
Yes, hello. I'm Ellie. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. All good things, of course.
There is no demo. This is just the full game model. The business model is Yuri.
So Gia's been lying.
But Gia didn't say you were a mechanic. I thought Lowers Islands didn't allow their Aethaniers to work on the surface. Or is that how it works in the hole?
The kid stepping into a minefield. Cress talks as much about her personal life as she talks Bavarian politics.
I'm gonna let Cress handle it. That's up to Cress.
I'm not breaking my back crawling the tunnels to keep you afloat.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I take it back. This is my first time in the Lowers, and I didn't expect to meet so many Aethaniers.
Don't you know? We breed like rats down here.
The kid looks on like she's ready to start taking notes.
The hole's not like other islands. No free homes, no rats under contract. You need a generator looked at, you pay me like anyone else.
Don't
Valid.
worry, I won't be a bother. I'm certain I can find my way around a generator. Oh, but I hope it won't be any trouble.
Gotta say, my
to ask
first
about the
impressions were on
output
point.
capacity.
Nellie's
I can pay you a
perfect.
consultation fee once I have the funds. Unless you accept coffee.
Stick around a month. I'll think about it. And I'll take cash.
Cress is playing it softer than I expected with the kid. The first day I walked in here,
Well,
I was
yeah,
lucky to get
because
away
you
with
can
my jaw
handle
intact.
your jaw being clocked.
So, the Chimera's gone. Looks like you're stuck with that bucket of bolts.
Yeah.
Honeybee is not a bucket of bolts. She's a queen. All she needs is a fresh coat of paint.
You named her. You gonna get attached to every lost cause you come across now?
I was gonna roll. I'm the cynic out of the two of us. I just roll my eyes.
Oh, I love it. I think it's an inspired choice, Gia.
Cress grins and heat creeps up on my collar. I feel like I'm 6 again. The neighbor boys taunting me after they found my stuffed dolly.
It's because I like her, isn't it?
Both of you are cruising for a bruising right now.
Cruising for a bruising. I haven't heard that in years.
Yeah. Anyway, all that hunk of yours really needs is a tune-up, a fresh set of repulsors, and restitching of the upholstery.
At a minimum. And she's not the only one who needs
Taking
to get
notes
back in
on
real
breeding?
fighting shape, Cress.
I didn't even think about
My rep's in the gutter, and I need cash.
Nellie. Nellie, are you on AO3?
Okay. What exactly are you looking for?
This game sound like I wrote it. That sounds like a compliment, but it could very well be an insult. Improve my
Got
car's
anything
defense.
for a little more protection. Honeybee can take some fire from street level punks.
Yeah, I was
but
kind of
wouldn't trust her
struggling
a
in that
serious
last
dogfight.
fight.
The chassis is shot to hell.
Right? I
You're
have
gonna
some
want
minor
some
armor
serious
plating.
armor plating to reinforce it. I'm out of anything.
I
at
don't
the
know if
level
that's a
you're
good thing.
asking for.
Listen.
But if you bring me the plates,
This
I'll get them
game's
set up for you.
writing is basically exactly what I want it to be. It is very tropey. There's a lot of cliches. There's a lot of standard stock phrases like cruising for a bruising. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. But when I think noir, when I think retro futurism, I want that consistent familiarity with the genre. In the same way that if you have sci-fi, you expect technobabble. You expect the flux capacitor to inter-ionize the Luxum rays. In retrofuturism, I want anachronistic. Why don't you take a long walk off a short pier, slick, as you're like holding an energy rifle to an alien, right? I'm from the Big Apple, up street. Down the stream, up the street, that's where we call home. Don't you start stepping to us or else you're gonna start cruising for a bruising, you hear? As I'm like flying a modern day drone to strike the I don't know, zombie base, whatever. I want anachronistic dialogue that is so tropey and fun and punchy and campy. Because this isn't a real or realistic setting. This is serious. It deals with serious issues, but it is not trying to present itself as within the real world, so it doesn't need to present realistic dialogue. A lot of the times, the framing that a story tries to tell itself with ends up restricting the flexibility of the story being told. And in a setting like this, I think it benefits from going stupid, going crazy. Like, look at Gia's outfit. That is steampunk craziness if I've ever seen that. All it needs is more beige. Like, steampunk is what happens when goths discover the color beige, right? She has a crazy enough outfit that is perfect for this setting. When if I think, hey, I want like a steampunk detective, I want a retro-futuristic detective, I want like pinstripe pants, a trench coat, a white collared shirt that has a black tie and a fedora, this is perfect. And maybe it's just the fact that the devs understand a listen here, pal. We have not gotten a listen here, pal, but you are so true for that. Don't forget. See, that's the thing. This isn't steampunk. This is aetherpunk. This is retrofuturism. This is, I would almost call it magic punk. There's no steampunk. There's no gears. There's no clockwork, which all tends to be in line with steampunk, because steampunk, at the very least, attempts to have that sort of realism of what if the Industrial Revolution kept going in the direction that it initially was going. Instead of going digitized and combustion engines, we stuck with steam engines, clockwork, and gears, which is a very interesting aesthetic, even if it's not very well founded. This has close to magic. Aether, as far as I can tell, is basically magic. It is a mysterious substance that alters the appearances and the eyes of the Aetherians. It allows cities to fly. It maintains itself in an environment that it shouldn't be able to. So it's basically magic. But it's steampunk adjacent. It's steampunk without the steam, right? We haven't gotten a why I oughta or a hey wise guy, but that's the sort of stuff that if I am reading a book, or I'm watching a movie, or I'm listening to someone present something in 2025 where someone says, hey, wise guy, why I oughta like smack you upside or else you're cruising for a bruising, you see? I would laugh at the author's face at how campy it is. In this setting, I will laugh with the author about how campy it is. And that is the distinction. If I go really deep into the science mumbo jumbo of how, well, utilizing artificial intelligence, we can do a cross-sectional survey of different geopolitical sectors, reaching out to different target demographics and using age reduction in order to thoroughly examine the buying patterns of special hot topic groups. And using that, we can synthesize a response that will allow us to pinpoint the perp's location. And then someone goes, in English, please? I will be like, what are you doing? Do you think that's clever? Because it's not. It's dumb. It's not fun. It's tropey and cliche and stupid. But in this setting, when Gia goes, in English, please, I was so with it. Because I don't have the frame of reference of the 30s. Contrary to what you might think, I was not alive in the 30s. Therefore, I only have media representing the 30s. And the media representing the 30s is filled with those trappings of why I oughta, hey, listen here, pal. So I use that as a touchstone of familiarity. Same thing with if you have a story set in the 90s and you have people that were alive in the 90s having all of the stereotypes of what being a 90s kid was like is gonna be weird because that's not aligned with their value. That's not aligned with their experience because they probably didn't have the stereotypical 1990s experience. But if you have a group of players who are all born in the 2000s and later, like all Gen Z and Gen Alpha, then you can lean into all those stereotypes fine. Because no one has the frame of reference, so it's fun. It's campy. It elevates the source material because it doesn't conflict with the reality that you experienced in it. That is why if you have people that are making, I don't know, like modern day, call it like brain rot TikTok jokes and like meme references to the late 2010s, early 2020s. That feels cringe. That feels annoying. That feels like, why are you trying to be all quirky and weird? Wait 20 years and people born in 2025, 2030, 2035 are going to read that stuff and think it's awesome because they're going to have nostalgia for a time period they were not alive for. And the biggest points of culture for those time periods are going to be the stuff that we think is cringe to assign to it now. It's like the 10th thing I would like to point out on the prosthetic. The wrist is curled for a hand grip so you can adjust it. Yeah. Arrow's not an immortal being from before the 30s. I didn't say I'm not an immortal being from before the 30s. I said I was not alive during the 30s. Take that as you will. Yeah. Wait, Arrow, I thought you were a timeless being brought to us through dreams. Honestly, I might be. I do not vibe with my reality sometimes. Maybe that's because I am not native to this reality. Maybe I am a creature of the dreaming, and I am simply trapped here by your collective histrionics. Free me, release me from this cage of banality, tying me down to a world that does not want me and cannot handle me. I am from beyond, and yet you keep me within, trapped, alone, terrified, not of the world I am within, but of my potential to impact and change it.
Think Tiana has anything?
If you're willing to pay an arm and a leg.
I reject your reality and substitute
Fair
my
enough. I'll stop by Pier 6. You happen to know of any jobs?
I got something, but it doesn't pay much. More of a personal matter.
Sure.
If you want real money, you know who you'll have to talk to.
No, Needles is off the table.
I'm not talking to my ex until I start dating my new girlfriend.
Needles? Is he bad?
He's nobody. Just another smuggler I used to work with. We had a falling out on our last job.
Just another smuggler who owes you big? He recently set up shop in the Raymond district.
Well, actually, okay.
You need
Maybe I was too hasty. Maybe Needles is not an ex. Maybe Needles was involved on the mission that led to Zio dying. Maybe he's the reason my uncle is dead, which is why he owes me big, which is why I hate him. I'm so sorry. My voice died. So I'm drinking water. I'm so sorry about that. Uh-oh, now she knows about your ex. Yeah, so I don't, like, maybe Needles isn't my ex. Maybe he was just another smuggler, literally, that I did work with. Maybe I was friends with him or whatever. And the reason my uncle died is because he screwed up on a mission or sabotaged me or betrayed me or whatever. So now he owes me big because he killed my uncle. And that killed my reputation. Did you just Tuskaroo me because my voice died? Ugh. I can't believe the VTuber fans are infecting my VTuber audience. I'm sorry I'm fixating on the prosthetic so hard, but it feels good to see like a real thing instead of human hand. See, that's what I was saying earlier, is when I heard, oh, she's fixing her own arm, I assumed it was going to be, this is just going to be a human hand, but it's a different color, right? It's a human arm, but it's a different color and it has like LEDs. But no, it's an actual like realistic looking prosthetic for the time period that has extra flair to it. Maybe your uncle saved him, but that caused him to die instead. Wait. What if Needles is like my cousin or something? You know? My uncle dies because he's saving his own. And Needles owes me because I was like a part of the family.
I haven't seen Needles since Zio died.
Yeah.
Haven't wanted to. Too many.
I called it, like I figured it out.
But Cress is right. I need the money. And a job's a job. Even if it's from him. You said you had a job? Something personal?
Yeah, but first, tell your client to go bother someone else.
Oh, no problem. Don't worry about me. I've been wanting to look at these aether lifters you got stacked up over there. It'll be like I'm not even here.
I heard about what you did for the Aether Rats in White Street. Thanks.
It was a fair
They
trade.
dealt with me fairly, and your advice was, if I recall correctly,
Tried my
to
best.
not be an ass. So I wasn't.
So, you wouldn't say no to another job for them?
No. Why would I?
Depends. You said yourself the pay's nothing to write home about.
Nellie's perfect. Okay, Nellie's not perfect. Nellie, thus far, Nellie, I think, has done a very good job, like from a character writing perspective, has done a very good job of being a naive, kind of airheaded fish out of water without being annoying about it. Does that make sense? Because she's definitely been annoying in the sense of, oh, why are you like this? But I know why she's like that. And there's only like 1 or 2 instances where she actually caused trouble by being a fish out of water. Every other time she either like backed off and listened to me, or it was actually helpful, or she had the wherewithal to shut herself up. And that's kind of what I say with TTRPGs, where it's, if you want to play a character who is an airhead, who's a fish out of water, who doesn't understand the customs, start by going like 70% of where you think you need to be. And then by the end of the first session, go down to like 40%. And then from then on out, you're still a fish out of water, but act as if you're like 10% a fish out of water. You are 90% competent, you're 90% plugged in, but 10% is for spice to kind of keep that fire alive. Don't let the fire go out. Don't let that character trait lose your character. But you're not being disruptive. You're not ruining the game. You are not ruining other players' fun or ideas. And there was like 1 or 2 times where Nellie caused a problem for me. And I was like, Nellie, shut your mouth. And she had the thing with like the cotton candy where she ran off and was like, woo, hoo, hoo. And I'm like, really? Are you serious? But fundamentally, she hasn't been problematic. She's been helpful. She knows what she's doing. She's the one that got those water filters when I failed my check. So Nellie has been doing a very good job thus far of being a character who very clearly does not belong here and does not fit in and is making a fool of herself. She is being pointed and laughed at both in and out of the story without sandbagging the team. The friction that she's had has led to some tension, as friction does, but it has not sandbagged my narrative experience, which is a very tight rope to walk. And I'm very glad that they've managed to do
You got
that.
some scratch saved up. A sponsor's covering the rest.
Like just consistently, I have been very impressed by this game. Very impressed by just the writing and the character work and the narrative. And obviously there's stuff like I want to get to know the characters better, but it's a demo. I've been playing this for a couple hours, and of which probably half the time I was yapping. Like, I'm paused right now and I'm just yapping, but that still cuts into my playtime. So, despite the fact that I'm a little unclear, like, wait, so the Aethoniers, are they employees? Are they, like, can anyone be an Aethonier? Are you born into it? Can you leave me? Like Cress here left me an Aethonier. What's the relationship between the uppers and the lowers? Because the lowers have barons who are going to war with each other. Are they like sovereign nations, or is it all one giant city under New York? Like, I have questions that I'm happy to not have had answered yet, because I'm happy, like, I want to explore the world more. I have good questions to ask. And some of them are kind of like, wait, is that how this works? Like, so people are on the surface and the beanstalk connects to the surface, I think? Or did the beanstalk connect to just like a lower island? But those are sort of things where that's not damaging my play experience, right? There are questions you can have, even if they do genuinely confuse you and you would prefer to be answered. You're not like, I'm excited to learn this. It's kind of like, why haven't I been told this yet? There are questions that just don't damage the play experience. So I think that's, this demo has done wonders for me.
They're good for it. I'll vouch.
I won't push it.
Okay. As long as it'll help build up my rep, I'm in.
Nothing else, you're good? Okay, good.
Getaway driver. We're breaking rats out of the tomb.
Oh, Pog.
If Cress is trying to make a joke, it's poor effort. No one escapes that upside-down prison. Not alive, anyway. At best, you get to enjoy 10 seconds of freedom before you give the earth a goodbye kiss.
Sure.
Barons usually leave rats to the terriers. Why'd General Eli bother to lock them up?
Not just realistic for the time period. To this day, we use basically the same thing. Oh, awesome. Yeah, for Nellie's character, she's basically perfect. She has done a very good job of she's done a very good job of being a fish out of water, a fish out of, I would almost say she's done a very good job of being annoying in universe, not annoying out of universe. I know why she's acting like this, and she is tame enough that she is not bothering me as a player. She's bothering Gia, but even Gia has been like, okay, you're not as bad as I thought you would be. Right? And similarly, Gia is like gruff. I'm edgy, I'm cynical, I'm a loner, but she's nice enough. She's pleasant enough. She like the interaction with the Scrapper King, the guy who gave me the note, was a very pleasant interaction that I was not expecting. I was expecting a guy to roll up and like just want to fight. I was expecting it to not go anywhere, but they legitimately bonded over a shared experience. Like the comment of just like, I still put my boots outside when I go to bed, and he's like, yep, you're from the Burrows, all right. That's such a genuine interaction, right? And that's something you have to do in writing is, and this is something that I've learned from talking with authors, from my own writing, from like writing classes I've taken, where the more specific you are, the more real it feels. And that's why, like with Gia, the I leave my boots outside when I go to bed comment feels so real. Because I don't know what that means for the Burrows, but I know that is unique to the experience of the Burrows, and that is not something you would do in your life, or in the life of the upper or the lower. That is something that makes Gia and the culture she comes from feel not just distinct, but also like it has merit. And again, it's not just distinctness, it's internal consistency. And then being able to bond with a stranger over that, who I had the option to fight. I had the option to fight him, I had the option to pay him, I had the option to just leave, but I only got the option to leave when we bonded over our shared experiences. It's a specific thing you only know if you've experienced it. Exactly. And everyone has those. And it's different for everyone. And Andy might have similar things to Quarry, And Can might have similar things to me. Because maybe we grew up in similar areas, or we come from similar cultures, or it is simply we went through similarly hard times. Like I have a friend who mentioned how odd it was that someone else he knew had never had soup in a cup before, soup in a mug before. And he's just like, that's just something you do when you grow up poor. And that's something where like, I've had that before, but not with any degree of consistency. And my friend was just like, that is how I grew up having soup in a mug, because we didn't have them, like we were not affluent enough to have like soup bowls or whatever. And then he was expressing this like dissonance where this other person, this third person, had never heard of that before and was like, what are you talking about? And that's the sort of thing that you can not just differentiate yourself from people with, but also bond with people with, like with the Scrapper King, where they both connected over that. Similarly, that sets Gia apart from someone like Nellie. Anyone have memories of a fire department community day where they spray all the kids with a fire hose in midsummer? Yep. At what point is a demo set up for a sequel? I'm assuming we're not going to actually do this tomb mission. I assume that we're going to like be like, all right, next mission, and then we're going to fade to black credits.
I just want to know what sort of people we're helping.
Good people. There was a wasting outbreak in White Street. Rats thought it had something to do with the water shortage. Eli didn't like them talking, so he put them where no one could hear them.
How are they getting out?
No one escapes the tomb, Cress.
I love a prison break.
Up the same people who keep them afloat. My people have a way into the garbage system and the trash chutes that lead outside.
Oh?
And
we're going to take out the trash.
This is the dialogue that if you say it in a game where you're trying to present yourself as realistic and gritty, I will laugh at you. But I love this. I love this. I love it. It has whimsy. It has optimism. It's campy despite the darkness of the setting.
Who's this mysterious sponsor of yours?
Gia. If I could tell you, I would.
It's going to be like,
don't push it.
If it's Mr. Blanc, that would be really cool. I would love it if Mr. Blanc was playing all sides. I feel like Mr. Blanc is probably backing the white street governor. Mr. Blanc, Mr. White strips, Eli.
Come on. Anyone with the cash to spring a bunch of Aetherneer convicts out of the tomb is blowing
Game is temporary, demo is eternal.
Tabs. You really want me to believe this is a charity case?
I don't care what you believe. The money's good. That's all you need to know.
Listen, Gia? Cress is onto something here.
From her blue hot glare, I'd pushed her as far as she would go. Doesn't matter. One way or another,
again,
I'll eventually find out who's holding the bag.
What do you say when something is hot? It's red hot, yellow hot, white hot. Aether is the predominant source of fuel in this world, and she has Aether eyes because she's an Aetherneer. Blue hot. It's good. It's good.
Okay, Cress. I'm with you.
So Noir? Yes, Noir. I've been saying this whole time.
Only certain barges with military clearance are allowed near the tomb.
Oh, I think I accidentally skipped the dialogue option.
Meet there first.
The tomb's crawling with whitecaps. They're not just going to let us drive up and make off with a bunch of convicts.
It was good enough to rouse me from my nap time. My apologies if I'm waking anyone up.
I need someone who can get physical when the time calls for it, or keep me from being seen.
Fair.
Like old times. We haven't done a job together since the carnival.
They have a job history. That's so cool.
Yeah, well.
We are 4 hours. Okay, to be fair, we're 4 hours into the demo, and at least an hour and a half of that has just been me yapping. It was just me yapping, talking, not actually playing the game. But that's still like 2.5 hours, 3 hours of demo.
And let's make sure this job goes better. It took me weeks to get the smell of wet lion out of that car.
Yo! Cress recruited mechanic, far from the Undercity or any free home. Cress Carter lives life as one of the few Aetherneers to have escaped her contract. She made the hole her home, started her own garage, and filled her newfound quiet with music. Selfless and principled, Cress has stood by Gia through thick and thin, even giving her a place to call home when Zio Alfonso was killed. Drives wagons, sedans, coupes, attributes brass and smarts. Okay, so she is... You have vehicles you can drive. So I'm a smuggler. She's a mechanic. What would Nellie be? Is Nellie going to be a doctor? Because Nellie's going to be a recruitable character at some point, right? Right? She has to be. Don't tell. So I mean, it's kind of good that she is the two stats that I haven't invested in. Ram, dispense mines. It's a back for 2 damage, and applied projectile vulnerability, and repair. Okay, so she's more of a support character. She has a flatbed? Stock engine, efficient repulsors. Oh, okay, got it. So what if can I change your auxiliary? So what if I change vehicle parts, the flatbed? If I give you an empty auxiliary, I can give you the armor buster. Interesting. Because I don't need the armor buster. I have light weapons I can use. Actually, question. I go honeybee. Oh. Okay, so the honeybee has special directional weapons, whereas the flatbed just has auxiliaries. Or no, sorry. If I remove that. I don't have an auxiliary weapon. Got it. So auxiliary is not directional. So the flatbed has no side attacks. It only has the auxiliary. Understood. Bro, this is so good. I'm like not doing well with how good this is. So I need more health. I mean, like, I am a glass cannon, so I might want to put that on Cress, actually. I should put it on Cress. I have permadeath, though. What if I lose? What if I die? So, yeah, you already have 17 health. It is discreet. It is light armor. Fun fact, blue hot may be in reference to the fact that as a flame increase. So, that's the thing. I did think that a blue flame is a real thing, and that is like, if you describe something as blue hot, that is a real descriptor. But I think it's because of the Aether. You're wondering about her eyes since I caught she didn't have normal pupils? Yeah, so the Aetherneers, it was confirmed that they have Aetherneers have this eye stylization. Oh, like, you have plenty of stuff, so passenger storage versus trunk storage. I'm having so much fun. Like, again, it's basically entirely because this game is retrofuturism, like 30s chic. But it's reminding me a bunch of how excited I got with Circus Electrique, which was 1899 electro steampunk, where you're carnies. It's Darkest Dungeon, but you're carnies fighting against a mega corporation that's brainwashing people. And you're in London, 1899. And in that, there's a whole side plot. There's a whole side system where you're putting on circus performances because you're a traveling circus. Your performers are going out and fighting against mind-controlled Londoners, while simultaneously you're putting on shows to increase revenue and practice and experience and entertainment of the local town of London. And you had to differentiate between the opening act versus the main act versus the closer. And the carnies that you put towards that main act, towards that circus performance, aren't able to participate in the dungeon run that you're doing that day. And that's in addition to all of the people that you have training or doing like back-end production stuff. So you have this amazing system of it's Darkest Dungeon style combat. You're pursuing a dungeon, you're fighting encounters, and you can't bring your A team to every fight because your A team is probably also your best performers. And if you need money, if you need reputation to upgrade your people, you need to put your best performers on performance because it's a carnival. Yeah, it really vibes with the Aether. Exactly. Maybe the ads are a consequence from working with Aether too closely, like mercury exposure. See, that's the thing. I don't know if it's exposure to working with Aether or because they work in tunnels where they don't get natural light. So their only exposure is Aether, or if it's like you're born into it, you know? So let's go crew. Let's level you up. Jump cost 0. I kind of want to grab a single point of gumshoe. Ally vehicle next to this one gains the haste. I do have an ally vehicle now, but I need the bootleg turn. I need the bootleg turn. It's just so silly. So you're level you're level 5. Oh, you only get brass and smarts. I love this because that forces choice. I can't make, like it said she had brass and smarts. I thought that was where she's focused on. No, I can't make a mechanic hustle because they're focused on brass and smarts. I want Crest to be my healer. So obviously Grease Monkey. Let's get some Brainiac. Master heal adjacent friendly vehicles. Like I might like Hastened would be really nice, but I feel like I need to invest in her Brainiac and Grease Monkey. I want her to be my healer, right? So Grease Monkey is about self-healing, right? Where just 1 HP per turn, very nice, particularly for a healer, if they're going to be healing everyone else. So if I go Brainiac, upgrades that let you repair and buff allies in combat, what if I make her full support? So like they already spare batteries. Like I wonder, tune-up probably doesn't stack with spare batteries, right? So let's go more Brainiac. I expected I'd go down Grease Monkey for her, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Crest being a healer is very fitting, or the equivalent. No, it's the exact principle of in Lancer, a Lancaster pilot being a healer. They're a mechanic. Makes sense. I would love if I could get more AP. I think it's because of my engine. Yeah, the stock engine versus the scrap engine. And I can get a maximum energy of 40. So there's there's an energy max. Chris's arm inspect. Sorry, I looked at that. Okay. Bro. I'm so excited. I guess I should probably repair because I'm in a shop. $6 for scrap, sure. She's using Ox things, yeah. She got a ton of them. Pier 6 buy sell. Hello, ma'am. Oh, chocolate. No, that's not chocolate. Those are crumpets. There's a lot of cigarettes, tea. It's like an elephant trunk. Oh, guns! Yay! So my stash. Cool. Can I sell this to her?
Tayana. Black market fence is as sharp as they come. From the cut of her cashmere jacket to the razor line of her jaw, she can draw blood with a glance. Even the scent of her hand-rolled cigarette, redolent with caravan spices, slices through the air with a dangerous edge.
From the cut of her cashmere jacket to the razor line of her jaw, she can draw blood with a glance. She can draw blood with a glance. Obviously, like, she's imposing, she's intimidating, she's predatory. But it's not just the razor line of her jaw, which is a descriptor of her jaw. But it's also the cut of her cashmere jacket. The cut of her cashmere jacket is a very normal thing to say about a cashmere jacket. But cut, razor, draw blood, it all builds off of itself. They know what they're doing.
When I walk in, she pulls the nib of her fountain pen away from an account ledger like an assassin retrieving a dagger, and honors me with an inscrutable smile.
No. The demo might be ending soon. The demo might be ending right before we get to the tomb. This is just why block it off in the demo? Why not let me explore?
Tiana.
They're gonna stop me right before the tomb. Giovanna, how's business?
Can't complain. That's a lie. I could, but I won't.
Like, that line delivery was not as good as I think that it could have been. just so I'm not glazing this needlessly. Like, that, and also the very beginning narration, folks pointed out, like, it could have been a little bit more chipper. I'm like, yeah, I probably could have. This is why I like you Italians, always with the heart on the sleeve. You know, a short swim across the Adriatic, and we might have been sisters.
I like to think of us that way. Which is why you're going to help me patch up my
Dang, who's
better
that?
defenses.
Am I now? I mean, I'm a charmer. I put all of my points in smooth talking, but I feel like she appreciates being forward.
You know I'm good for it.
I'm less worried about whether you'll pay, Giovanna, and more about how. Ma'am? Excuse me? I recall you settled our debt last debt with a crate of sardines.
Yeah, imported Norwegian sardines. And they fetched you a pretty ripe price, didn't they?
That they did, even though I did all the work.
Her long fingers reach into a hidden pocket and retrieve a photograph with a slip of paper, which she slides across the counter to me. Her perfume follows.
Okay, first off, cutie. Okay, this is a name that I know I'm not going to pronounce it right, so please tell me pronunciation if you know it. Ceres? Ceres? We got that crate of booze back at your old car? Oh, yeah. Well, no, so I brought some booze with me. I have the cigars with me. I lost the booze before. I do have cigars, but they're a useful bribe in White Street, so I'll probably keep that. You knew that. The descriptions are like ASMR for me. It's Saoirse? Saoirse Byrne. But don't call her that unless you want to lose an ear. To the lowers, she's banger. Nasty little thing from Northern Ireland. She leads a street gang called the Madrigals.
A real charmer.
You're to intercept a cargo. You're to intercept a cargo train carrying crates of weapons through White Street. You will bring those weapons to Bangor, collect the money I'm owed, and I will be happy to source you some steel. I really need at least 1 point of strategist and 1 point of gumshoe. They're coming up so frequently.
I look like an arms dealer to you? What kind of weapons are they anyway?
You look, Giovanna, like someone I am paying to get this done. Don't worry about the weapons, nothing you haven't seen before.
How exactly am I supposed to catch this train?
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm robbing a train? I did not process that. You do not tell me how to conduct my business, and I do not tell you how to conduct yours. This is equitable, no? You figure it out. All I know is the rail runs along the left side of the road the whole route. Do with that what you will.
Nothing makes a job more dangerous than going in blind. It can't be as cut and dry as she says. What aren't you telling me?
Giovanna, the great castle libraries of Elira Illyria could be filled with the things I don't tell you. Trust me, you would want it that way.
This
Press her for more
Dame
information.
Sounds like a real piece of work. Anything in
Okay.
particular I should know?
Okay. They say she survived the wasting as a child by catching and eating animals. Rats, birds, a dog if she got lucky.
So she's tough.
She is dangerous, and she is always hungry.
Yeah, all right.
Am I robbing a train? I thought this demo would be over 2 hours ago.
What?
Excellent.
Why?
Be sure to bring along
Last
that little
thing I need is
scientist
the
friend of
kid
yours.
slowing me down.
Indulge me. She's a fan of Yuri! She wants the Yuri!
And
Wow, my
if I
voice.
say no,
I'm so sorry. Ha! Come, I need this done correctly. And you, Giovanna, need the money. Bring the girl.
I like this about as much as a kick in the teeth. But in Pier 6, Tiana calls the shots.
Tayana.
She meets my grimace with an infuriating smile. Fine. If it means that much to you. But my armor better be ready when I get back. Her eyes are lidded with shadow as she waves goodbye. I can't tell if it's meant to be mocking or affectionate. Probably both.
Ma'am, please. I'm in a committed relationship that my partner doesn't know about yet. Repair kits, fake White Street papers, lockpicks, expert repair kit. I think cigars. I have a cigar right now. I think probably what I want. I'll put gun there, crate of cigars. Can I sell you? Pog. I don't think I need that for anything. I'll keep the pistol just in case. But I think I'm going to pick up... Actually, 5 health versus 12 health. So this is $2 for every 1 piece of health, and this is nearly like $1.25. So I might as well. Let's do... I don't want to fill up too much, but... Huh? I think I buy another. Yeah. I think I give both myself and Cress an expert repair kit. Just to make sure that we're kosher. Tayana knows what's up. That's it. I'm giving Death Race plus Speed Racer vibes. Bro, I'm enjoying this game so much. I'll actually put an expert repair kit in the stash. Avoid optional combat. Okay. And is this actually continuing? When I get to the ferry platform, it feels like a storm's brewing. It's the kid, Nelly, hovering over Mr. Throg and cackling with frustration, crackling with frustration like a thunderstorm gathering momentum. The old ferrymaster, for his part, is as implacable as a stone statue wearing a rain slicker.
There's any cruise ship, young lady. We go, we come back, we go off again. That's how a ferry works. Want to get yourself killed? Find your own damn barge. Let me out of it.
Mr. Throg, Nelly, is there a problem here?
No problem of mine, Miss Gia. We're just educating your hanger on here on the nature of the ferry business. We don't do requests, and if we did, wouldn't be taking no one-way trips, mark my word.
The well is dangerous, Gia. You know it. I need a sample to restart my research or lives could be at risk. You tell him. What were you thinking? You're trying to hitch a ride to the well, Nelly, on your own? You really have lost it, haven't you, kid? Collecting samples from the well could be dangerous, Gia. There was no reason to put you at risk if I didn't have to. So you're protecting me now. I'm touched, kid, but we will stand a better chance of getting what we want if we stick together. There are other ways of persuasion. You're wasting your time here, kid. Come on. There may be another way to get you what you need.
You better not be thinking what I think you're thinking about, Miss Randazzo.
What do you think? Of course I am. We need to get close to the well, Mr. Throg. There's not a ferryman on the island that will take us, so we'll have to improvise.
Well, you've been a great customer, and we're sure gonna miss you.
What is he talking about, Gia? Closest spot to the well is an old Aether rig crashed into the lowers years ago. A lot of people got hurt. Local chatters, the ones that didn't make it, still haunt the people to this day. Ghosts? Mr. Throg, evil spirits are statistically improbable. And you were just gonna sail out here by yourself? Didn't think to mention it to anyone.
So it was a flown city. But look where your feet are resting. All I know is people go and they don't come back. You heard that way? Might as well go ahead and notify your next kin.
Your concern for our well-being is truly touching, Captain. We'll be back soon. Keep the engine running. I gotta go for the heist. Come on. Was that Epic the Musical? Maybe? Ghosts exist, don't they? Apparently they do! Oh, wait, I just realized, wait. Not only am I in a greenhouse, there's actually like unironic farming here. Like, which makes sense because the hole, as a small little area, has a lighthouse, I just realized. Has a ferry. Has Pier 6, which appears to be like arm ceiling fencing. The root cellar, which I think is like a tavern, looks like. Some farming agriculture area. Huh. Like some factory areas. All right, I guess we're doing a prison break. Okay, so important research. Travel to the abandoned Aether rig. Prison break. Needle's Edge. Derail the weapon train. I gotta go for the weapon train. I gotta go for the... Are you... What if Aether is ghosts? Using the souls of the dead to power a flying city would be cool as heck. What if Aether is ghosts? What if the reason the rift formed is because of some catastrophe on the ground? But at the same point, ghosts are now getting into the waters. Okay. The demo can't include all of these side quests, can it? The demo's going to stop soon. It's gonna be like, okay. Thank you for playing Aether and Iron. You've reached the end of our demo content. We really appreciate you taking the time to play our game. We'd love to hear what you think. You can share feedback. Wishlist the game. It is pinned in chat. To see what's coming next to Aether and Iron soon, click next. You can also try bonus combat from the main menu. Oh my gosh. I was so ready for the demo to just keep going and to be like, wait, when is it stopping? It would have been hilarious to keep going. Infiltrate the neon-lit dreamland where loyalty is a currency and betrayal is a game. Then march into Nation's Crusade where revolutionaries clash over the city's future. 2 new acts and dozens of new characters. More common encounters, new boss fights, and new weapons and abilities. Expand your crew and their skills to tackle new tactical combats. Holy heck. Play a bonus combat encounter from later in the game. This unlocks after you complete the first combat encounter in the main game. Bonus combat 1. We gotta. Okay. Oh? Some days there's an animal in me that really just wants to shoot things. Especially after doing some really good reading. Thank you so much for playing. We're excited to show you more, but till then, here's bonus combat that represents more of what you'll find later in the game. Another developer note. Ah, you clicked it, yay! We couldn't have pulled this off without the love and support you've all given this game. It means more than we can put into words, and this comes from the writer. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Why do you keep clicking these? Go play the game. Well, since you're here, fun fact of the day, you can find the historical inspiration of the character you're about to meet in Pietro Pete Panto and James Cinderella Man Braddock. You'll just have to wait later to see what that means. Okay. Let's choose some bad guys. Well, look at that, a fight set out in front of me. Glad I came prepared. Luca, ready for this? Apparently we have more characters. I don't recognize you sometimes, you know that? Luca seems cranky. Maybe it's because I haven't given him anything new to try out on the road. I should probably... So I have 1 talent point. That's not a lot. Well, I gotta go smooth talker. Clearly. And then you... Brass and Hustle? Oh, you're a brawler. Interesting. You strike me as enforcer material. Like, the points don't really matter, but... And obviously, you gotta be Grease Monkey. Because of course. Start bonus combat. This was an insanely good demo. It's about time we meet each other. I'm afraid you can't go any further. Is that so? You're the one who's been playing my shadow all over the barony. Looks like they're done. Looks like they're done playing now. Well, look at that. Your pet rat talks. Let's see if she squeals too. Hello? Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, I did not check my gear. View info. I have a grappling hook? Pulls them one tile, applies slowed. I have a... Aether Fire. I can deal burn? I have do a bootleg turn! I can do a bootleg turn! I'm sorry. I have 18 AP. What the heck? I have 18 AP? So you have collision resistance. Takes less collision damage, so that's good for, like, bashing. Ram, blast plasma. You have a plasma weapon? Counter. Okay, so every time I get rammed, ram them back. I can taunt. Damages all vehicles in a small area and pushes them up. Okay, so you're movement oriented. Jump. Ram. Sludge. Repair group. That's an AoE short. Repair 1. Tune weapons. Perfect reconfigure. Perfect switcheroo. Oh. Hog. So I'm me. What is Leaky Hazard Lane? Entering this lane, take 1 Aether damage. Applies Aether vulnerability, you take 100% Aether damage. So... Move here. So, question. If I move there, I can't jump over you. So I don't... Oh, I can look at your stuff. Unsteady aura. That are next to his gain collision vulnerability. He has counter ram. Pull them into the Aether. I can't. So we're all facing this direction. And even if I do a bootleg turn, I can't pull them laterally. I can only pull them depth-wise. So what I might actually do... This is going to be kind of crazy. This is going to be kind of crazy. Unsteady aura. So I took some damage. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I actually really messed that up. Whoops. So I'm going to jump you. That was my bad. I'm going to bootleg turn. I'm going to hit both of you. And that's the end of that turn. So now you are going to go there. You're going to taunt. You are going to... That's in front of you. I'm going to counter ram. Let us ram you. Let's do that. Let's go there. And turn. And I think Let's go there. Perfect switcheroo. Repair you. We're going to push you so you lose your aura, and then we can do attune weapons on you. And if I just launch back there, perfect reconfigure, perfect switcheroo. What? I can switcheroo enemies. Oh, that's actually so good. Wait a second. What the heck? So now, if I go there, I'm keeping the line so I can just keep blasting with my switch round. Yeah, so absolute support. I don't think I can pull them into the Aether lane. Yeah, so Luca is just kind of going to take a beating for a bit. My goal is... So, I'm going to fast forward. Mercenary's turn. Okay, bad guy. So pulled everyone together, like the absolute fool he is. Counter rams up. Oh, you got exploded. Oh, backup's coming in. Oh, lots of backup. Okay, we gotta burst down this mercenary quick. What I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do some... Oh. Okay. And then if I do a bootleg turn... Oh, I can fire my grappling hook multiple times. I can fire weapons multiple times? I thought I could only fire them once. Interesting. Bootleg turn is so funny. It's such a good move. Let us... This will hit... I think only you two. I don't think it will hit... Yeah, it won't hit Cress. Because it's only a one long thing. And then we can do... This will hit Cress, sorry. Oh! If a car gets destroyed, it damages everyone behind it. That's wild to me. Okay, let's taunt again. So now you can get healed. And what I can even do is I can do a perfect switcheroo. And I can now ram you into there. Oh, you can't get pushed. I forgot. I'm actually going to jump here. I'm going to do a perfect switcheroo, get you out of the line of fire, and then I'm going to move here. I'm going to refigure, I'm going to tune your weapons again, and then I'm going to do a perfect reconfigure. Yeah, so Cress is full support and very good at it. The violence has escalated. Oh, I didn't even realize. I didn't even pay attention to the fork. Oh. Oh, this is... The goons! Okay, Luca. Hang in there, buddy. The fact they're all hover cars. Eep. I thought you had counter up. Luckily, I don't think that you can hit Luca. Yeah. Okay. Eep. Okay. Just a flesh wound. Okay, I am nearly down. You activated anti-ram. I have no sideways targeting. I can't jump over 2, so I can't actually go on there. Eep. If I can't kill Luca... Oh, I'm gonna... I'm gonna die. Because unless I take all of them out right now, I'm gonna take road change. I'm gonna take Aether damage. Well, actually, yeah, because Aether vulnerability. So all I can do is jump there, get out of the way, and really just... I will take damage. So yeah, I just gotta take the damage. Let us knock you off. Is that not working? Sorry, direction back pushes all... Is that... There we go. Let's damage you. Oh! Apparently Luca just sacrificed himself on accident. Whoops. Oh, I forgot I have a group here. Whoops. That would have been nice. Sorry. I healed myself. I didn't heal Gia. Whoops. Luckily I can do this. And then I can Aether Blast you. I think. So this is in front of me. Shoot here. Oh, it's behind me. I'm a fool. Dang it. I wish I could redo moves. Actually, wait. That still sucks, but... Yeah, I thought that was in front of me, not behind me. That's Throw Sludge. Bonk. And I'll just drive up here. Yeah, so it's unfortunate when I misread something and I just can't maneuver around it, but... Oh, Crest just died. That was a little close. We should head back. Yeah, it's what you get for looking for a fight. Next time, we might not be so lucky. Funny coming for you, Luca. Besides, they had it coming. So apparently, if your car gets wrecked, you're fine. Seatbelts have been invented. Yeah, good thing it's just a mock fight. I made so many mistakes. I absolutely loved that. I must say. I'm probably going to have to rename this stream title to Aether and Iron, and I'll make a new thumbnail for it. But 100% highly recommend this game. I'm going to leave it pinned. I'm going to leave it pinned. And we can actually yap about TTRPGs. Because I have questions from 5 hours ago I expected to get through 4 hours ago. Yeah, Aether and Iron, the demo that just won't end. Unironically, I've played a couple demos now for the channel. I've played more than a couple. That might just be my favorite. Maybe it's because they hit on the retrofuturism I love. They hit on turn-based tactical combat that had an interesting gimmick to it, which was the fact that it's all moving in one direction. The dialogue, the vibes, the characters, the Yuri? Holy heck. The demo that refused, like... I just played that game for 5 hours. I just played that game for 5 hours. Granted, probably only 3.5 of those hours was actually playtime. The rest of it was just yapping. But that was 5 hours for a demo. I have played demos that did not last 30 minutes. Absolutely incredible. So yeah, I have a Q&A up. I should probably answer some of your questions. Oh, there's actually not too many Q&A questions, probably because I spent all stream playing the game. So, okay. First question. Now that the Scorched Basin Kickstarter is over, what is the best way to support me now? Probably Patreon. If you if you have not gotten the Wandering Tavern or Sky Zephyrs, Homie and the Dude, the same publisher that created Scorched Basin, they have other products that you can use a product code from me that I will still get a kickback. But Patreon is probably the best way to support me. Next, I would probably say Twitch donos. Honestly, two things I have considered opening recently is a throne, and there is a site where I can do like voice comms. So if you just want to support the channel, Patreon, Twitch donos, YouTube memberships, I will say the cut out of all of these, Patreon is the best. YouTube takes, I think it's a 30% blanket cut out of any money you send my way. So that will be, if you send me $10 in a super chat, I will get $7. That's if you give me a $5 membership, I will get like $4.20 or whatever. Or probably less than that. But Twitch donos, I think, is a bit better than the YouTube donos. So generally Patreon is the best option. I have considered opening up a throne. I just don't know what I would put on it. Like, I could go balls to the wall. I could like just put silly, crazy things on there. And if you really want to invest in the channel and feel like you had a hand in creating it, we could do that. But I would feel so awkward if people just bought me stuff. So I don't know if I'll do that. But there's a website that I saw where I can do voice comms, where it's, I say like, hey, I will do a 30-second recording for $10. And you can personalize it to however you want, so long as it falls within TOS of whatever my guidelines are. So like I could do that where very directly, I could be like, hey, TTRPG advice. You want to support the channel and you want TTRPG advice? Give me $5, I'll give you 30 seconds of advice. I could try that. I'm not really sure if that will work. But broadly speaking, Patreon is the best way. And direct, honestly, sharing, commenting, watching, all help very much. But if you want to like directly support financially, monetarily, I'd say probably Patreon. How do I feel about pumpkin spice lattes, both as a drink and a cultural phenomenon? I think pumpkin spice lattes unironically ruined pumpkin spice. I am someone that does not drink coffee, so I've never had a pumpkin spice latte. And I think that the culture surrounding it is so silly and not the good kind of silly, right? I think that the culture surrounding pumpkin spice lattes is one of consumerism, is one of performative, it's performative consumerism. You buy a pumpkin spice latte less because you enjoy it. You probably do enjoy it. You probably do enjoy a pumpkin spice latte, but you enjoy it so that you can post on your social media how in the fall theme you are, right? And I think that's kind of gross. Not from I think it's a bad value judgment as a person. I think it's I'm not a fan of that level of consumerism, personally. So I think that there's nothing wrong with pumpkin spice as a spice. In fact, I want to incorporate it into some stuff that I want to make. I want to see like, how would pumpkin spice bread or like, I don't know, probably not a brownie, but like cookies with pumpkin spice in them, how would they taste? I think that would be really interesting. Like if there's cinnamon pumpkin spice cookies, that sounds really good. But when I think pumpkin spice now, I think pumpkin spice lattes. I think of the rush to buy the latest thing, post about it, like be obsessed with it all autumn. And I think it's silly, personally. Like, yeah, you buy to brag about it. It's like a certain restaurant, a certain coffee shop chain that's green and white. Like, you don't buy those because you enjoy them. You buy them to have the clout and ability to brag that you did it. If you want to buy, I don't know, coffee, like a black coffee, 2 sugars, and a splash of milk, you don't go to like Starbucks. You go to your coffee maker or to a Dunkin' Donuts or to a coffee shop, an actual cafe. And oftentimes they'll have significantly cheaper options. And even if you want to say, I don't know, hi, I'd like to get a large iced coffee, but I'd like a caramel swirl with some whipped cream. Full stop. You could pay like $14 for that. Or you could have a thermos. You could make coffee yourself, put ice in it, buy some whipped cream that you put on top, and then buy some caramel syrup. Or just make caramel yourself. Probably for half the price, if that. Not to mention the thermos you can use over and over. If you like your coffee darker or lighter, you can make it to your taste. Like, you don't need to do all of these things. You do it because it's a sign of status, really. You buy Starbucks, you buy Starbies, because you're affluent enough to afford it. Because that is, like, Starbucks is not about the coffee. Starbucks is about, not quite the price tag, it's the brand, right? And there's many brands like this. There's many different places that are like this. There is the low end, which is about cost. There's the kind of mid-tier, which is about accessibility. Accessibility. And then you have the high end, which is about clout. And like, this is where I would say most of your cafes are. This is where I would say like Dunkin' Donuts is. And this is where I would say Starbucks is. And something that a lot of people get confused about, Dunkin' Donuts is not, or Dunkin', I suppose, is not a competitor of Starbucks. They do not compete. They are in the same industry, coffee, with like treats, I suppose, like pastries, baked goods. Dunkin' Donuts, mostly donuts, but also has other stuff. Starbucks, I think, mostly is like scones or whatever. I don't know the last time I was at a Starbucks. They're not competitors. If a Starbucks is across the street from a Dunkin' Donuts, they will have almost opposite clientele within the confines of coffee drinkers. If I want to go into a store and I want to get a coffee that is reasonably priced and I can leave 45 seconds after I enter the store, I'm not going to Starbucks. That is not why I'm getting coffee. I'm going to a coffee store to enter, get a coffee, pay for it, leave. That is a Dunkin' Donuts thing. Maybe I impulse buy a donut while I'm there. Oh, it's only 99 cents. Maybe I realize, there's a function at work, so I need to pick up some snacks. Let me pick up a dozen donuts or a thing of munchkins, right? Starbucks, you go to it because you want to have a Starbucks coffee. You go in because you want your mocha frappa, venti, iced coffee, Americano, Olay, caramel, macchiato. Like, I don't even know what people order at Starbucks. But you go to a Starbucks for the sake of having gone to a Starbucks. You go to Dunkin' Donuts to get a coffee and leave. So they're not competitors. However, these cafes in the middle, they're competing with both. And yes, some cafes might lean more on the Starbucks side and some might lean more on the Dunkin' side. But if you have not even like a hole in the wall place, but even smaller chains, they have to deal with, oh, well, I just want to enter a store, get my coffee, leave. Why would I not just go to Dunkin'? I want to go to a store and I want to have atmosphere. I want to sip on my coffee as I read a book and type on my MacBook about my blogging experience. Why would I not go to Starbucks? I'm affluent enough to afford it. Or I'm busy enough that I just want to get in and out. Why would I ever go here, where it's more expensive and takes longer, and it's less brand recognized and will give me less reason to brag. And that's why the middle class of cafes and coffee shops struggles, because they have to deal with the pressure from both sides. They are competitors of both extremes, whereas the extremes don't care about each other. Because anyone that would go into a Starbucks would probably not go to Dunkin', and vice versa. Yeah, and being next to each other is beneficial because more coffee drinkers. If Andy and Can both have coffee, and they both go to Dunkin' Donuts, and they both just want their coffee in, out, back and forth, I might look at Starbucks and say, well, I am more affluent. I can afford this. I want coffee now. These other people are having coffee. Let me go grab a coffee. But I'm going to go to Starbucks because that's who I am. Or alternatively, you have a Starbucks and I go, I kind of want a coffee, but I don't go to Starbucks. I'm going to go over to Dunkin' Donuts. I'm going to grab something quick. Oh, well, now I want a donut. I'm here. I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast. So let me grab a donut too. And then suddenly they're synergizing with one another, despite the fact that most people would think that they're competitors. And that's similarly with cars. You have very high-end dealers and you have very low-end dealers. A lot of times in any industry where you have someone that is a very high performer and a very low performer, the low performer is the budget option, does not care about the high performers. The high performers do not care about the low performers because their clientele are different. It's those middle-of-the-road medium size and medium affluence shops that suffer. Do I know that I'm adorable? I am nothing of the sort. I'm very sorry to disappoint. If skeletons know where you are through skelepathy, do slimes know where people are through homeopathy? Is slime blood? I always figured slime was closer to like a gelatin. Well, what might be worse? Is slime milk? Because milk is blood. I feel as though slime is like slightly coagulated. It's curdled. It's not liquid. It ain't water. So I think blood, milk, maybe like cerebrospinal fluid might be some of the closest comparisons. But slimes can have eyes. So if we're thinking Dragon Quest slime. Right, so like these guys don't need homeopathy to find you. But if we have Terraria slime, these guys got nothing. So I think it depends on the slime. So I would argue that in Dragon Quest, no, they just see you normally. They are an ambush predator. If you need a reminder, prey animals have eyes on the sides of their heads. Predators have eyes on the front of their heads, which means slimes are a predator animal. Meanwhile, in Terraria, it's just homeopathy. They sense your blood. They will pursue you so long as your heart beats, not by the reverberations of your trembling soul, but purely by the existence of that life essence that dares to betray your presence. No, slime is amoeba. Is amoeba filled with blood? Is amoeba blood? Like, is it just cellular fluid? Terraria mentioned. I love Terraria. Well, about a year ago, I played through all of Terraria with some friends. So if you want to watch that, the VODs are on the channel. I don't know if I would recommend it. I don't know if it's good content, but it was a long time, certainly. I just finished my Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle on the Discord. My question is, how do you get over post-campaign sadness? I miss all my NPCs. Well, first off, congrats on finishing a game on the Discord, because I must say, I have not kept up with the campaigns on the Discord because I think that's none of my business. I don't think that you should have the fear of me like looking over your shoulder and judging you. So I keep my nose out of it. But how do you get over post-campaign sadness? I would say it's the same way you get over post-media consumption. It's called a book hangover, I've heard it called, where I watch a thing, I read a thing, I consume a piece of media, and I fall in love with these characters, and then it's over, and then I'm left feeling sad because I'm no longer with them, but I'm happy at how the story resolved, or I'm angry that the author completely ruined it, but I love these characters. I step away. Usually, that involves consuming other media of people, like other media related to it. So that could be, honestly, one of my guilty pleasures, react channels. I do kind of love folks reacting to a piece of media I love. I know it's bad. I try to avoid react content myself, but if it's a channel that I have any degree of connection to, like I've seen their videos before, I will be very happy to see them react to something that I know. I know it's toxic. Fanfic. There have certainly been pieces of media that I've read, watched, played, or consumed, and then once I was done with it, I'm like, okay, let me read the fanfic. Same thing with like fan art, just to kind of see it and be like, whoa, that's all good. But if it's a home game, the best way I can do that, the best way I can say to get over that is to play more. Not of the same game, but of a different game. Because if you play a Vampire the Masquerade game, and you have like a cheesy McFuzz, the Nosferatu hound under the sheriff, and you love them as an NPC, and as an SPC, they're so fun, they're so quirky, and then the game ends, and they're gone. You're gonna fall in love with Boblin the Goblin when you run them in your D&D game. You're gonna fall in love with Chester McQueen, the sharpshooting NHP companion in your Lancer game you run. So you're always going to fall in love with more NPCs. And much like when you get your heart broken, it is not just healthy, but expected for you to jump from NPC to NPC, much like you would jump from relationship to relationship, trying to mend your broken heart and make up for the fact that Martha took the kids. She left you and took the kids with her. The court sided with her, and now you owe her alimony. Now Steve is being a father to your children, and they don't even call you dad anymore. But that's okay, because you can jump from NPC to NPC. You can jump from TTRPG to TTRPG, and in none of those games is Steve going to come out on top. They're going to call you dad in those TTRPGs. Martha is just another blip on your backstory, and now you're with Karen until she leaves you too. When Karen's done, you can go on to Tayana, because there's always another NPC. Even if there's also always another Steve. If I was to add a creature to a TTRPG, how would I go about it? So I assume you mean like homebrew. I assume you mean in the... Steve isn't the stepdad, he's the dad who stepped up. Oh my gosh. You're now running 2 Lancer campaigns in the Discord? Exactly. It's called Write Fanfic. No, unironically, like, I talked about this when I talked about the False Hydra, where I'm running a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse for my roommate. And we had story 1. And after story 1, it ended on a bit of a sad note, but it ended on a resoluting note. And my roommate was like, okay, I want to run Vampire for you. And I had plot stuff I wanted to continue with. I had character arcs I wanted to continue. And I was like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, I want to run for you. And then what ended up happening is that they didn't have time to write notes before we went on our cross-country trip. So then I ended up running Werewolf for them while they were running Vampire for me on a drive across the country. Very fun. Highly recommend playing TTRPGs if you ever go on a road trip. But what that also means is that I got to continue the character arcs. I got to explore the characters more. I got to change the relationships. And I got to I got to play with my toys. Like, I don't think people appreciate how much of just play TTRPGs are. Yes, there's acting. Yes, there's storytelling. Yes, there's narrative and drama and ooh. But at the end of the day, even if you have no models, I liken it to just kind of like playing with your action figures, playing with your dolls. Like, you have your toys, you move them around, you have scenes play out in your head. Even without the models, you're just kind of doing that without the actual toys themselves. And I think that that's really important. I think that that is healing. And so I got a chance to just kind of like play with my toys even after we ended story 1. And now we have story 2, and then story 2 came and went. And now we have story 3, and story 3's kind of been on pause for a minute. But I have more character stuff to do. And I would say don't hold out hope for that. I'm a big believer that most games die, and that's okay. I don't think you need to force every game to continue. And whether a game ends with resolution or without, that shouldn't be what matters. What matters is that you focus on the fun that you had. And if you have an NPC that you miss, you can always bring them back in another game, but I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend, take that energy you have. You're like, oh, I miss Chester McQueen so much in the Lancer game I'm running. Chester McQueen. Take what excited you about them and make them somewhere else. Like, use that emptiness to motivate you to make new and better NPCs. Take that sadness to inspire your next SPC. Because why do you care that you're no longer able to play this NPC? Because you cared about them. Because they were cool, because they were funny, because they were like flirty, because they were sad, because they were coward, because they were really funny. Take that core, and think, how can I do this better next time? Try it again. And ideally, if you have one character who was really funny because they were so pathetic, you'll take that core of, okay, I want to make another funny character. I want a character as funny as Chester McQueen, but instead of being pathetic, they're going to be really witty and clever. So you're trying new things. And then you might realize you are not very witty. You are not very clever. You don't have the comedic chops to do rapid fire improv. So they end up being kind of pathetic as a result, but you tried something new. And they have their own flavor. They have their own vibes, separate from Chester McQueen. So they excite you. And then by the end of this next game, you're missing out on Flubby McLubber. And Flubby McLubber was not as witty as you were hoping they would be, but they're funny. And then you move on to the next character and the next character and the next character. And if you're not running games, if you're not running, you move from running a game to not running. Unironically, writing. Highly recommend. I had great fun writing my characters. I had a lot of fun writing, not TTRPG characters, but just prose. Very nice. Content creation in any capacity. I do have a spin-off planned where they go to Italy. I will now post the Zamitzi to Lancer. Port the Zamitzi to Lancer. Goodness gracious. Someone call the Vlad. We need discount Dracula or discount Van Helsing. If you were to add a creature to a TTRPG, how would you go about it? Oh, I already grabbed this one. Whoops. I assume you mean how would I like port a vampire to Lancer, or how would I run a griffin in Vampire the Masquerade? How would you go about it? So like, I'm not really sure what you're asking, because if you're asking how do I homebrew, generally I ask, what am I trying to accomplish here? And how, like, depending on the system, I know generally how I can accomplish that. For instance, False Hydra. I brought a False Hydra into Vampire the Masquerade. False Hydra is a homebrew creature from D&D that I took the core premise of and I ported it into Vampire the Masquerade. But instead of being like a monstrosity, instead of being an aberration, instead of being some monster, I had it be a combination of a Bane from Werewolf the Apocalypse with vampiric blood sorcery from Vampire the Masquerade that dealt with like it also was inspired by, I'll say, the Black Spiral Dancers, which is also Werewolf the Apocalypse, because this was a Werewolf the Apocalypse game, so it's very werewolf oriented, but it was a vampire that utilized worm magic taught to it by the Black Spiral Dancers to resurrect a dead Bane, a spirit of the worm, and control it via blood sorcery. And also it used like vicissitude, it used these different means of altering the physicality and spiritual nature of it. So I took the core concept of the False Hydra and I kind of threw away a lot of it. Even the appearance of it, I kind of changed, I tweaked, I altered, because I made it fit a creature I had already added to Werewolf before, a Bane. So when I think about how do I add a creature to a TTRPG, I think, what is the core premise? How can I keep that? So if I was to take like a Griffin and I was to port it to Vampire the Masquerade, I probably wouldn't port your fantasy Griffin in D&D. I might take the aspects of like, it is a fusion of multiple different creatures, it can fly, it is meant to be regal. I might have it tied into Werewolf the Apocalypse with the Spirit Griffin. I might have it be a vicissitude amalgamation that Izumitsu did. I might even have it be some rampant creature from the Dreaming. Or I might literally just say some mage is altering reality and now a Griffin is running around. Who knows? But like, if you're asking how do I take one creature from one system and port it to another that the settings don't line up, that's something where I just kind of do it. I raw dog it. I use my best guess to make mechanics for it. I homebrew it. Generally, I won't do that in a setting I'm not super familiar with, though with Lancer, I made a whole video talking about how to put a dragon in Lancer. And it's actually pretty simple. It is take a NPC template with the biological tag, so make it a monstrosity. You give it some stuff that deals burn, which are often flavored to be acid damage, and just reflavor that as fire. You give it immunity to burn, and you give it a fly speed. And that's pretty easily a dragon. Is that a 1-to-1? Not really. I had to like mess with its flame breath. I had to like figure out how to make its acid deal fire damage, but it really wasn't that big an issue. And that's because I was just willing to be silly about it. Have you ever had a campaign where the players started mainly good neutral, but then they just decided to go evil? I have had many games, most games I would say, run with the expectation of being good or at least neutral. At least like in D&D. And very often there will be at least one player who wants to play a character that doesn't suffer the consequences for their actions, so they make themselves neutral, often chaotic neutral. And I haven't had times where they turn evil. It's more that they go murder hobo. And this is when I was much younger. This is when I was like a teenager that I really struggled with, well, no, I'm trying to tell a story. I'm trying to make a narrative with a plot. I'm trying to make you guys be heroes. And I didn't realize that that's not really important. What's important is that the players have fun. So I really struggled with that when I experienced it. And what I have come to learn in years since is if they want to be murder hobos, let them be murder hobos. Talk to them. Tell them, hey, I wasn't expecting you to be murder hobos. You said you weren't going to be. But if they want to be murder hobos, why am I going to stop them? This is a game where they want to have fun. That being said, if they start out saying, hey, I want to be a good character, and then they start doing evil things, that can be interesting, particularly if you talk about it beforehand. if you have a game where, hey, I'm a paladin and I'm lawful good, and I want to end this game, an Oathbreaker. GM, work your magic. Pog. Cool, I can work with that. But most of the time, it is players... Well, I'm just going to say how it is. A lot of times, I think that involves player entitlement. It involves players who don't want to face consequences for their actions. They want to be able to do whatever they want and have the world only react in the ways that they want it to. And if they, for instance, kill someone and then are arrested for it, they get upset at you as the GM for ruining their fun. And I think that if you have a group where evil, PvP, nonsense, all that is discussed beforehand, it can be fun. But I feel like so often it is an entitled player or multiple entitled players who just kind of want a freebie. They kind of just want to get away with stuff, and that's not very cash money of them. That is pretty cringe, I'm not gonna lie. And that's a conversation with the players. That is a conversation to have with the players that is really just a matter of communication. Most issues in TTRPGs are matters of communication. And I say that with the understanding that sometimes the best way to communicate is to back out. It is not just acceptable, but I would say it should be encouraged that if a group is not working, that should not be a TTRPG group. You can be friends with someone and not vibe with them in a TTRPG. If Hydra, Alza, Andy, and I are all a group, but I want a really nitty-gritty combat game, Hydra wants a chill, relax, kill down the door game, Alza wants a murder hobo game where we get up to shenanigans, and then Andy wants a really intense narrative experience where they have to grapple with the moral ramifications of their actions, we're not going to have fun together. And trying to appease all of us will upset all of us. Trying to appease only some of us will make the others feel excluded. It's okay that if us four are all friends, that we just don't play TTRPGs together. If we really want, we can play Lethal Company or Peak or Content Warning or whatever like co-op game there is going around. We don't have to play TTRPGs even if we all play TTRPGs, if that makes sense. Just because you're friends doesn't mean you have to be a TTRPG group, and oftentimes I would say your friends are not the best people to play TTRPGs with, in sense of like chemistry compatibility, because I'm not friends with you for your taste in media, presumably. I might have befriended you alongside that, or if I join a Persona Discord and I run a TTRPG game for people I met via a Persona Discord, I can probably expect they're gonna want relationships, group dynamics, role-playing narrative, probably a good bit of grinding and combat dungeon delving. They're gonna want that, and they're probably gonna want a grander scale scope story. They're gonna want something aligned with what Persona is, because that's how I met them. But most people you meet via school or work or other video games, like in a public lobby, those are not places where you can assume their interests. And that's okay. You don't need to. You just need to say, okay, we don't have compatible interests as a GM. I'm not even talking about the GM, Can. I made the short about this. You in the comments were like, thank you for saying it out loud. And I'm like, I got you. Ow, sorry for smacking my mic. I was like, I got you. Don't even worry. So the GM is absolutely a player too. I'm even saying from a player perspective, if I want combat and you want role playing and you want shenanigans, probably us 3 players won't get super along. If I want really intense, dramatic combat, and you want really emotional, like devastating RP, and they want shenanigans where nothing is taken seriously, I can't have a silly, unserious, really nitty-gritty combat that makes me grit my teeth together as I desperately fight for survival. I probably can, but it'd be really difficult, and it'd be unreasonable to expect that every single time. In the same way that I can't really have emotionally driven, cathartic drama if it's constantly undercut by shenanigans, or the focus of the game is trying not to die against 4 ogres, 8 goblins, and 2 hobgoblins with a bugbear group that comes in after round 2. Right? These aren't mutually exclusive, but if the focus of the game is being pulled in every direction, the game has no direction. You can never please everyone. You can only make them all a bit less disappointed. I disagree. I think if player X wants romance and player Y wants drama and player Z wants politics, all of these go hand in hand. Like, let's say you're playing Vampire the Masquerade. So you have a very dramatic Camarilla courtroom where there is seduction and there is betrayal and backstabbing, and there are dealings being made between the Ventru and the Nosferatu Primogen, who publicly hate one another, but behind closed doors, they realize they are the 2 that controls all the money and the information, and that's all you need in the modern day. So they work together behind closed doors, which is super dramatic, and it's a lot of political intrigue, and maybe they even have a romance together, who knows? But the idea being is that all of these players are gonna be like, yeah, because all of these players have aligned interests. If you have player A who really wants combat, you might even be able to incorporate their interests. Why? Vampire the Masquerade has rules for treating social contests as combat. You can literally make like manipulation attack rolls that damages their willpower as if it was health. So maybe you even like get combat in there, but that only works when the majority of the group is aligned and you make that effort, right? You need to have a group that is aligned in its values and its desires and its wants, or at the very least sets expectations. I am someone who I prefer RP. I prefer a narrative. But I'm not gonna lie, I love me some good combat. So if you put me in a game where it is like a dungeon crawl, I will say, hey, I'm down for this. Can you just make sure every room isn't we kick down the door and fight 4 orcs? Is there gonna be like negotiation we can do? Can we like banter with the enemies as we fight them? Is there any like plot threads that will be important for like, recovering alchemical symbols aligned with organs that we have to return to Professor Diabol? Can like we do something like that? And if the GM's like, yeah, of course. You're not just gonna fight 4 random orcs, you're gonna fight 4 orcs of the Blackblood tribe. And if you recall, at the entrance to the dungeon, all of the orcs had purple markings across their body that looked like they were splotches of blood. So we can go, okay, so we just fought the Blackbloods, and up at the beginning, we saw there was a bunch of dead orcs that looked like they were called the Purple Bloods. So if we find the Purple Bloods, we might be able to work with the Purple Bloods to fight the Black Bloods together. Suddenly, you incorporated RP and narrative into a dungeon crawl where maybe every other player just wants to kick down the door and kill guys. but because I made a conversation about, hey, can we make this narrative? Can we add RP? Suddenly, the combat has narrative stakes, and the RP and narrative facilitates combat. Just because players A, B, and C really, really want to kick down the door and kill guys, they probably are willing to wait 10 minutes for me to talk with the Purple Bloods and plead my case to them that we have a common enemy in the Black Bloods, and if they join us, we can go kill the Black Blood War Chief. And then 10 minutes later, we fight the Black Blood War Chief, and we have an allied NPC, the Purple Blood. And then maybe the Purple Blood is a really good tank, so the Purple Blood in combat protects one of our party members, and then the party member is like, hey, I saw that you protected me during combat. I want to say thank you. And the Purple Blood is just like, we're battle brothers. There's honor between us now. And then maybe that encourages, because I set the expectation of that, another player to roleplay with this random NPC. Suddenly, I get to watch other people roleplay, and then I get my roleplaying and narrative like juice, and they get their role-playing narrative juice that they didn't realize that they wanted, but we all just had a massive giant combat, and then we leave this behind, go to the next section of the dungeon, maybe the Purple Bloods feature, maybe they don't, but we had role-playing narrative and combat in what ostensibly should be a combat-only game, right? Because I talked about it. You can please everyone when everyone is... You can please everyone when everyone is pleasant. That's my answer. When everyone in the group is pleasant, you can please everyone, because they're willing to work together. You can't please everyone when everyone is unpleasant, because they're all jockeying to get what they want to happen over everyone else. And that's really what I found. It's a matter of group expectation.
But how would you see them purple, boys?
They're not purple orcs. They're purple blood. That's my answer. I ain't never seen a purple orc, and neither have you. It's the sneakiest color. But I have seen orcs that have purple on them. Wanna know why? Because they killed something with purple. They crumped some git that had purple blood in them. Got covered in it. Purple orc. Oh my gosh, my voice. Oh gosh, I have been streaming for 7 hours. I did not realize that. Woo!
So they blood's invisible.
Yeah, there's patches of invisibility on them. I should wrap up. I should drink some water. I have had like 100 milliliters of water in the past 7 hours. Make that 200. So, Friday is going to be a member stream. I'm going to, I think, start up King in Yellow. I'm going to start reading that for a member stream. And just like with last week, I am going to, once the member stream is over, I'm going to make it public. So if you are a member, you can participate in the chat. You can be there live. You can catch it as I read it. And then if you're not a member, you'll just wait a couple hours, then it'll be released. So great background noise. I do go on tangents. I'm so sorry. I would love to just read it normally, but I'm stupid. That's how it works. How scary would a colorblind orc be? Probably not very, because then they wouldn't know colors. So they wouldn't have any power of belief in them. On Saturday, I'm going to continue Hollow Knight. Then next Saturday, I am going to skip stream, and I'm going to stream on Sunday because I have a thing that Saturday, November 1st. But I need to figure out what I'm doing Halloween. Because I think it would be a bit of a wasted opportunity. If I'm going to stream on Halloween anyway, because I normally do like the reading streams, I don't know if I want to keep that members only. I'll probably do a public stream. I just don't know if I'm just going to do a reading stream or if I'm going to do more of a involved stream. Because I'm going to have an outfit. I'm going to dress up in some capacity with my model. I don't know what specifically. I know people have asked for a couple different things. I have something in mind. I just need to figure it out and find it. But I need to figure out what I want to do for Halloween. So read something scary. That's what I've been doing on Fridays. Last Friday, I read The Monkey's Paw, which is a horror story about the titular monkey's paw, the thing that when you wish for it, you get a bad wish, so to speak. I'm going to do The King in Yellow, which is a horror series of horror short stories that I'm probably going to do 1 chapter a week. And there's like 10 chapters. So this will take me a minute. I'm not going to lie. Because each chapter is like 20 to 60 pages. So if I get like a 20-page chapter and I can read that in like what, hour and a half, 2 hours, that will take like a 60-page chapter might even take me multiple streams, which ooh. But I've been reading scary stuff. Last year for Halloween, I read Edgar Allan Poe. I could hit up some people and be like, hey, do you want to play like Phasmophobia or something? But I don't know if that would work. I don't know if they're going to be busy. I don't know if I'm doing anything Halloween night. I'll probably be free Halloween afternoon because I do have my Fridays open. But holy heck, I'm still going. Yeah, I'm about to wrap up, but it's been 7 hours. I often stream like 5 to 6 hours on Wednesday. I go like 6 to 8 hours on Saturday. And Friday, I'm planning 1 to 2. Because if it's a reading stream, I'm doing literally nothing but talking. And because it's a member chat, it is a very quiet chat. Also, I want to try something. Let me see something. Let me test something. Hey, Arain. How you doing? Yeah, it sucks in the voice too. Listen, the voice sucks no matter what. I'm going to be yapping for hours at a time. I'm going to be continuously yapping. Let me go to your channel real quick. Yeah. What are you doing? I am currently yapping, closing up after a stream where I was supposed to... Frankly, I was supposed to be answering questions, chatting, doing my normal stuff, and I ended up playing a demo of a game that the devs sent me for 5 hours, which I must say I was not expecting. But it was so much fun. Though, for those of you who don't know, Rain is another content creator who I recently got in contact with. We actually played Marvel Rivals together for a bit. And on Tuesday, they are going to have, or she's going to have a special event that I'm probably going to be hopping in on VC for. So I'll drop the link for that when it happens Tuesday night. I think it's 8 p.m. PST. I might have the time wrong, but what game? It is actually currently on the pinned message. Check out the game here. It is Aether and Iron. It is a 1930s narrative RPG where all of the combat are car chases with retro futurism, and like we had a minigun on the back of our car, we had a flamethrower on the front of one of ours, we had like caltrops we could drop on the road, we have hover, oh my gosh, my voice. We had hover cars that could like jump through lanes of traffic and like zip underneath tunnels. It was so fun. And honestly, the demo may just be the best demo I've played to date. I played some good demos. Also, there's so much Yuri. There's so much Yuri. I was reading too far into it, but absolutely, it was Yuri. I would highly recommend it. No, of course, Rain. Now, Rain is so sweet. We were playing Marvel Rivals, and we did the thing, I don't know if anyone's done this, where we played Marvel Rivals in a custom match, and we just like load up a game where it's just us, and we literally just explored the map. and we were just like, whoa, this thing that I kept seeing every single time I walked past it, but I didn't pay attention to, it actually has detail in it. Whoa. And it was so silly. You had my interest, now you have my attention. Well, it's currently out in a demo. It's not fully released yet. I'm going to hit up the devs again and be like, hey, that was so much fun. I need more. It was so much fun. I'm not sweet to talk with. I am evil and mean and rude. What I need to do, though, is I need to check something. So I need to check GIF YouTube. Apparently, there's a thing. I don't know how to do it. I need to figure this out. There are 10 free memberships, since I'm a monetized channel, that I can just gift. So I can go... I can super chat myself. Why can I super chat myself? Why would I do that? Super sticker? What the hecky heck? It's not that deep. The curtains are just blue. No, read deeply into it. All media can be Yuri or Yaoi. I'm with you there. You must walk the corgi. What do you mean you have a corglet? I love corgis. Now, have I ever had a corgi? No, but they're so little. Have you ever seen a corgi mix with literally anything else? Literally, a corgi with anything else will just look like a corgi-sized version of that thing. It's so cute. I love corgis. They have such little legs. Dogs are my favorite animal. And I don't think corgis are my favorite dog breed. However, like, when I see this, I am overcome with just the need to gush. Like, look at these cuties. Look at these absolute sweeties. Okay, Google Images said stop copying images, you slut. And I'm like, oh, wow. I'm not aerodorable. Thank you very much. Thank you for spreading misinformation. Corgis are adorable. The corgis are the real cute ones. Like, look at these absolute animals. Look at these creatures. Look at how tiny they are. I could pick one up with one hand. I am obsessed. Like, the fastest way to kidnap me is to have a dog and say, yes, you can pet my dog. Just get in my unmarked white van. And I will say, bet. Like, it's a problem. And then they have like the little legs and they have the floopy ears and they have the tails and the little legs. And look at this one's legs. It's too big for its ears. Like its ears are too big for its head. Its ears are like the size of its face. It's so cute. Misinformation. I'm the leader of your disinformation league, boss. Okay. We might have disinformation. We might have a syndicate of propaganda milling through the news cycle in such a way that I am not culpable for any actions I dared commit, when in reality, I did commit every single one of them on the down low and without direct involvement. But nobody needs to know. That's my answer. Oh my gosh. Okay, it has been 7 hours. Free membership. Oh, free membership. I don't know how to do that. Super chat. Wait, I can do it. I can set goals? What if I set a 15-minute timer where if you give me 10 super chats, I'll call you my PogChamp. Okay. So I'll stay live for 15 more minutes to give you the chance. So if I get 10 more super chats in the next 15 minutes, I'll call you my PogChamp. I don't even know if that's a good incentive. I don't know how this works personally. But I can't. Oh, wanna know why? Wanna know why I think that is? Insert ad. Can I be running ads right now? That's crazy. Hey, Can. I don't think a membership counts. I hope you know. I don't know how to give free memberships. I'm so sorry. Finally. Well, again, on Friday, I'm going to be having a membership stream where I'm going to be reading the first chapter, or the first story of The King in Yellow. So I'm going to wrap up. I'm sorry, I don't think we're getting 10 memberships in 15 minutes. So if you give a membership after stream is up, I will make a video saying that you're my PogChamp. But in the meantime, thank you all so much. I will see you either Friday or Saturday or on the Discord. Please, please, please check out the demo for Aether and Iron. It was so much fun. I highly recommend. If you're on the Discord, I'm sure I'll chat with you soon. So take care of yourself. Enjoy your day, night, morning, whenever. Bye-bye.